target for the English to chase down. Brandon King, you know, he's fresh from injury. He looked a little stale in that first ODI. Obviously, Alec Anthony is a new opening partner for him. He got a half century and looked pretty comfortable, but he'll be tested now again in these conditions at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Obviously, they've won the toss, and England won the toss and decided to send West Indies back. So obviously, they're looking now to utilize whatever moisture there is there to their advantage.
And it will be Sam Curran to bowl the first over, as he did on Sunday. An awful lot talked and written about his 0 for 98 on Sunday from those 9 overs and 5 balls. He's going to want to get back up and running and get back into the swing of things as soon as possible. It's Alec Anthony's on strike, and Sam Curran from the Sir Curtly Ambrose broadcast end is told, let's play, and he's on the way. First ball of the second game, left arm over to the left-handed Athanaze, and there's some swing. The batter lets it go past him through to Jos Buttler, and it still continued shaping a little bit more, Philo.
Yes, that's a good start there for Sam Curran. Obviously, he took a battering in the last game. He will want to prove his worth. We know he's a quality bowler, quality all-rounder, but I think where he went wrong in that first game is that he came back for a second spell on balls and light balls. He has to be consistent and try to get the ball into the business area.
Curran on the way for ball number 2. Will this one swing? Yes, there's some shape again. Fuller, and it's just offering to go away as Athanaze comes forward, pushes to mid-on, no run.
Yes, obviously that ball a lot fuller. Anthony's coming forward and pushing it down to mid-on. In the last game, Anthony's cut and pull. He hardly drive a lot of balls. Obviously, he didn't get the balls to drive. But now I think that is something that the English would have looked at and said we need to go a bit fuller at this young man and see how good he is on the front foot.
Curran turns at the end of his mark, sets off past the upper, that's straight, starting middle and off, and just shaped to mean that it was still middle and off as it got to Athanaze. He pushes out on the offside. Ben Duckett does the fielding, no run. This is the perfect over for Sam Curran in the fact that nothing's happening in a sense. He can settle back into his work, and look, he's a confident character, of course, but when you've gone through what he did on Sunday, he would have just wanted to get this first over under his belt as fast as possible. And here he comes then for ball number 4. Slightly back of a length, but again still swings. Athanaze gets the inside half of the bat. Harry Brook will field at backward square leg. It's not the most sympathetic of returns to Jos Buttler, but the single is taken. The West Indies are underway here on talkSPORT 2, 1 without loss after 4 balls.
Yes, Alec Anthony is getting the ball that was pitched back of a length, and obviously getting the tick inside edge. The ball was still looking to leave him, but because the bat came outside the ball, got that inside edge and down to back, which way to get off the mark. But this is good, 4 good balls for Sam Curran. He hasn't bowled any loose deliveries, and he's been in the business area asking questions to Alec Anthony.
Right, Brandon King on strike, right-hander, so there's a slip for him. Curran will stay over the wickets. Curran is in, and there's width on offer on this occasion. Now, having seen the first few swing in what would have been to the right-hander, Curran pushed that wider, and it didn't offer to come back. King's able to play it all along the floor, through extra cover, and the first boundary of the innings goes to Brandon King. He's underway first ball. West Indies 5 without loss.
Well, he looked at 4 balls from the non-striker's end, and the first ball he got from Sam Curran, the striker, he got a lovely stride in and struck it quite nicely through the offside and all along the ground and down to the ropes for 4. But a good start for Brandon King, and another light delivery from Sam Curran. Needs to get closer to the right-handed Brandon King.
Final ball of the first over then. That's better from Sam Curran. Pitching round about middle and off, straightening to hold its line. First over underway and completed. 5 from it, a single and that boundary for England. Winning the toss, putting the West Indies in. West Indies 5 without loss here on talkSPORT 2. Don't forget, of course, as well as listening to us, you can watch us on YouTube for our watch-along. It's the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, live commentaries, and also we're putting some of our exclusive interviews and much more as well. So head over to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, where you can watch us in our private. And Philo's got a lovely blue top on today. You can marvel at the at the attire of the gentleman sitting next to me.
Thank you very much, guys. You're not dressed too badly yourself. Good men always start from the toes up to look good. A good over there for West Indies. Also, I would give Sam Curran a little plus there, because he just bowled one bad delivery and he was punished. The last delivery to Brandon King was a lot better, straighter, hint of outswing, but more effort into the delivery. That last delivery, he needs to focus on that. Continue to put effort into his bowling.
Gus Atkinson for over number 2. Starts over the wicket with a beauty. Brings Athanaze forward, beats him on the outside edge through to the keeper. No run. Oh, that'll warm the cockles of many a fast bowler's hearts.
But that's a perfect start for Gus Atkinson. Ball pitched on the 3/4 length and bouncing and moving away from the left-hander. Butler taking that ball over by his waist, and he nodding approval. Antonez as well said, well bowled.
I'm trying to think of how many player misses we had on Sunday. This may be more in the first 7 deliveries of this game. He's in once again. Oh, that's pitched up fuller. More of a drive ball. Athanaze only finds Sam Curran at mid-off, though, and there is no run. Gus Atkinson, 2 for 62 from his 10 overs on Sunday. He opened the bowling with Sam Curran in that game as well. So England staying with a similar modus operandi as they went on Sunday. They'll just be hoping to execute it better, it would appear. 2 slips in place for Atkinson as he goes in. Athanaze turns on the leg side. Will Jacks will field at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Gus Atkinson's on the money in the first 3 deliveries. The last delivery just a lot straighter. Antonez coming down, hit the inner part of the bat and just trickling out into the leg side. But again, we're seeing them tightening up the deliveries at Antonez, not giving him the room that we saw in that first ODI.
Gus Atkinson is on the way. There's a little bit of width on offer there. Not timed perfectly through the covers by Athanaze. It's a sort of push drive, let's call it that. Sam Curran's able to pull it in about 10 metres outside of the 30-metre circle, and it will be just a single. So Athanaze has 2 from 8. Brandon King 4 from 2, and he will face Gus Atkinson for the first time. So gets to mark his guard out with 2 balls left of this over.
Yes, again, that ball, not a full length, but a good length, and dragging Antonez forward, who just pushed it into the offside quite nicely and picked up a single.
Gus Atkinson into the right-hander then. That was short of a length, but it's still gripped in the surface, actually, and just threatened to move away from the batter. Is able to play that with hand-eye coordination. No timing, and it'll be back to Atkinson in his follow-through, no run.
It's Brandon King coming out of Jamaica. He's accustomed to the ball coming onto the bat. So when you look at how he sets up, he's setting up to hit the ball through the offside. And if there's no whiff on offer, he then ends up tugging the ball into the legs, like he's done that in that previous delivery. So Gus has something going for you. He has to keep working on it. Final
ball of the over. Oh, that's again a little bit floaty. It's an invitation to cover drive. Liam Livingston will field at mid-off, though, and Brandon King, off the bat, probably was thinking boundary. He gets nothing for it. At the end of 2, here on talkSPORT 2, our exclusive coverage of the second one-day international. The West Indies put into bat, but leading 1-0 in the series, are 6 without loss. Philo Wallace.
Good over there for Gus Atkinson to follow up from Sam Curran. The last delivery, obviously, a lot fuller, a lot lighter as well, not as heavy as the previous delivery. But again, Brandon King not getting his feet out to the ball and getting into position, just dragging it a bit with the bottom hand and just shuffling it down to mid-off. But you're seeing that the English bowlers, they are working on something now. They're looking to take the West Indian batters a lot closer and fuller and hoping that they'll make the mistake.
Sam Curran is on the way past the umpire. Well fielded at point by Phil Salt. Athanaze was thinking he got some width on that occasion and was going to lay into it with plenty of wrist, plenty of hands. But Phil Salt helped out his mate there, because that could have easily been 4 runs if he got past him.
That's a brilliant stop by Phil Salt. Obviously, he's a wicket keeper by nature, and feeling that cover point, that's where one of your best fielders will be. And he saved a certain boundary. But again, too much whiff on offer from Sam Curran.
Curran on his way past the umpire. Athanaze came half forward to that. He could have got a bit more of a stride in if he'd wanted to, but of course a lot of the coaching manuals nowadays, or at least the coaching thinking, says don't get your front foot too near the ball because it might sort of close down the angle. So he was weight coming forward, pushed out quietly into the offside, and there is no run. And where, actually, I've not mentioned who the officiating crew are this afternoon. Nitin Menon's been allowed out of the third umpire air-conditioned room, so he's standing along with Nigel Duguid, the West Indian umpire. Sam Curran is in. Oh, outside half of the bat. Athanaze wasn't fully onto that one. It'll take the outside half down to Rayan Ahmed on the third boundary, and it will be just a single 7 without loss. So Nitin Menon and Nigel Duguid are standing umpires. Chris Brown, the New Zealander, is on TV duties today.
Yes, that delivery just of a left outside the off stump, leaving the left-handed Ale Andanez, and he just slightly opened the back face to get it down to third man for a single. But this is a good stuff here from Curran, just probing just outside the off stump.
On his way once again. Now that is a drive ball, and Brandon King has launched that through wide mid-off. Nobody moved a muscle. Glorious drive all along the floor. It's his second boundary of the innings. West Indies 11 without loss in the third here on talkSPORT 2.
I know it's December and you're supposed to get gifts, and if you get them on this day, so early into December, well, Brandon King would take them. That ball was just a float outside the off stump, and he just smoked it wide of mid-off and down to the boundary for 4. He would feel confident in that shot, Brandon King.
Curran is in. That's slightly shorter. Look into the hip pockets of Brandon King on that occasion. Inside half of the bat, all the way down to the deep backward square leg boundary where Will Jacks will field. So a couple from that, which makes 7 from the over with 1 ball to go.
Yes, obviously Sam Curran pulling his left back to Brandon King, who just tucked it into the leg side. Not a lot of pace from Sam Curran, so you wouldn't expect to get a lot of bounce, but he just waited nicely down behind square. The fine leg is inside the circle, so the man at backward square, Jacks had to run around to his right, and Brandon came through for 2 runs.
Final ball of the over, better. Harder length from Sam Curran there. It felt like it hit the pitch and then hit the stickers on the bat of Brandon King. He's only defending to complete the over, but it's what they call in the game the heavy ball, isn't it? That felt heavier than some of the previous ones because it actually sort of hit into the splice.
Agree, a ball is 5.5 ounces, but if you bowl it hard and heavy into the pitch with effort, it feels heavier than 5.5 ounces. And that last ball, you're correct, Andrew. You see Brandon King looking to defend, but then he looked to bring his hands up on the ball because of the extra bounce and the extra effort from Sam Curran. I know it's hot in Antigua, but they need to be consistent in their line and lengths, the English bowlers.
Gus Atkinson for his second over. Past umpire Nitin Menon. Starts with a wide one. Athanaze throws kitchen sink, dishwasher and washing machine at that one, but gets nothing on it. Through to Jos Buttler, and there is no run. Still 2 slips for Gus Atkinson, and you can see why after that delivery.
Yes, he didn't throw the rooftop at it, so he still has a house. But again, Anthony saw whiff on that ball, and he opened it, his eyes open wide, and it just zipped through to Josh Buttler. So not a bad ploy from Atkinson.
Atkinson over the wicket. Again, he's leaning back on that one, Athanaze. He's opening the face down to the third boundary. Comfortable single. There is an element of risk and concern about that because there are 2 slips stationed, but he was just properly balanced, opened the blade, guided it down, and everything took care of itself. 14 without loss.
Yeah, the key there to Anthony playing that shot is the balance. He didn't to overhit the ball, he just stayed at a good position and just opened the back face.
Atkinson goes in. Now again, that's another situation where King drops it into the offside, but the ball has hit the bat rather than the bat make contact with the ball because it sort of came onto him that bit quicker and just hurried in.
Yes, obviously Atkinson a lot taller than Sam Curran, and when he hits the ball into the surface, you would expect the ball to bounce. But again, Brandon King staying on leg stump. So with a hint of in swing from Atkinson, you always think that you stand a chance to maybe bowl him down or get an LBW. So it's a good line and a good length from Atkinson.
Atkinson is in clips in the air for the first 10 or 15 metres as it went down to Brydencastle at long leg. Single take, and it was one of those where as it leaves the bat face, hands go up into the air going, oh, we got a chance, and actually it goes in that position where there isn't a fielder there and everyone can calm back down.
Yes, the blood pressure goes up and then it comes down. But again, the in-swinger from Atkinson, just on the full length, Brandon King just clipping it with the inside edge of his bat down to long leg.
In goes Atkinson and bowls an absolute jaffer off the seam. It cuts back to the left-hander. Joss Buttler takes it down the leg side and immediately appealed, and it's given not out. Joss Buttler reviews it. So he must have thought there's glove or bat or something as that's gone through, and Joss Buttler has claimed the catch. So Chris Brown, our TV official, gets to make his first decision of the day.
That's a beautiful delivery there from Atkinson.
Front on first, thanks.
Right, so we start the process.
Front on coming up.
It cramps him for room. And you know what? There may be some bottom-hand glove in this.
Okay, I'm going to need alternate, please, if I could next.
It's a very good delivery. The ball pitched on the left, bounced and came back at Alec Anthony's, who's looking to play. And the ball seemed to have brushed his gloves. The ball has brushed his gloves.
It missed gloves. There is then a spike, but I can't see what's that's come off. Is it the back of the bat?
A couple of frames back.
Or is it his elbow? That's the... Unfortunately, the bat is actually blocking the view that shows us what that has come off.
You can see the ball's past the bat at that point, so I'm pretty sure that's the bottom of the elbow that it's flicked through.
Decision if you could go back, please, to the on-field umpire. Nathan, you need to overturn your decision out. You're on screen. Signal now, thanks.
It's been given out. Nitin Menon is told
I don't know about that.
to raise the finger. Alec Anthony is caught by Joss Buttler off the bowling of Atkinson. That's one of those that if the West Indies could now review the review, I think they would.
And to me, I thought it brushed his glove before it got to his elbow. I thought it brushed his glove before it got to his elbow. And that was a tricky one. Again, we have all these replays cameras, but sometimes we don't have the right camera in the right position. Alec Anthony might feel he's been hard done there. But he has to go.
Okay, quick poll in the commentary box. Philo, out or not out?
No, I thought it brushed his gloves. I would say out.
So you're going out. Jarrod, you're going...
Not out.
Harmy is... Well, I presume he's saying out because he's sticking a finger up at me. I'm taking that as... and I'm going not out, so that's 2 each.
I just don't think that should have been overturned because we couldn't tell if it was an edge or the elbow on the way through.
And that's important to remember. The umpire had said not out on the field, so there has to be conclusive proof.
I think Harmy thinks it hit the bat. I think the ball's past the bat, but neither of us can be sure because the bat was in the way of the camera, which means that the umpire probably should have given that not out. So I think the third umpire's made a mistake there, but these things happen, and certainly he turned around in a guilty way, and you know, I would give most batters out straight away if they look guilty.
For looking guilty.
Yeah. If you can't work out a poker face, Mackie, you don't deserve to be out on the field.
Casey Curtly is the new man in at number 3, 15 for 1. Gets a ball roundabout off stump and plays it quietly out. And there is no run. Made 16 from 39 balls, Casey Curtly on Sunday. Did not have the easiest of times. My learned friend next to me, yesterday evening, as we were doing a radio show in Barbados, described his performance on Sunday as a bit timid. You want to see a bit more positivity from Casey Curtly today?
Yeah, I think that Casey Curtly to me on Sunday was timid. And you're batting at number 3, which is the specialist position, the best batter bats there. But yet you've come in at a good score and you've struggled to find your feet. So this is going to be an important innings for him in this second ODI, Casey Curtly, and I will hope that he can drop the nerves and we can see what Casey Curtly can do as a batter for West Indies.
If you are listening to us, and of course you are, but available of social media, I'll come back to that point in a minute because Sam Curran started his third over with another ball that he's tried to go across the right-hander Brandon King, and it's just ended up in the swinging arc, and that has been hit straight through extra cover for 4. It's another boundary against Sam Curran.
That's a top shot from Brandon King. It's not a half ball, it's the left ball outside the yard stump, but because he's staying leg side of the ball, he's opened up that entire offside and he cream it through cover point for 4. Very good shot from Brandon King. So Sam Curran is being put under pressure from the first ball in his third over.
Brandon King prepares to face it. He's got 15 from 10, and well, all the boundaries have basically been very wide balls that he could basically throw his hands through. In goes Curran once again, leaves that one. That's a better one, and a little bit of shape back in as well. So it remains 19 for 1. As I was just about to say, if you are listening to us with access to a phone or a tablet or some kind of communication device, at cricket_TS or at talkSPORT2, give us your thoughts on that wicket if you have seen. I'm sure it'll be all over social media shortly if you've not seen it as yet. And if you're in the Caribbean, please do that as well, because I am aware that we are broadcasting in the Caribbean as well. This one is, oh my goodness, it's again short and wide. Harry Brook, take a bow, diving away to his left-hand side, has saved Sam Curran from going for another boundary. It remains 19 for 1.
Yes, another wide, short, floating delivery, and King creamed it this time to the left, but Harry Brook diving to his left and pulling off a brilliant stop, certainly saving another boundary.
So yeah, we're also broadcasting. You can hear us in the Caribbean. We're in Trinidad and Tobago over Freedom 106.5 FM. Updates on Vibe CT 105.1, Sangeet 106.1, 95 the ultimate one. You'll be pleased, Brandon King's just opened the face of the bat, guides it down to third for a single, and we're also on Sky 99.5 FM. So I imagine the reaction to that wicket in the Caribbean may be slightly different. Please get in touch, give us your thoughts. Was there enough evidence for you to give that out?
Well, yes, a lot of people will be up in arms because there's no, as Jarrod said, it might be the conclusive evidence is not there. But when you, to me, on the naked eye, I thought it brushed the glove. But again, we'll have to wait and see.
Casey Carty waits for Curran, and he's caught it slip. It was another wide one that Carty had his weight back and was playing a forcing shot off the back foot into the offside. And Zach Crawley does the honours. And from what was a promising start, the West Indies are now 20 for 2 here on talkSPORT 2.
And that is my problem with Casey Carty. He's been struggling in the Super 50 tournament that finished a couple of weeks ago, and he continues to struggle in this series. He's got a wide delivery, not getting his feet in the right position, just throwing his hands and closing the back face somewhat. The ball took the outside edge, and Zach Crawley at first slip is going to take that, even if it's a minute to midnight. And Carty has to go without scoring. And West Indies have found themselves now at 2 down with only 20 on the board.
I just want to talk about Sam Curran. I know we've got a thing on him at lunch, but I checked his average in the last 3 years in ODI cricket in the power play, Macca, and he averages 18. Global average is 31, so he's 13 under normal. And I know we just saw him in India struggle. We're going to see him here struggle at times, but when he gets it right, he really is very hard to play. And one of the reasons that people have struggled with him is he can swing the ball, but he still has skills to use the wobble ball later on as well. So if it's not swinging, he can go back to the other one. Fortunately, the other day, he didn't get any deviation in any way, and it didn't work for him. But at his best, he can actually move the ball in the air and then move the ball off the pitch, and that's why he has such a good record in the last couple of years.
Shai Hope walks to the middle, the hero from the opening game, 109 not out from 83 balls. His highest score against England, his highest score at home against England. And today is his 50th one-day international at home for the West Indies. You hear the applause for the skipper as he walks the middle. It's an incredible record. We mentioned on Sunday getting to 5,000 one-day international runs in 114 innings, equaling Sir Viv Richards as the fastest West Indian player. Now there's a short extra cover straight away for him. Curran is in, oh that's well across him. Doesn't shake back in, through to Joss Buttler going away to his right-hand side. But it's the end of an over that sees Sam Curran taking his first wicket of the series. He's got 1 for 17 after 5 overs here on talkSPORT 2. West Indies 20 for 2.
Yes, that wicket will give Sam Curran a lot of confidence after taking a beating on Sunday. Inducing Casey Curran looked to cut the ball that was a little wide, not getting enough feet in it to get across and edging it, and Zach Crawley poaching a very good catch. And this has brought the captain, Shai Hope, to the crease. He's joined Brandon King. Brandon King is 16 from 13 balls. Hope is yet to get off the mark, but this is going to be another challenge for Shai Hope. He's coming to the wicket where the ball is still new, and the 2 fast bowlers are in good spells. So this is going to challenge his temperament and his technique.
Atkinson to start the new over. Brandon King gets across his stumps, guys this down to long leg, and there is a comfortable single. I mean, it's a horrible pun, but Shea has been basically the only hope for West Indian cricket in recent times. He has carried a huge burden of this team and has done a huge amount of the run scoring. What a great way to start this series, not only as player but as captain.
Yeah, but he has to send the message that he wants to win. He's in a very elite group as well, equaling Sir Vivian Richards, the icon of West Indies cricket. He has to obviously continue to do it.
Atkinson goes in, takes Hope on the pad. There's half an appeal. I think it was high and probably leg side-ish as well. They take a leg by, and so the total goes to 22 for 2 in the 6th over here on talkSPORT 2.
And that is what I said before, it's going to be a challenge for Shea Hope. The ball is still new, the fast bowlers are still fresh, and Gus Atkinson hitting the deck and getting that ball to come back in at Shea Hope. Just hitting him high on the tie pad, but he got a leg by.
Atkinson approaches the crease. That's going down the leg side, but again, take Brandon King on the pad. Playing around that front pad, not able to catch up with it. It loops up into the offside, and no run once again.
Yes, I like the effort from Gus Atkinson here. He looks a complete different bowler from Sunday. He's running in and hitting the deck, getting the ball into that 3/4 length, and the ball is actually swinging back into the right-hander. Now the difficulty is going to come if he can manage it to just straighten off the same length.
Atkinson approaches the crease. Great delivery, perfect line, perfect length, and credit where it's due. It's a perfectly respectable forward defensive. There was no way the ball was getting past the bat there from Brandon King. Cricket the winner all round there.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That's what the coaches want to see. The bowling coach wants to see the fast bowlers hitting the ball on top of the seam, getting the ball to bounce, and we want to see the opening batsman covering the stumps and playing a perfect forward defensive shot.
Gus Atkinson passes umpire Menon, and again he's bringing Brandon King forward. Liam Livingstone is seeing quite a lot of the ball at mid-off. He fields that at the edge of the circle, and there's no run. Atkinson's got one ball left in his 3rd over, 1 for 4 so far. 2 runs in the over, only one of them counting against Atkinson, the single off the first ball, then the leg by. It's don't forget 3-2-5 posted by England batting first on Saturday, which is way above the average batting first on this ground. Atkinson finishes up with a dot ball as it's off the inside half of Brandon King's bat to mid-on. 6 gone here on talkSPORT 2, 22 for 2. Brandon King's got 17 from 18. Shea Hope's got 0 from 2. Jarrod, Kimber, what you got for us?
Just because I don't want to say it when he's on air, but Sam Curran went for the most runs ever in ODI cricket the other day, and just a congratulations to Steve Harmison for now being only the player who's gone for the 2nd most runs ever for an England player in a one-day international. So I don't know if talkSPORT 2 has brought him in a cake. I haven't seen a celebration for him voting, but 2006 against Sri Lanka, he went for 97 runs in his 10 overs. And to be fair, Sam Curran did it in 9.5 overs, so... And Harmy's claiming to be one of the most economical on that day, which might tell you it didn't go,
bleak day.
it didn't go particularly well for England. But yeah, it's a remarkable record to finally give up.
Yeah,
Steve Harmison there.
As Harmy told Hawksby and Jacobs the other day, he got Sanath Jayasuriya. And let's be fair, a few people got Jayasuriya down the years. Yes, he's got that particular monkey off his back. Right then, Sam Curran. The short extra cover still in place for Shea Hope as in goes Sam Curran. He's bowling straight. Plays to mid-on does Hope. He'll be underway with a single to Liam Livingstone. 23 for 2. Now, of course, remember the final game of this series is on Saturday, and it's once again a 5:30 first ball, 5 o'clock toss, which means talkSPORT 2 will be bringing you Premier League football on Saturday afternoon as well. Wolves against Nottingham Forest is our game. That's at 3 o'clock, so pretty much as soon as we get the final whistle, we'll be into cricket mode here on talkSPORT 2. You can also get Crystal Palace at Liverpool on talkSPORT, 12:30 Saturday. Another edge for Sam Curran, and Brandon King doesn't survive this time. It's a regulation nick, flies to slip, and England have made a fabulous start to this game. 6 overs and 2 balls, 23 for 3. Brandon King's gone for 17 from 19 balls.
Yes, a very good delivery there from Sam Curran. Again, effort delivery. The ball pitching just in between middle and off stump. Brandon King going nowhere with his feet, just allowing his hands to lead. Ball taking the outside edge, and Curtly at slip. Say thank you very much. He's taking his second catch, and Brandon King has to walk back to the pavilion. 17 from 19 balls, but a very good wicket there from Sam Curran. Coming back from being battered all over the park on Sunday to bounce back now, pick up 2 wickets in his 4th over for just 18 runs. Shows the character and the trust that the English selectors and the management team have in him.
Well, now this could be interesting. Arguably the West Indies' 2 most experienced players, well, they are the most experienced players in this squad in terms of the batters, and arguably the most talented. Shimron Hetmyer walks out to join Shai Hope, except he's now turned around and gone back. Has he brought the wrong glove out?
I tell you what, you don't want to be doing this against Bangladesh.
Yes. Well, he made a very big point of waving to the umpire to say what was going on.
Well, that's the thing about Angelo Matthews. He went on and on about how common sense had to prevail, and at no sense did he tell the umpires that his helmet had broke. He just walked back off the field. But yeah, you're right. Shimron said, I brought out the wrong glove, or my glove's broken then, didn't he?
It looked like he'd got 2, he's a lefty, so 2 right gloves, because there was no big thumb piece. So I can only assume he'd picked up 2 of the same hand. 12th has just come charging out with the right one, and we can now all carry on and resume.
Yeah, Marco, well, I was a little, my heart was in my hand when I saw him turning or walking back to the pavilion. He needs to be careful. But a good delivery from Sam Curran, just pitching on about middle and off stump. King not getting into a very good position, off balance. Well, took the leading edge and taking that slip, and Shai Hope slapped his bat in his pad, knowing that wicket was one that would hurt West Indies. Hetmyer's come to the crease. There is some concern about his form. I wouldn't even go into his fitness, but he needs to obviously settle down here and look to build a partnership with Captain Hope.
He made 32 from 30 on Sunday. It looked quite hard work in the heat and the humidity. 2 slips in place as Sam Curran goes in outside of off stump, stride into it, pushes it solidly into the cover ring. Will Jacks will do the fielding, and there is no run. Yeah, Shimron Hetmyer, as we say, one of the more elder statesmen of this side. This is his 52nd one-day international, despite only being 26 years of age. Best of 139 with 500s and 450s, which feels a little bit light for his talent, if I'm honest. Yeah,
he's talented, but obviously there's something called management that he needs to understand. And he's not managed himself well, and is reflected in his performances so far.
Curran is over the wicket to the left-handed Hetmyer, bringing him forward, pushes to point. Salt will field, and there is no run.
Yeah, this is going to be important. This is an important innings for Shimron Hetmyer. He's back to be the captain. He's been around for a little while. He's been out of the cricket. He has some problems. He's back now. The selection panel has given him the green light, and he's involved in the series. And he's come into in this innings with West Indies, 3 down for 23 runs. Captain Hope is in form, and he needs to settle here as quickly as possible and try to build a partnership. Both of them play for the same franchise in the CPL, so they should know each other well.
Curran goes in. Hetmyer comes solidly forward, pushes back just past the bowler off the pitch in his follow-through fielder mid-off, and there is no run.
It's a good forward defensive shot there from Shimron Hetmyer. Sam Curran on the money ball, just on about the off stump to the left hand. He just covered up, and once he cover up, you cannot see anything behind him. So that is very good from him, but he needs to try and continue that. Just try to get his rhythm, build a partnership, and get some perspiration running through his blood, and get the blood flowing, because we need a big partnership here at 3 down for 23. Only in the 7th over, you can see that West Indies are under some pressure.
He wasn't short of perspiration on Sunday, was he? Curran in over the wicket, hits him on the pad, gotta be close. Umpire Duguid says no. Well, that looked like it was starting to swing away to the offside of the left-hander. Joss Buttler's asking the question. Oh, to me, you've got to review that. They are reviewing it. Joss Buttler makes the T sign, and we will go up to Chris Brown once again.
Yes, a full-length delivery from the left-handed Sam Curran. Hetmyer looking to whip that ball into the leg side. The ball crashing into his pads. Joss Buttler was asking if it hit back, and they said no. So obviously you have to see if the ball is going to be missing the stumps completely. But the umpire said not out.
Here we go then. First replay. Ball pitches. I don't see bat on that.
So that's a wobble ball, I reckon, Macca. So I don't think that is going to be swinging back. And it's hit him. I know we don't have a straight-on angle there, but I think that's hit him on leg stump. So I can't imagine it's coming back to straighten enough.
Okay, there's a gap on the left-hand side between bat and ball. Yeah, there is no bat involved. Ball tracking, please. When
okay, so it's now all about the ball tracking as there was no inside edge.
Nigel, ball tracking coming up now. Pitching in line. Impact in line. It's hitting. And Nigel, I'm going to need you to overturn the decision. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen. Signal.
There you go. Chris Brown tells Nigel Duguid to overturn the decision and give Shimron Hetmyer out LBW. He's out for a duck. The West Indies are 23 for 4.
Yes, Shimron Hetmyer looking to hit that ball through the leg side, a bit too square. Bat was late in getting onto that ball. The ball crashing into that front pad. And from the review, there's 3 red lights. The ball is hitting, pitch in line. And Duguid had to reverse his decision and raise that dreaded finger. And Hetmyer has to make the long trek back to the pavilion from scoring. West Indies now find themselves 4 wickets down with only 23 runs on the board.
How do you feel about that ball hitting that much of a leg stump from what we just saw? I know Hetmyer moved maybe further across than we originally thought he did. So there's that, but I'm not sure it's straightened that much off the pitch for me.
It's technology. I'm not a big fan of this technology because even to stray away a bit, you play a 5-day test match and on day 4 they're saying that some balls are missed jump bouncing over the stumps from average height bowlers. To me, that ball with a naked eye, I thought it was going to miss leg stump. Yeah. But obviously the camera work, the Hawkeye is saying that ball is going to hit leg stump and it's going to hit leg stump full, which is pretty.
That's the surprising bit. I think if it would have said it was clipping leg stump, I would have said that seems fair. But the fact that it was hitting so much of leg stump was a little bit surprising to me. It just looked down leg side the whole time. If it was swinging, that would have been a different thing. But it was a little bit of seam off the pitch there, maybe. But I know it seems like an optimistic one, and obviously now they're in all sorts of trouble because of it.
Shafane Rutherford is the new batter. He's at the non-strikers end as Gus Atkinson starts a new over. Hope comes for him. Oh, glorious shot. Back past the bowler on the onside. The hardest shot in the book to play. It's a glorious boundary. Hope's underway in his boundary count. He's 27 for 4.
Marco, we would call that a pot belt in the Caribbean. And some guys, we will go further and say there's $1. A ball just on length coming back in from the fast ball. He just punched it quite nicely down through mid-on for 4.
There is something about an on drive. Atkinson in once again, nipping back to Shea Hope. Takes him on the pad. Would have been high and down leg side. But Atkinson is asking an awful lot of questions at the moment. And although it's Sam Curran in the wickets column, Atkinson is asking questions that aren't really being answered.
Yes, well, obviously he's created the pressure from the other end. And that ball just back off a length, but nipping back into Shea Hope. You see his left foot looking to go forward too early and overcompensate, and the ball crashing into his pad.
Atkinson in again, another full straight one, another one just to the onside of the stumps, back past the bowler for 4 more. It's a personal battle between Atkinson and Hope at the moment, and it's 4.4 this over. West Indies 31 for 4.
A lovely shot there from Shea Hope. Got Atkinson this time being a little too full. I hope getting his left foot out of the way and bringing the bat straight through the plane of the ball and down past the bowler for another 4. Straight is always better. Marker?
Absolutely. Atkinson once again. Oh, he's slightly back of a length there. Hope was jumping into that shot and almost seemed to take him above the knee roll on the flap of the pad. Got himself in a right old tangle no run.
Yes, he played that ball very, very badly indeed. No balance at all. Gus Atkinson back on the length that he's accustomed to, back of a length on coming into Shea Hope. And Shea Hope is like jumping, expecting the ball to be up by his chest. But he just needs to stay balanced, needs to calm himself and realize that he has a batter at the other end.
Atkinson goes in once again, brilliantly fielded. Will Jacks in the covers. Hope was coming forward and giving that absolute licks. It was a cover drive that had 4 written all over it, but Will Jacks has just robbed Hope blind.
He just robbed him in broad daylight. That is a fantastic drive. It's not a full-length delivery. It's a length delivery from a fast bowler. And Shea Hope managed to free his arms and hit the ball quite nicely from the middle of the bat. Jacks is in the way.
Atkinson to complete the over. It's another on drive. Will beat Sam Curran at mid-on. He's got a hand on it. Can't take enough pace off. and it will go for another boundary. 3 in the over. Home goes to 13 from 9. It's 8 overs completed here on talkSPORT 2. The West Indies are 35 for 4. Philo, I think we've had worse commentary spells. That's an absolute cracking start to us. Time for your second commentary team of the game. Stacy-Ann King and Nikhil Uttamchandani take up the action.
Thank you very much, guys, and really exciting to hear from you guys back in the UK, but also exciting action here. Good rebound from the English so far. First 8 overs of this power play, they've taken 4 West Indian wickets, and crucially the 2 openers who got up to that 100-run partnership have been dismissed. But as we saw in the last over, Captain Shea Hope is still there, and alongside me, Stacy-Ann King. Hello to you, Stacey.
Hello, Nikhil, and hello to everyone that's joining us. What an interesting game. What a difference a few days has made. Sam Curran picking up 3 wickets after going for what was probably his highest ever in international cricket, that 97 runs. So a really good comeback from England and really good from Curran.
Now what he's done well is use conditions. Here he is bowling to the left-handed Rutherford from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. And this is a good length delivery which is just defended into the offside, no run. Yeah, he's used that win, Stacey, coming from the east well, because he's gotten the ball to go across the left-hander, first Athenaeus, now Rutherford, but also I think he's got the ball to move off the seam.
And also bowling, changing up as well, those lengths in which he's bowling a bit fuller at times, but varying the length in terms of pulling back.
Here is Curran, packed offside field, this time much straighter. Oh, big indecision, direct hit could be close. Shea Hope makes it back in the end. It was just tucked into the onside. Hope took off straight away, but Harry Brook, who was at square leg, did well to get around to his right and had a fire at the non-strikers, and I think though Hope would have been home.
Yeah, you don't want another wicket of any kind at this point if you're a West Indian fan. 35 for 4 in 8.2 overs. Rutherford, who would have made his debut in the first match, is out there with his skipper much earlier than expected.
Here is Curran, past the umpire now. Again, another delivery, probing on that much straighter line, and it's tucked into the onside. Only 3 fielders are in that leg side for Rutherford, and obviously inside the first power play you're only allowed 2 deep fielders. He's got mid-off, a very close catching position, extra cover, an extra fielder close in at point, short point, slip in place, and deep third rounds out the offside field. Curran has had an improved performance so far, 4.5 overs, 3 for 18. Here he is again from this northern end, and this time full to Rutherford, back on off stump, is driven to point, no run.
Yeah, that fuller length that we've been speaking about, just trying to make something happen, always having the batters uneasy as to what length is coming at them, and we saw that with Athenaeus' dismissal. That delivery just came back into him, really surprised him. But this has been good. This has been really good. I'm not sure what the talks were in the dressing room over the last few days, but this looks like the England that we've known to see over the years.
Couldn't have asked for a better comeback or rebound, you could say. Here's Curran, still over the wicket to the left-hander, this time wide, about 5th stump, just inside that tram line, dot delivery. So it starts with 5 dots, Curran. It's a good toss for Butler to win as well, Stacey, because you look historically at this ground, we haven't had one international cricket here for a while, but always tends to favour the batting team going into the evening time. The ball with the dew tends to come on a bit better, but also I think the wind factor also declines. Tonight, when we get to 6 and 7 p.m, there'll be about a 7 km/h difference in the wind, which is quite strong from the east. Here's Curran, again from over the wicket as Rutherford just cuts this one down to deep third. It ends the over just 1 run from it. England are on top of the West Indies here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. After 9, the score is 36 for 4. Listening live on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, one good sign for West Indies is that their captain, Shea Hope, is still in the middle. And Curran has come a whole whirlwind around from his last match. He's picked up 3 wickets and 19 runs in his 5 overs thus far. And Atkins on the other end, he picked up 1 wicket off his 4. Just 16 runs, so really bowling in tandem this English player. And current run rate for West Indies 4.
Live coverage of West Indies versus England, the second CG United One international. The West Indies took the first one in an emphatic manner. It's going to be a fifth over for Gus Atkinson, who bowled a couple of overs with that new ball at the World Cup. This is a new role for him, though. Here he is, the Surrey man from over the wicket. Good length delivery as Rutherford again tucks it into the onside, where they've got a bit more protection now. And you've also got two slips in place. It just tells you the situation of the game and also the intensity out there for the two batters.
Yeah, you can tell that England, well, their tails are up because of the position that they're in. 4 wickets have already gone for West Indies. Rutherford just seems to be coming into his own as Atkinson continues.
Atkinson again, still over the wicket, and this time a bit wider. Rutherford defends into the offside. Stacey, what coming into this game were you looking forward to seeing from a West Indian batting perspective, given what we saw in that first one international?
Obviously, the toss would have mattered for either team. Shehu possibly thinking that chasing again might be his best option, but this time around having to put runs on the board and really challenge his batters.
Atkinson past the umpire again. This time they've been pretty consistent on that good length, just a touch fuller than a shorter length, and Rutherford again defends. Bit of pressure building. He's 1 from 9, Sherfin Rutherford.
Yeah, I think the challenge for West Indies would be how do they apply themselves to put a target on the board. They've chased well, but how do they set a target for this England team to go at?
Deep fine leg, deep third, the two fielders outside the circle. Atkinson to Rutherford, across him as Rutherford attempts a drive, miscues it, it goes back to the bowler. Another dot. Remember, Sherfin Rutherford only faced 3 deliveries in his one international debut, hit a 6 the first ball, then survived a leg before shout off the bowling of Rehan Ahmed, and then tried to take on the slightly bigger side as well as hitting into the wind, and was caught at deep mid-wicket playing a pull shot. I expect to see Rehan Ahmed very soon as we end this first power play. 2 deliveries left in it. Here's Atkinson, still over the wicket, and Rutherford looking to play this one. It seemed like he was in 2 minds whether to leave or to play. In the end, it falls just short of Zach Crawley, who was at first slip, and it rolls into the boundary for 4. Fortuitous.
Yeah, fortuitous indeed. Getting another West Indian batter to play at one of those wide deliveries. Atkinson just falling short. He's been impressive. Just 6 matches, was 7 matches in his career thus far, but he's been asking a lot of questions of these West Indian batters. I like what I see.
Here he is, final delivery to Rutherford in this first power play. Again, similar length, just about that hard length, and Rutherford just dabs it down to deep third, wide of the 2 slips. It ends the first 10. A period dominated by the English. Their West Indies are 41 for 4 after losing the toss. Shea Hope is on 13. Sherfin Rutherford, the left-hander, he's on 6 from 12. And you're listening to coverage of the West Indies versus England second one international live on talkSPORT 2.
10 overs gone, 42 dot balls, 4 wickets, 4 West Indian wickets. This has been exceptional bowling. Really good to see Sam Curran back in the action and not giving up. And Atkinson really good with the new ball. Opening partnership between both these bowlers is exactly what England needed.
Yeah, quite the contrast from the first one international, where the West Indies were 55 without loss after 10, and today are 41 for 4 after 10. Bryden Carse is going to take up the bowling from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Here he is to Rutherford. Start from over the wicket. It's full on the stumps. Rutherford again playing into the leg side, picks out straight mid-wicket. You're outside the power play, so 4 deep fielders allowed outside the circle. All of them are square or behind square.
Yeah, particularly like the fact that the English bowlers, they've opted to bowl a much fuller length this time around. So they've learned from that first match. They've also bowled much tidier in terms of lines, just outside that 4th, 5th stump line, nothing too wide.
Yeah, slip still in place outside the power play. Here is Carse again going across Rutherford. Good length, defended, no run.
Which has made things pretty difficult for West Indian batters to score off. And previously they would have scored off anything that there was width on offer. Shea Hope is still there. He's on 13 from 9 and Rutherford 6 from 14.
And Captain Shea Hope will be of utmost importance now as they try to set a competitive total. A lot going against them, the West Indies. 4 wickets down doesn't help. Here is Kars. Shorter delivery this time. Rutherford defends again. A man who is usually quite aggressive, as we've seen in T20 cricket. This will be a new challenge, Stacey, resisting that natural instinct or urge to attack Rutherford given the situation.
Yeah, indeed. Remember that first innings he played on debut. First ball hit for 6 and then out, second delivery. So a challenge for him, but nothing that I don't think he's incapable of doing. He has to spend time. His skipper is out there with him as well. So, you know, just those conversations.
Here is Kars. Full delivery. Rutherford whips this one into the leg side. Really well played. And I think it will just roll into the boundary. It does, because he had to be a man that was positioned at mid-wicket. He gets a first boundary to his name, Sherfin Rutherford.
He almost started walking because he felt that it came off his bat quite well. Now the outfield here is quite quick, but it just slowed up as it was going into the boundary. So maybe if the fielder gave a better chase, could have been different. Just a single.
Live coverage on talkSPORT 2. Here's Kars over the wicket. A Yorker, which Rutherford is able to navigate and keep it out. But he does have that capability, as we've seen in the blast. We've seen at the 100 at times where T20 bowling, he can go very full and quick and nail that Yorker like he did there. Well, kept out by Sherfin Rutherford. Just a boundary off the over so far. 5 deliveries in. 1 delivery to go. Field remains the same. You know, just 2 deep fielders on the leg side. Deep fine leg and a deep square leg. And only 1 man in front of square. Here is Kars going over the wicket still. Rutherford looking to cut, gets an inside edge, but doesn't go back onto the stumps. Just trickles to Jos Buttler. It's a good first over for Bryden Kars. Just concedes the 4 runs. End of 11, 45 for 4.
Yeah, a few good deliveries there to end that over. And again, just the construction of his bowling over. A few deliveries into the left-handed batter, almost into his legs. And then just a few of them going across him to keep that slip in place. So this has been really good bowling executions from England. 45 for 4 West Indies, 11 overs gone.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of differences in terms of that first one, international. A big one is the weather, obviously the day and night conditions. One thing that's remained pretty consistent has been the crowd. It's fantastic to see a splattering of English fans, the England flags, but also I think the West Indian fans will come in as we get later into the evening. Now, here's a roll of the dice for Jos Buttler. Didn't see Will Jacks in that first one international with a left-handed Rutherford at the crease. He goes to Jacks from that Sir Andy Roberts end, which means an end of the first spell for Atkinson and Sam Curran. The man who took a 6-foot on test debut, the off-spin of Will Jacks against Pakistan. He's only picked up the 1 ODI wicket thus far, but we've seen he has ability. Here he is starting from over the wicket to the right-handed Hope, and he brings Shea Hope forward, a flighted delivery which Hope defends for no run.
Yeah, learning as the games progress. Last match.
Jacks again, short delivery and off the inner half of the bat into the onside, good quick single.
Yeah, a few questions would have been asked from the last match. Could there have been a 6th bowler used for either team, West Indies or England? And England this time around bringing Jackson and bringing him in quite early as well, even though that they're not under any pressure. 46 for 4. But I'm sure they just want to create opportunities to try and see the back of Shea Hope or Rutherford. Just keep that pressure and momentum going.
To Rutherford, the left-hander, there's a slip in place. Zach Crawley comes to that slip position. Here's Jacks wide of the crease from around the wicket. First delivery is targeted at the stumps. He's bringing Rutherford forward. And of course, Rayan Ahmed, who dismissed Sherfin Rutherford in that last game. We could definitely see him at some stage. Well, that googly which Rutherford tried to take on was caught on the boundary. Here's Jacks wide of the crease again, this time shorter, and just punched into the offside deep. Cover will do the fielding, single.
Yeah, very young in his ODI career as well. Well, Jack's just 4 matches under his belt. So only picked up 1 wicket, 1 for 18. But again, just there to keep things quite tight.
There will be pressure mounting on the shoulders of Shea Hope. Here he is coming forward, defending one back to Jacks. No run again, just 2 runs conceded from the first 5 deliveries. Crucially, the 3 overs before this, only 9 runs conceded by England. So they've done really well to keep the pressure on here after Hope took 12 from that Atkinson over. Here he is trying to turn one into the onside, but instead it comes off the outer half of the bat. Good running though, because they get through for the second. It quickly ends the 12th over, 49 for 4, live on talkSPORT 2.
A really good option from England to use another spinner. After all we saw from both England and West Indies spinners in that first match. Wickets fall into Moti, wickets fall into Carrier and Ahmed.
I do hope you're having a fantastic game here in the sunshine of Antigua.
Shea Hope mentioned it coming into the game. Losing wickets in clusters could be detrimental. It happened to them in the last game where they lost Brandon King and Athenaeus in quick succession. Then in the middle, lost Rutherford and Shimron Hetmeyer quickly. So we did see good fight shown from the West Indies in that first one international. This is the perfect platform to display that fight again. 49 for 4 after 12. Rutherford is 11 from 20. Shea Hope, yet again, with a good strike rate. He starts with 16 from 13 after he hit Gus Atkinson for 3 fours in the 8th over. Bryden Carse is back into the attack. Here he is. Starts short to Rutherford, who's defending this one into the offside. How does Sherfin Rutherford play this situation, Stacy-Ann King?
Oh, he's 11 of 21 and he's there with his captain. So just think he needs to spend a bit more time, keep rotating the strike. He has to be a good runner between the wickets as well, because Shea Hope will be looking for 2s and trying to just keep rotating the strike. We saw in that match, that first match, just how he went about things. Started off really slow, Shea Hope, but was able to accelerate at the end. So that's all part of his game.
Got to that 50 and 51 balls, Shea Hope, the captain, and then obviously progressed for the 100. Here's Rutherford just fending one off the hips, a shorter delivery by Bryden Carse. One thing that the England seamers have done today is use those scramble seam deliveries to the left-handers. Saw it earlier with Alec Athenaeus, and now we're seeing a lot of it to Sherfin Rutherford. They're using the pitch, Stacey.
Indeed they are. When we look at how wickets have fell, they've bowled various lengths. That fuller length which would have gotten Shimron Hetmeyer out. Yet they've done well. They've done their homework on a pitch that was kind of really tricky, and variable bounce was questioned a lot in the first match.
50 comes up. It's taken a while, 74 deliveries, but that won't matter to the West Indies. Here's a short delivery which is pulled, and in that gap does well though. I think that was Brooke down at deep backward square to get around to his right, just keep it to 1, but some progression being shown by these 2 in the middle.
And again, just the importance of that running between the wicket and that just understanding between each other to trust your partner with certain singles. Partnership moving on to 27 between this pair. It hasn't been easy days scoring out there.
And we see Ray and Ahmed, the leg spinner. Here is Carse. Short delivery this time at the body of Rutherford, who continues to show good restraint. We've seen him be attacking in this format in all of his cricket that he's played, Sherfin Rutherford. But so far it's been safe, it's been low risk and effective. He tucks this one into the onside, gets to the other end and brings Shea Hope on strike. So far so good for this partnership, Stacy-Ann King.
I mentioned 28, this partnership now with a good recovery period in this middle phase. But they'll have to do a lot more. And current run rate 4.11.
Here is Carse over the wicket to Shea Hope, who's driving again. He's loved that on drive. It goes past the fielder at mid-on, was at a wide mid-on position. I think it's Liam Livingston who tries to run around to his left, can't cut it off. And in the end, Shea Hope, yet again, another on drive that goes for 4.
Yeah, indeed. He scored a few of these off of Atkinson in previous overs during that first power play. Really exceptional. Beautiful looking at that shot once again from Shea Hope.
Yeah, he's played that classical stroke many times today. Here's the final delivery of the over from Kars, and it's turned into the onside, down to deep fine leg where Ryan Ahmed, who could be very important with ball in hand, does the fielding. It's a progressive over for the West Indies though. They're able to get 8 from the 13th. End of 13, Stacy-Ann King is 57 for 4. Coverage live on talkSPORT 2.
The 9-4s hit by West Indies thus far. 57 for 4. Even though they've lost wickets, this partnership is kind of a bright light for West Indies. They'll need this to go as deep as possible. We know the capabilities of Shea Hope. Rutherford into his second match, his second one-day international for West Indies.
You can hear the trumpets. The Barmy Army are out in their numbers. Fantastic to have them every time they come to the Caribbean. Now Will Jacks from over the wicket to Shea Hope is going to come back into the attack. First over was a good one, went for just 4. This is after not bowling in that first one international. Starts with deep cover, deep mid-wicket, long on, and no long off. Mid-off is in the circle. And so just 3 fielders used deep now, attacking from Joss Butler. And it's well fielded as driven back to Will Jacks. He does the fielding, probably saved a certain single there. And he gets an outstretched right hand to ensure it doesn't go down to that long on fielder. Now, what does he do with the field? Keeps it the same. Duckett is at mid-off, just on the edge of the circle. And here is Will Jacks. Another flighted delivery as Hope drives. Comes off the edge and goes to that point region. Work for deep cover to do. They get back for another 2.
Okay, again, good running and good gap finding as well from Shea Hope. Interesting times in the middle for him because it's actually gone past a runner ball in terms of 24 of 18. So a lot on his back as captain.
Here is Jacks to the right-handed Hope, who's coming forward defending this one. No run.
Can he possibly say that nothing he's incapable of doing or positions of being in?
Short delivery, just again punched into the onside where there's a straight mid-wicket, a catching fielder, and Duckett is now at straight mid-wicket, just deep mid-wicket, deep long on, and now long off goes back. So maybe an attacking option to Hope, thinking he may go for that shot where he plays so well down the ground. Here's Jacks, another flighted delivery, tempting him, but he defends it back to Jacks for another dot. So 2 runs from the first 5 deliveries, just 1 to go. So we hand it back to the studio in the UK. I think Mark Butcher is waiting for us live on talkSPORT 2. Here's Jacks, shorter delivery, it's tucked into the onside. It'll be a single to end the over. 60 for 4 correction after 14. Mark Butcher, the game is on a knife edge. It's all yours.
It certainly is, Nikhil. Thank you and Stacey very much for keeping us abreast of things going on out there in Antigua. It looks like a glorious day, that is for sure. Not seen the sunshine in a little while back here in London, I can guarantee you that. One of the many things about the game of cricket that is so fascinating is how opinions can change and how the sport itself can confound even the most sage of critics. Steve Harmison. 2 things. Sam Curran went none for 98 in the first one-day international and has come roaring back into form, which I suppose shouldn't be too much of a surprise. He is an incredibly tenacious and talented cricketer, and it's only a matter of time before he bounced back. Then you have the West Indies 4 down in the power play, and you bowl Will Jacks, who didn't bowl at all in the defence of 325, but is now bowling a spell when you would have thought that England might have gone for the jugular. Okay, all right, I'll take your word for it. As Kars is in to Hope, who plays a classy back foot punch, but it's stopped quite brilliantly by Phil Salt, who is without the keeping pads and gloves. At backward point, dives on it to his right and saves a single.
It's on. Oh, wait, it's not up.
I reckon you're going to have to start that again, Steve, because I could hear you perfectly well, but I'm not entirely sure that the millions out there listening.
I've just never heard him sound so eloquent.
I know, it was fabulous,
It was brilliant. It was maybe the best thing he's ever said.
And may I say,
Perfect English.
the people to log on the YouTube channel to watch the live stream to see just how sylph-like Stephen Harmson is looking in the run-up to Christmas. Looking good, big man.
Yeah, I'm getting myself ready for Santi and everything that comes with the trimmings of eating and drinking as much as I normally do. I haven't been doing it as much. I've lost a couple of stone. It was much needed. I'll tell you that story in a bit.
Tattooed right arm, but he bails out about 10 yards away from his delivery stride as there's something awry either behind the bowler's arm or with the vision of the striker Rutherford. You mentioned Santa there, Steve. There's quite a few West Indian supporters with the full woolly hat, white beard, rather like myself. Although the beard is perhaps a little shorter than some of those large Santa Claus style ones. As Cast is in again, tongue poking out of the right side of his mouth, in cutter to Rutherford, who plays it quite nicely with a full face, just glides it past Salt at a point just in front of him to his left, and they'll pick up a single. 62 for 4, 3 deliveries gone at the 15th.
Yeah, the point I was making when nobody could hear us, which was a good point, Butch, is one of my better ones.
It really was.
We're talking about Sam Curran, and not for 98, and we're talking about confidence as bowlers, even in this game. 3 overs for 19. And his action didn't look the greatest. He looked as though he was pulling his sort of right arm out, with his front side out too early. His head was dipping.
Cast in once again, over the wicket to Shea Hope. Oh, wow, that's a fabulous stroke. Wasn't a bad ball. Back of the length would have gone over the top of middle and off stump. And he just sort of stood tall and banged it with a half horizontal, half vertical bat, wide of mid-on, over mid-on. One bounce 4. That is a shot of high class.
Yeah, great shot from Shea Hope, and one of the only ones probably in this game that's in the sort of form, talking about confidence of Sam Curran. You know, to play that shot, telling bowlers Atkinson and Cast to hit the pitch hard, you know, go hard into length and make them hit you off an inconsistent surface. That was a wonderful shot.
In fact, he went all the way for 6 as Cast is in again and hits almost exactly the same spot. This time Hope is forced to go up onto his toes and just play with a dead bat, runs it to Salt at backward point, and there's no run.
I think England have done, and they've done really well at hitting the pitch. The first couple of overs, they were very, very floaty. There's a no ball there. Umpire Nigel Dugan just indicating there's a free hit. Bryden Cast is a long way over the front line. Shea Hope has got a free hit, but I think they've done well at hitting the pitch. The inconsistency of a newish surface, and that wasn't there for the first couple of overs, and you could see that. Then all of a sudden they pulled their length back. Sam Curran got some confidence by getting that first wicket.
Cast in then, free hit. Hope sets himself to do something violent. Cast kind of spots him getting outside the line of off stump and fires it wide, but too wide, so he's going to have to bowl it again.
Yeah, he's just tried to use where the wide line is. Shea Hope's gone right across, standing more or less with his back foot, the heel of his back foot, right on off stump, opened himself up, trying to hit it onto the leg side. Cast has seen it early and gone wider, and he's been punished for a wide.
Okay, still a free hit. Goes for the red marker, the umpire's guideline. Shea Hope can only get the toe end of it, but he'll come through for a single, 2 extra cover. 71 for 4, 1 ball left of the 15th. Hope is 33 from 27, Rutherford 14 from 24. Cast has the rather ignominious figures of none for 23 from 2.5 overs thus far. You're a big fan of Bryden Cast, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. I'm a huge fan. I think he's got huge potential of that Liam Plunkett role in the middle overs.
Slow ball that time, and Rutherford pushes forward, knocks it between point and extra cover. He'll pick up a single and keep the strike. We mentioned Liam Plunkett a lot into the 15th over, 72 for 4. But Cummins, in more recent times, that was the role that he found himself in, whether by hook or by crook, in the World Cup for Australia, and did it brilliantly. Jarrod.
He did it brilliantly in the final. pretty ordinary.
That's all that matters.
He's pretty ordinary all the way through until he got there. Bowled brilliantly in that last game. The length England bowled in the power plays compared to the last game. Last game they bowled a lot full and a lot back of the length. This time they basically bowled from 4.5 metres to about 7.5 metres. So they really went either slightly fuller and tried to get the ball to swing, or they just hit the pitch very hard. So big change there. But I know you two are just going to love this. Butch usually hates my stats, but he'll like this. Shafane Rutherford doesn't have a weakness against off-spin. There's no matchup reason, so it doesn't make any sense. He averages 32 in T20 cricket. He obviously hasn't played in the ODIs. He's slow against it, but he doesn't go out to it.
Jax is in, the off-spinner, to the bulletproof against off-spin Shafane Rutherford. I just don't understand it. I mean, honestly, that's completely blown my mind today, that you'd have a team fall down, you wouldn't throw the ball to Rayan Ahmed or one of your proven wicket takers or your main spin bowler. Short ball is dragged down and is pulled just wide of mid-wicket. It might have been a catching opportunity, but it's gone wide of mid-wicket. Livingston was unable to stop it from going for 4 wide mid-on, and that'll be a boundary to Rutherford off his non-nemesis off-spinner, Will Jax.
Some average cricket all round. It's just a filthy drag down. Ball that's gone straight through mid-wicket's hands, and Liam Livingston should do a hell of a lot better with his dive or slide in stop.
Jax full toss this time, wide of leg stump, and Rutherford says thank you very much, sweeps it backward a square, no man back there, only 4 men outside the circle at this stage of the innings, and that's 2 absolute pies from Will Jax in a situation that I cannot understand why he's bowling.
I mean, that is just a horrendous ball. I think the worst ball in cricket is the full toss outside leg stump, because there's no redeeming feature to that from a cricket perspective. But yeah, so he strikes it just over 5 runs and over in T20 cricket, which is quite low, Butch.
Forward goes Rutherford to a well-pitched off-break, nudges it into the offside, and there is a single. Well, one thing I will say is, because people have been going, "Wow, you lot all wanted Will Jax to bowl in the last game." 2 very, very different circumstances. The circumstances in the first game was England had 325 on the board. Sam Curran was clearly struggling and was going around the park. The spinners had control of the game as Jax is in once again, and this time Hope strokes it into the offside for a single. The spinners had control of the game. They were turning the ball. West Indies were going absolutely nowhere, and if you were going to use your 6th bowler, that was the time to do it. When you've got them 4 down in the power play, I would suggest that throwing the ball to your 6th bowler is not the right way to go. Call me old-fashioned as well. Will Jax is in, pitches the ball on a decent length, but it's nudged down the ground for another single towards mid-on.
I think last game, perhaps they didn't trust Will Jax to bring him on and bowl, and I think there was a conversation had of, we actually need to see this guy bowl, and I think Buttler is now overcompensating for that by bringing him on at this stage, which makes no sense. But
well, listen, all I will say to you is this: if I'm captain of a team and my captaincy has been, or my tactical nous has been called into question over the course of the World Cup, I'm not experimenting at this point. I am nailing a 4 down for 23.
At 23 for 4, and everything being talked about my captaincy, Gus Atkinson is bowling his 10 more or less off the reel. Bryden Carter's coming straight on. Sam Curran's got 3 for 19. He's bowling 10, very close to 10. And I'm trying to bowl them out for 120 inside 34, 35 overs.
Yeah, and then
that's what a captain does.
Post-match interview with a big grin on my face going, yeah, I've got control of this.
And we've also seen why he didn't trust Will Jax in the previous game, because he bowled a half-tracker there and then a full toss outside leg stump. So,
Well, you've gone from devil's advocate to Butch's advocate within the space of a couple of sentences, so we can all be thankful for that. 83 for 4 from 16. West Indies doing a little bit of a rebuild here. Hope is 34 from 28, Rutherford 25 from 30, and the partnership is now 60 after what was one-way traffic in and just out of the power play as England knocked over Adsonays, Carty, King and Hetmeyer with just 23 runs on the board, with England having won the toss and inserted the home team.
And it was all done by Sam Curran. He bowled 3 overs for 18, 19, I think it was. He looked as though, for me, he was struggling with his action. Said a bit earlier, his front side was coming out too early, which pulling his head away towards square leg. When you do that, you don't then get full sort of full rotation of your body, so you're not going to get it to swing, you're not going to get a consistent length. He was bowling wide to the right-hander, then all of a sudden he bowled an absolute beauty. Got one just to hold their line, and then his action was good from there. He held his head up. Any left armer will tell you that your head position has got to be high and tall and give it the best chance of full rotation to get it to swing. And once he did that, he looked a completely different bowler, did Sam Curran. He's got 3 for 19 off his 5 overs. I say 3, 2.5 really, because the one of Shipman Hepmeyer, I'm sorry, I don't get that one. I really don't get that one. Straight away I've gone down leg side. Yeah. As soon as it's hit his pad, I'm going naked eye down leg side. Worst, best case scenario from a bowler's point of view, if you DRS it, it's going to be clipping leg stump and you don't lose a referral. Josh Butler's gone and referred it. When I've seen him refer it and then seen the slow-mo again, I'm going, oh, we've lost this one, Josh. I'm sorry you've lost it. It's hitting it full on, leg stump.
Yeah. But I mean, to be fair, it was a wobble seam delivery, wasn't it? It wasn't sort of seam up, looking to swing it away from the left-hander.
And that's what Josh said. Did it swing?
Yeah, and it didn't. But it actually pitched and straightened a little. Whether it straightened enough to clonk full on into leg stump is a moot point, or one that the technology will tell you it did. Rayan Ahmed is in. We've been asking for him. Here he is. And starts round the wicket to the left-handed Rutherford, who gets an outside edge, thick outside edge. It runs down to third man. Atkinson slides, picks up and throws it in, but they pick up a single. Rayan Ahmed starts without a slip. England, of course, still very much in the ascendancy, 84 for 4. And Ahmed, with that customary 100 megawatt grin on his face, he is absolutely loving playing international cricket, the 19-year-old, and why wouldn't he? Slip in now to the right-handed Hope. As Rutherford is in, beautifully pitched leg break. Has Hope decided that he was going to stay back, I think, from quite a long way out, but then realised that the length had done him, so he lunged forward a bit and managed to keep that one out. Dot ball. Ahmed in again. Butler crouches, waiting. A little over pitch that time, and Shea Hope's frustrated that he wasn't able to knock it away for a single. Bowler picks it up in his follow-through. Dot, Jarrod.
Rayan Ahmed against left-handers is really interesting. So when you get a chance,
go on,
I'll come in.
We'll be the judge of that. As Ahmed is in. Shea Hope, brilliant footwork. Makes the tricky look very, very simple. Just goes back straight onto leg stump, so he doesn't get his front pad in the way, and works it square, behind square on the leg side for a single.
Rayan Ahmed against left-handers bowls around the wicket 87% of the time, which is more than any bowler in one-day international cricket. Even you're interested in that? There was a glint.
There must be something wrong with me. Yeah, go on.
He's got a bowling average around the wicket of 13.
Excellent. Round the wicket to the left-handed Rutherford. Beautifully pitched. Ball angling in, pitching on Midland, leg stump, straightening. Rutherford having to defend.
But possibly we're talking about captaincy. He's got no slip to Rayan Ahmed, who turns the ball well, googly to the left-hander, but one to Hope.
I'm with you. I wonder if they're just toying with us back here. Josh Butler is just kind of, it's the old Blackadderism of doing the same thing over and over again, because it's the last thing they'd expect you to do the next time. End of the over, good one from Rayan Ahmed, 2 runs from it. It's 85 for 4, Hope 35 from 31, Rutherford 26 from 33. At the current rate, West Indies are looking at making 257 and over from here, gets them 316. It's 85 for 4.
So most leg spinners bowl over the wicket to right-handers, because traditionally you want to bowl the ball on the stump, straighten it, bring LBW in, and occasionally have the wrong and go across. Because he's wrong and dependent, he's doing what, and this is a new thing we're seeing with left-arm spinners as well. They're coming around the wicket, and they're bowling almost like left-arm orthodox bowlers to right-handers. It's very, very different, but so far he's much better against left-handers and right-handers.
As Jacks continues over the wicket to the right-handed Hope, who again goes back outside the line of leg stump, really, just to open up the offside, nudges it to the right-hand side of point, and they come through for a single. I mean, and that's exactly what you expect. I mean, so people might talk about an off-spinner to a left-hander being an ideal matchup because the ball's spinning away. Well, Rayan Ahmed bowls the googly almost probably better than he bowls a leg spinner, so he kind of does the job of the off-spinner anyway. And Jacks has a slip to the left-handed Rutherford, who again goes on the back foot, a little bit short that time, but punches it with a straight back down to long on, and there is a single.
Well, he currently averages 13 against left-handers coming around the wicket and 27 over to right-handers. Now, he hasn't played a lot of ODI cricket or anything like that, but it does show you And because there are so many googly dependent bowlers now.
Hope again finds the gap, this time beats the man on the 45. There's no one on the sweep behind square on the leg side, and that'll beat Crawley, and Crawley is very quick, but it just teased him all the way out to the fence, and I think it has bumped into the boundary cushions for 4. I mean, again, sort of going back to the whole thing, you've got Shai Hope at one end, yes, you've got left-hander at the other, but West Indies' best batter, Shai Hope, is in at the other end. Just got in, 4 down. Get your most likely bowler to get him out before he gets himself in. He's now got 40 from 33, and the West Indies have gone from 23 for 4 to 91 for 4.
Also, he's great against finger spin, Shai Hope, so he'll knock around even a good finger spinner for ages. It's the seam bowls he doesn't like, right? So
yeah, Jax is going at 7s.
Yeah. A little bit more than the other bowlers.
Just a touch as Jax is in again, wide of the off stump, slapped through the offside by Hope, who serenely moved to 41 from 34.
Yeah, and that last shot, the last boundary, it was beautiful batting from Hope. You can see Jax hasn't, obviously doesn't bowl that much, hadn't bowled that much when it comes to it. He just feinted to come down, then all of a sudden stayed where he was, and Jax dragged his length back.
Well pitched off break that time, but Rutherford plays it like a man who averages 35 against off spin, just nudges it into the offside and rotates the strike with ease.
There seems to be a bit more sort of fluidity towards Jax's action when he's bowling at the left-hander than the in-form Shai Hope.
Back over the wicket to Hope, who again goes back on the line of leg stump in order to open up the offside, despite the fact that the ball is notionally turning back into him. He'll pick up another single, keep the strike, 42 from 35 for him, 94 for 4 the West Indies, and the rebuild continues.
And a lot of people will be listening at home and think we're being a little bit picky on the England cricket team at this minute in time. And talk about rebuild. It is a rebuild after World Cup. Some younger players that are in, but these are the things that you expect international players, international captains to pick up on straight away. You seize a team when the team's in a position of strength, seizing a team, and when you've got a team by the throat, you don't let them up. That's what relentless teams do. That's what this England cricket team's done for so many years. And I think that's why we talk in the frustration that we are speaking in, because of that. We're used to this team being so relentless in decision making.
Holding them to a higher standard, perhaps, I guess, as Ahmed is in. Over pitch, but not a bad ball at all. Stroked down the ground by Shai Hope. And West Indies are just scoring at will here at the moment. It's not, doesn't appear to be any pressure from either end at the minute, as both of these guys have got themselves in. And another wicket to the left-handed Rutherford is Ahmed. And Rutherford just plays it beautifully. I remember watching Shafane Rutherford, he knocks it past extra cover for a single. Again, they rotate the strike. Shafane Rutherford and Shimon Hetmeyer in partnership, playing for Guyana Amazon Warriors on one of those low square turning things at Providence Stadium. Drilled down the ground, another full ball, hit slightly against the spin towards Crawley at mid-on.
Every pitch.
Yeah.
Providence Stadium.
Yeah, almost every pitch in the Caribbean, at least away from Jamaica or St Lucia. Very warm welcome to listeners on talkSPORT. England had the West Indies 23 for 4. West Indies have recovered 97 for 4. The hero of the opening ODI, Shai Hope, is 44 not out. And for company, he has Shafane Rutherford, and only his second one-day international, stylish left-hander, who is 29 from 37. Rayan Ahmed is into the left-handed Rutherford, who gets onto the back foot, punches it down the ground, and Rayan Ahmed fields off his own bowling. For those of you just joining us, there's been quite a healthy debate around the decision that Joss Buttler and England have taken once they had the West Indies 4 down. The upshot of which is that we think they've let them off the hook, big style. Final ball of Ahmed's over is knocked into the offside, and the West Indies are 98 for 4, 19 gone, Rutherford 30, Hope 44, and the spinners are being milked nicely. And if you have just joined us and unaware of what happened at the top, both teams unchanged from the opening match on Sunday, where England won the toss and decided this time to bowl first. It started off pretty well for them. Sam Curran picking up 3 early wickets, and Gus Atkinson, his Surrey teammate, picking up the other one, that of Alec Antonays. But since then, the West Indies have rebuilt, and they've rebuilt in some style actually, and without any undue alarms, to get themselves from 23 for 4 to 98 for 4. In the company of Steve Harmison, sylph-like Steve Harmison, who is about to enjoy watching his Durham compatriot Bryden Cass run into the left-handed Shafane Rutherford round the wicket. Starts off well, ball would have passed the top of off stump, and there is no run.
Yeah, this is a good move, this, from Josh Broughton to bring Bryden Cass on. I think they have let the West Indies hugely off the hook by whatever decision. It's turning. You know, we have to say the ball is turning. Rian Ahmed and Will Jacks were getting, you know, purchase off the ball, but when you look down at 23 for 4 in a contest when a pitch has got a little bit in it, to go to a bowler you didn't lose last week was quite baffling, to be honest.
Cass is a little straighter this time, and Rutherford moves smartly inside the line of it and tickles it down to Ahmed at fine leg for a single.
The thing I like about Cass in this current team would be, Butch, whether you look at whether Wood comes back into 50 over cricket. You've got the left arm option, whether it be Reece Topley or whether it's Sam Curran, Atkinson. You've got some skiddy bowlers, you've got some tall bowlers that sort of look up to challenge the stumps. Cass is the other way around. He challenges the middle of the pitch. He gives you that little bit of aggression at a good pace.
And then he goes over the wicket to Hope, who so silky, looks to push forward, but then decides that the ball is a little bit further back than he would like, so just rocks back, allows the ball to come to him and dabs it down the third man. And the ripple of applause you can hear from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium is for the West Indies passing 100, or just 100 dead, 100 for 4, halfway through the 20th.
Now the challenge for Bryden Cass is, we talk about Liam Plunkett, because of the role he's going to play. Liam Plunkett could find a way of getting wickets, whether it will be the short ball and getting caught in deep square leg or fine leg.
And he goes, gets the Yorker in, and Rutherford digs it out. Cass picks it up in his follow-through.
And Plunkett had his ball that from outside off stump, he could, from wide of the crease, or just off centre of the crease where you'd land, to run back onto the top of off stump. He had that beautifully, and Liam's wicket taking option was the one that clipped the top of off stump, or the one that sort of was the short ball, which either got sort of carved or pulled in the indifference bounce because of his height and the way he hit the surface. That was his wicket option. I'm not sure we fully understand what Cass's wicket option is yet as a bowler.
Cass is searching for that looked like an off-cutter that Rutherford played off the back foot to sort the backward point, and again there's no run. You mentioned Mark Wood there, actually, interesting one about whether or not we'll see him much in ODI cricket for England again. I put the same thing to you about him, that pace, all that kind of stuff, very dangerous with the new ball, or very dangerous with the red ball, getting the ball to swing. But what was Mark Wood's wicket taking option in ODI cricket? Because he didn't seem to get very many people out in it.
Yeah, I agree. I think for me, I thought he was wrongly used in the World Cup.
Cass back of a length. Rutherford can only nudge it to mid wicket, and there's no run. I mean, my younger brother, as the 20th over comes to a close, 100 for 4, suggested to me that, given how good his wrist is with the red ball, why not use him with the new ball in the white ball cricket?
I'd said all World Cup he had to use the new ball. England have built their success on, they had Jofra Archer during the World Cup, where they had a quick bowler at the top and a quick bowler in the middle with somebody who was a little bit taller to hit the deck in Liam Plunkett and Mark Wood. That's how they won the World Cup. Chris Woakes pitching up, trying to swing it. But I think I couldn't understand why Mark Wood didn't use the new ball in the World Cup. We didn't have that bowler at the start to go, right, we might go at 6 and over, 8 and over, 10 and over for the power play, but we're going to get wickets. And 90 plus mile an hour gets you wickets. We've seen that. We've seen that with Mohammad Shami and one or two others.
Dragged down from Rian Ahmed, but slapped out to Harry Brooke. He made good ground to his right, out there on the sweep on the offside, and they only come through for a single, 101 for 4.
I thought during the World Cup, England got predictable using Mark Wood. It was all all eggs in one basket both ways. It was either short ball, and he had written all over his head that he was going to bowl the short ball, or it was a really full ball. Nothing in between.
Oh, big appeal. Ahmed with a wide pitched delivery to the left-hander that pitched in the bowler's footmarks and just went straight on. Rutherford tried to open the face and run it to third man, but missed it by the looks of it, because Butler's appeal was only half of one.
I thought there was a noise, Butch. I thought there was a noise.
Might have hit the floor with his bat.
Beautiful right.
Nope. Interesting to see the TV replay with the Snicko involved. Good googly that time, I think. Rutherford read it because he rode it nicely. There is ultra edge and no noise. So those chipmunks in your head again, Steve, banging away. As Ahmed tosses that one up a little bit quicker. And Rutherford tried to drive through extra cover, but it came off the inside part of the bat. I think probably went between his legs, nutmegged himself, and ended up in the hands of the man on the 45. There is a catching man for Rayan Ahmed now, but he's in front of the bat. It's at short extra cover. It's like a wide, silly mid-off, I suppose. You can remember back to days of school cricket. And Ahmed is a top spinner that time. Silly mid-off, waves it through to extra cover, who dives to his left and fields it behind him. Will Jacks with the fielding at that point. Run rate is dipping slightly below 5 now, 4.85. It's a tidy over this from Rayan Ahmed. Can he finish it off? Googly that time. Not read, I think, by Rutherford, but it gets a thick outside edge, which just gives him enough room to call Shai Hope through for a single. He'll keep the strike. 102 for 4, 21 gone.
Just a quick one on Mark Wood. I was in the gym the other day, and I was in the gym the other day, and I didn't see him. He come sneaking in behind me, and let us know that he was there. And spend about 10 minutes, 20 minutes on the treadmill, blowing out of everything that I possibly had that I could blow out.
Oh, what a lovely thought.
Yeah, and then I had a conversation with him afterwards. As I am as red as anything, sweating like you'd not believe, and he is standing there, you know, professional athlete. And I was looking at him, and I just looked across him, and I said to him, "You'll end up stop bowling one day, and you might end up looking like this."
I would say that's highly unlikely. Bryden casts it in. Rutherford slaps it away. Phil Salt gets in the road at backward point. Athletic stuff from him. Speaking of athletes, Philo Wallace is now with Andrew McKenna.
Thank you, boys. Well, what have you been doing for the last hour, you lot? I mean, we had a devastating spell earlier on. West Indies 23 for 4. And not had a wicket since. 103 for 4. Shai Hope, 46 not out from 39 balls. I think I've read this particular book before. He's playing beautifully again. Rutherford, 33 not out from 50 at the non-strikers. Here is Cars, bringing Hope forward, pushes out into the offside, and there is no run. Well, Philo, it's a heck of a comeback from the West Indies, where they were to where they are now. Look, it's not great, but it's a heck of a lot better than it was.
The score recovery, and the captain is there, and he's finding a very good foil in Rutherford, learning from his mistakes on Sunday. Got 3 balls, hit one, the first for 6, and got out on the third. But now he's looking to build a partnership, and this is what is required after losing those 4 quick wickets.
23 balls since the last boundary for Cars over the wicket. Hope pulls it around the corner, up on one leg, helps it around to deep square where Liam Livingston will field, and it'll just be a single. Athanaze 4, King 17, Carty a 2-ball duck, Hetmeyer a 4-ball duck. The 4 men dismissed. 3 of them to Sam Curran, 1 to Gus Atkinson. And England, after winning the toss and putting the opposition in today, certainly came out of the traps all guns blazing. Where is this innings going to go as we're in the 22nd over? Cast around the wicket to the left-handed Rutherford, down the leg side. That will be wide, and it will be bowled again. Of course, as well as listening to us, you can watch us over on YouTube with our watch-along over on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Not only do we do these commentaries there, you can also get the exclusive interviews and much more. Make sure you subscribe, though, because if you do that, then you can send us a question, and we'll get the Combined Brains Trust to answer those questions for you. So do get in touch there, or of course via the @cricket_TS or @talkSPORT2 Twitter feeds. Cast in, Rutherford from the crease, squared up a little bit, pushes out on the offside, and there's no run.
Yes, this is good bowling from Brandon Cars. He hasn't picked up a wicket as yet, but he's hitting the ball into the surface and obviously forcing Rutherford and Hope not to make those big shots, to play more defensive. But this is good batting by this pair. Some 82 runs already in partnership. And they look comfortable, although some good deliveries and some good overs has been put together by the English bowlers. They're still there, and that is really, really important. Hope is 47 from 41 balls, so he will look to continue his good form.
Cass around the wicket to the left-handed Rutherford again, drops into the offside. Duckett fields quickly, gets sent back, shy at the stumps at the keeper's end. Ball doesn't hit the stumps, and there was a thought of an overthrow that was never really there, but maybe that's just sort of showing a little bit of inexperience from Rutherford there. Just push for a single that, look, you've got to be looking all the time. I've got no issue with that, but there was never one there.
No, there's never a single. Obviously, it's his second ODI, and he's in with a captain who's in form. He wants to get him on strike. That is sheer hope, but he needs to obviously make sure the ball is clear of the fielder. That would have been a suicide single if they're taking it.
Could you imagine if you run the skipper out in this form? My days. Cast in to finish the over. Again, full straight, on off stump, and Rutherford pushes back down the pitch to end the 22nd over here on talkSPORT 2. West Indies against England, exclusively live, one-day international cricket on talkSPORT 2. They're 105 for 4 after 22.
Yes, a very good over there from Brendan Carr. So asking to do the hard work in those middle overs, hitting the ball into the surface, and obviously the ball not really deviating a lot, but because he's in that tight line coming around the wicket to the left-handed, Rutherford's not giving him any room to use his arms. All Rutherford can do is just defend the ball into the offside or onside. So obviously the English bowlers have done their homework, and they've decided now that they're going to hit the pitch hard and bowl a lot of good balls in the right areas.
Right, Butch and Harney were having the discussion about whether England had allowed the West Indies to get off the hook a little bit. 23 for 4. Was bowling Will Jacks the right option? Let's turn that around now from a West Indian point of view, Philo. What would the West Indian batters have liked least? Would they have wanted Will Jacks to come on? And therefore, do you agree with the boys that England missed a trick? Or both Rayan Ahmed and Will Jacks have both turned it. So was it an experiment worth happening for you?
I think that the West Indian batters will be happy to see Will Jacks bowling.
Well, Rayan Ahmed is bowling at the moment. Starts the new over with a googly, no run.
He's not a frontline spinner. He's one that you will fill in. Obviously, Liam Livingston's the man the first game that bowled 10 overs along with Rayan Ahmed. So giving Will Jacks the ball at that critical stage would have eased the pressure a bit.
Ahmed goes in and bowls a short leg break halfway down the pitch. He's pulled round to Sam Curran at deep mid-wicket, and a single is taken. 106 for 4. Jarrod, do you want to come in?
Yeah, so Gary Morgan sent us a stat that this is the first time in 2 years that England had a team 20 for 4 in that kind of range. And I went through the previous bowling patterns, and England attacked. They used Wood, Adil Rashid, Tom Curran, I think, came on, David Willey.
Rayan Ahmed goes in googly, outside edge. Rutherford manages to nudge it just past of Joss Butler at keeper, and it goes for 4 through third. Atkinson can't get back and take that. It was a gentle push more than anything else, not a full-blooded edge. Joss Butler didn't have a chance really of taking that, and he runs away for 4.
Yes, Rutherford obviously the googly spinning away from the left-hander, but he played with soft hands, and the ball just went past Josh Butler's left bat and down to the third man boundary for 4. But a welcome boundary all the same for West Indies and Rutherford.
Ahmed around the wicket to the left-handed Rutherford, inside half of the bat, goes to Ben Duckett at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 4 balls of the over gone. Yeah, Gary came up with that stat that the game at the Oval against Sri Lanka, Rayan Ahmed is in, pushing into the offside, again no run. Now interestingly, 4 down with less than 25 on the board, Sri Lanka went on to make 241 for 9 in that game. So England actually did go on to win the game, but again they weren't, I guess, as ruthless as they would want to be when you got the opposition in that state. Rayan Ahmed to finish the over with an absolute brilliant googly. It's a huge swipe. He's going back over the bowler's head, is Rutherford. At least that's the intention. doesn't get anything on it, through to the keeper's gloves, and there's no run. That was an absolute beauty to finish the over, Philo.
That's a very good delivery to finish that over. That ball pitched just on about middle and off stump. You look at the hit it somewhere in the leg side, ball missing the outside edge. I'm going through to keeper Butler. I realized is asking, my God, how did it miss that? But a good delivery. And I was just about to say that Rutherford looks impatient. He's not going to drop the ball and go for these quick singles, which is not necessary. He just needs to hold his own and support Shea Hope.
He's also probably not used to a leg spinner coming around the wicket with such a good fast wrong-in.
But Jarrod, he's from Guyana.
He's used to spin, don't get me wrong.
He's used to spin.
But it's very rare. So Rayan Ahmed already has, I think it's the 4th most wickets of a leg spinner coming around the wicket bowling wrong-ins, like in the database. It's a weird angle, and usually, as you would know, Philo, usually when someone bowls wrong-ins, the ball slows down, right? And it doesn't for Rayan Ahmed. He keeps his pace up. It's a weird thing. I'm not saying that he shouldn't have played that last shot. None of that has to do with that last shot. A good ball, but it is a weirder thing to face a leg spinner coming around on this angle.
We've just had a banana break. Shea Hope's just had a banana. Back underway. Hope on strike. 48 not out to Cast. Oh, he's jumping in behind that one, but it didn't bounce very much. Flip round to deep backwards go. They've taken one. They're coming back for 2, and that's a half century for the skipper. Shea Hope, 50 from 44 balls. Follows up that incredible 109 not out in the opening match of the series. The West Indies captain is not only coming to the party, he is hosting the party, and he's enjoying every single moment of it.
It's very well played by Captain Shea Hope. Another half century. He's gone to 25 half centuries now in his ODI career, along with 1600s, and he must continue to bat.
Cass over the wicket from rib cage height outside of off stump. It's a short arm pull from Hope, only finds Ben Duckett at mid wicket, and there's no run.
I think Cars has realised that Shea Hope has a problem facing the short ball on a length coming back into him. He played that one not convincingly, just looking to hit it a little too square, and found himself just tucking it to Ben Duckett. He just needs to be still. Shea Hope in his stance and just try to go across the stump and work the ball into that mid-wicket, mid-on area rather than looking to hit Cars too far behind.
Cass is on the way over the wicket to the right-handed Hope once again. Again, he's up on his toes, dropping it into the offside, no run. He's halfway through his 6th over, Cass. 0 for 31 for him so far. Sam Curran opened things up and started the proceedings. 3 for 19 from his 5 overs. Gus Atkinson 1 for 21 from 5. Will Jacks 0 for 27 from 4. Rayan Ahmed 0 for 13 from 4. So once again, 5 bowlers used by England so far. Shea Hope waits for Bryden Cass. Again, it's a chest high ball pulled down to deep backward square. Very interestingly, it's Zach Crawley that's stationed down there. Now, Zach Crawley has already taken a couple of cracking catches in the slips, which seems to imply to me that he's not there taking in the sun to get a tan. England think there might be a mode of dismissal as a possibility.
Well, Mark, on a cricket field, no one can hide. And it's a beautiful day in Antigua, so he will get a tan.
You clearly never played with the talkSPORT team.
No, not yet. But obviously, Zach Crawley was in slip. He took some very good catches. But in this passage of play, when you look at West Indies, regrouping.
Cass is in. Rutherford off of the front foot, pushes into the covers and will amble a single, taking the score to 114 for 4.
Yes, obviously they're looking to keep building on this partnership between Rutherford and Shea Hope. So not a lot of chances they're going to take, one but hope, no pun intended. So Zach Crawley is in the defensive field and on the boundary. He's a good catcher as well on the boundary. So, and he's tall. And normally in this modern day cricket now, you really find they put the taller fielders in strategic fielding positions where the ball will come more often, not in the air.
Cass to complete his over. Bat turns in the hand of Hope on this occasion. It goes up to Harry Brook at mid-on, and it'll be a single only. 24 overs gone here on talkSPORT 2. 115 for 4. Rutherford 38 from 58 balls. He'll retain the strike for the next over. Shea Hope's there 52 from 48.
Yes, Shea Hope and Rutherford continue to do the rebuilding process here for West Indies. But you can't rule out Cars. I think Cars has bowled well. He's been hitting the deck hard. That over cost 5 runs, but he's caused Shea Hope some concern. And obviously you can see clearly that Cars is the man that Butler is going to bowl those hard middle overs and bowl that hard length that we continue to ask them to bowl.
Don't forget Premier League football every weekend, of course, on the talkSPORT network. This weekend, at Saturday lunchtime, Crystal Palace Liverpool will be coming your way at 12:30 on talkSPORT. On talkSPORT 2, Wolves against Nottingham Forest. That's at 3 o'clock. Once full-time is reached there, then we'll be back in business. Barbados for the final one-day international of this series. We're on air at 5 o'clock again for a 5:30 first ball. Rayan Ahmed to start the next over. Off the back foot is Shea Hope to Crawley at long on for a single. He goes to 53, 116 for 4. Jarrod.
So Shea Hope in ODI cricket has now passed the score of 50, 41 occasions. I'll let both of you work out how many times he's done it better than a run a ball.
Okay. Well, your immediate thoughts are that's a loaded question. Rayan Ahmed goes in. He's around the wicket to the left-handed Rutherford. Pushes out to Ben Duckett at mid-wicket and will take a single, 117 for 4.
Yes, this is good batting by Shea Hope and Rutherford. Rutherford obviously is working the ball into the leg side and rotating the strike, left hand, right hand combination, which is good. But you also have to commend Rayan Ahmed. He's bowled very well to this period thus far.
Ahmed is over the wicket to Hope, and there's some frustration there. You might just have picked it up through the stomach because he's ended up giving Hope a low full toss, which he's able to just punch to deep long on for a single. Right, I've got 3 more balls to think about this.
You know, I think we commentated one of these games as well, Macca, but I don't remember it at all. But
so it was memorable, clearly. Both the commentary and the game. Rayan Ahmed in around the wicket to Rutherford. It's going down the leg side, and Rutherford can't get bat on it, and then can't get his body out on the way. It trickles out on the onside, no run.
So 41 games.
Yes. 41 games he's got to 50. How many times has he run a ball? Googly again from Rayan Ahmed. It's short of a length, and Rutherford off the back foot hammers it back at Rayan Ahmed, who's not able to stop it cleanly, and they will take a single, 119 for 4.
So, I mean, I asked this, and Philo will know, it's because Hope is legendarily slow in one-day cricket.
Yes.
And so I was even wondering when I looked it up, or I got Gary to look it up, if this might be the first time it had happened.
Final ball of the over. Coming forward is Hope. There's a short mid-off and a shortish extra cover in the ring, and he can't beat either of them. It's straight to short extra cover. We've reached the halfway mark of the innings. 25 overs gone, 119 for 4 are the West Indies. Hope has got to a half century, 54 from 51. Rutherford 40 from 61. I'll go on, just for a laugh, then I'll go 6.
This is the 3rd time in 41 innings in one-day international cricket where he's scored his 50 at more than a run a ball. It's incredible how slow he has been in his career and how quickly he's got in the last 12 months, where he's clearly just a different player now than he's ever been before.
Yeah, he has transformed his game. I remember, I think last year he decided not to play 4-day cricket, to go off to Bangladesh and play T20 cricket. He ended up captaining the side in Bangladesh. And his cricket has just evolved from then, and he continues to score runs. I ran a ball 3 times in 41, 41 over 50. It's okay. He's improving. I think he understands what he has to do. He was opening the batting as well, so maybe that was a point where he told himself he had to bat through the innings. Now he's come at number 4. He can actually dictate what he wants to do in the middle. Because when you open in the batting, everything is to build an innings, build an innings. And if we see like what happened today, we lost 4 wickets. West Indies lost 4 wickets for 23 runs. If Hope was the other opening batter, we wouldn't be 119 for 4, because he'd be looking to still consolidate. So because he's moved down the order, he's given himself a wider view of how to approach his innings, and he's starting to mature as well in that 96-run partnership from 111 balls, on which he's 54.
Breaking news, everyone. We've got a 6th bowler used in one of these games. Liam Livingston, right arm around the wicket off spin to the left-handed Rutherford, pushes to point and will take a single.
Yes, this is a good move here by Josh Butler.
No, I mean, you're right about him changing, but one thing I would say is, Philo, he could have actually scored with the fielders up quickly as well, but he didn't. But the one game he did that me and Macca commentated, I'm pretty sure Macca was there, was Island West Indies in Jamaica? Yeah, in Jamaica. He went nuts. He scored 53 off 39 balls, opening the batting.
But scoring like that requires confidence.
Yeah, no one else made any runs.
Livingston over the wicket to Rutherford, and that was one that didn't turn into the right-hander as he might have expected. Actually carried on and drifted away. Hope to short third, and there's no run.
So that game is a perfect example of why he often didn't score so quickly, and I'll explain why.
Livingston is in. Rutherford, Hope is forward, sort of sliced off the outside half of the bat out to Gus Atkinson at deep cover for a single. 121 for 4.
So that game, he went up against Ireland, and Ireland won that series, didn't they? So they were very keen to win that game. It was 72 for 1 when Shai Hope went out in the 11th over, and they were bowled out for 212.
Livingston brings Rutherford forward, pushes to Saltic square cover, and there's no run.
So some of it is his natural defensiveness. He's seen as a bit of a selfish player at times, plays for himself. He's certainly shed that of recent times.
Livingston around the wicket to Rutherford again, reaching forward, playing with the hands is Rutherford. Backward of point, they will take one. Oh, they're going to get more than one. Crawley's not picked it up cleanly at deep point, and they will take 2. Well, maybe this is the Owen Morgan equivalent from Shai Hope then. He's just going to go out there, and this is his way. It's very interesting actually at the end of that over, as we bring up the 100 partnership from 116 balls. They came together at 23 for 4. It's now 123 for 4 as we're about to get the final ball of the as a bit of a loopy full toss from Livingston to Rutherford, hit to long on for a single. 5 from that particular over. 124 for 4.
Yes, Macca, you were saying?
Oh, sorry, I was just going to say maybe this is Shai Hope's version, if you like, of the Owen Morgan. Right, we're just going to go out there. Look, of course, he is captain. There's all sorts of pressures on that. He's the wicket-keeper as well. That wicket-keeper captain is difficult. He's got to lead the way, be the main run scorer. So he's clearly decided things are changing. But what I was going to mention was, of course, that after Sunday's game, he was talking about the impact of talking to MS Dhoni. And MS Dhoni said to him, you can always catch up your scoring rate later on. You don't have to go out at a strike rate of 220 from ball number 1. You can catch it back up. And so maybe that sort of, just that clarity, that change in his thinking has really helped him.
Yes, obviously you give credit to MS Dhoni for helping, for speaking to him. MS Dhoni is one of the famous for his finishes. A very quiet and unassuming leader, MS Dhoni was, but a good producer. I know we're seeing sheer hope going into that same mold. Let's hope he can continue for a little while.
Rayan Ahmed around the wicket to the left-handed Rutherford. Again, it's the googly, pushed back on the onside of the bowler in his follow-through, and he will collect no run. Rayan Ahmed around the wicket, gives that one some air, and there's an inside edge onto the back foot, and it just dribbles out on the onside. Rayan Ahmed is asking questions of this West Indian batting lineup.
Yes, a good delivery there from Rayan Ahmed. Just flighting that ball again. No feet movement from Rutherford, just a big swing and inside edge in the ball.
This one he pushes out on the offside. No run. Yeah, it's hand-eye coordination at the moment.
Yes, he's just looking for cover. Obviously, Rutherford has played a lot of T20 and T10 cricket around the world. But the 50-over format, he needs to understand that he has balls to bat. And as we said before, he can make up.
Rayan Ahmed around the wicket. Oh, is it deep in his crease? The one that didn't bounce that much. Rutherford pushes to wide mid-wicket. No run inside the circle.
Phil, I just want to ask you, Rayan Ahmed, we've already talked about him bowling around the wicket to the left-handers being very good at it. So far, I'm just looking at intelligent cricket. They've got him averaging 15 against left-handers around the wicket.
Rayan Ahmed in, googly, off the underside of the bat through to Josh Butler, no run.
And 27 against right-handers, right? So that's the opposite of almost every other leg spinner in the world. Is it just that his wrong-un is so good? Is that the reason why he gets left-handers in trouble?
Rayan Ahmed in. Oh, it's a ball that's short, stands up, and Rutherford launches it over mid-wicket for 6. It went high, and just went and went and went. He kisses the crucifix around his neck because that maximum brings up a one-day international 50 from 71 balls. It's 130 for 4.
And when you have that ability to hit the ball over the boundary like Rutherford, there's no need to take chances. That ball just stood up in the pitch and he read it well. Stay on the back foot and just spanked it wide of long on for 6 to bring up his first one-day international half-century. And I just want to say congratulations to him. I hope he can continue and bat deep into these 50 overs along with his captain. He has the ability to score runs. He just has to believe in himself that he can do it.
Shafane Rutherford, 50 not outs. Liam Livingston to continue. Again, this one drifts on with the arm once again. Hope pushes to backward point, no run. You've been getting in touch via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel with a couple of questions. Deal with those in a moment. Nice shot from Hope. Gives himself a little bit of room, getting leg side of the delivery to hit down to Sam Curran at long off for a single. 1-3-1 for 4.
Yes, a good shot there from Sheer Hope. Livingston just bowling that ball just outside leg stump, but he gave himself so much room he could have spanked it down to long off. But again, he needs to still control this inning. Sheer Hope, he's 56 from 55 balls, and Rutherford is obviously 50 from 71. So they just need to keep their composure, keep scoring if they're going to get West Indies up to a target that a total that they can defend.
Around the wicket is Livingston. A little bit of air on that one. Rutherford hits hard through the covers, and in fact the sweeper out on the boundary won't get close to that one. That'll go away for another 4. 14th boundary 4 of the innings, 2 sixes as well. Rutherford's now got 54 from 72.
Everything about that shot was sweet, Macca. He got his foot out to the ball, got his hands through the ball nicely. The ball went along the ground and across the outfield and down to the boundary for 4.
Punched to Ben Duckett in the short cover region this time. No run.
It's amazing what a 50 can do. You have 50 runs and now you're starting to see the ball different and hit the ball different as well.
Livingston in. Oh, he's hit it very hard back towards Shea Hope and the non-strikers, and that goes for 4. Sam Curran can't get around, and that's another boundary. 139 for 4. Rutherford has got 58 from 74.
And that is what he has to keep doing. Just keep hitting those boundaries. He has the ability. He's a good striker of the cricket ball, and that one was just floated up a middle stump and he banged it down to long on for 4. Once he starts to flex his muscles here, the English bowlers are going to find themselves in trouble.
Final ball of this over. 14 off the bowling of Livingston already. It'll stay that as this is pushed out to Salt in the cover region, and there is no run. 139 for 4. So Shafane Rutherford has his first one-day international 50. It's only his second game. His first game was on Sunday. In List A cricket, by the way, he's got a best of 105 not out. That is his only 100. He's had 4 50s as well, with a strike rate of 96.5. Now, I mentioned we've had some questions on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Keep those coming. If you've subscribed, you can do that. Ayush Sinhasks said, what's thoughts on Sam Curran's bowling today?
Yeah, I thought he bowled a lot better today, a lot of control, more discipline. He bowled the ball harder into the surface and he got the rewards of 3 wickets at the top. And I thought he'd look a complete different bowler today than what we saw on Sunday.
Hope that answers your question, Ayush. And Stu's been in touch. After an awful lot of talk about Joss Buttler's captaincy in recent times, he said, is there a vice captain or someone that he can bounce ideas off? Well, pretty much everyone in the squad will be able to sort of have their say. Officially, I'm going to look at Jarrod to this one. I don't think there's an official vice captain on this.
India's the only team left in the world that actually announces their vice captains, aren't they?
Well, West Indies have Alzari Joseph.
When you look at this English squad, I would say Sam Curran, you know.
Well, I'm thinking Zach Crawley.
Zach Crawley, because
as someone who's captained.
He captained recently,
yes,
didn't he? Yeah.
But in answer to your question, I don't think there is an official one,
I haven't heard one.
But there's plenty of people that will be part of it, and there'll be the senior players group as well. Talking of Sam Curran, he's back into the bowling attack for his 6th over. Left arm over the wicket, coming back into Shea Hope. He's pushed to deep mid-off and will take a single. He's gone to 57 from 56, 140 for 4.
This is going to be interesting to see how Sam Curran comes back after being successful in the first 5 overs. Obviously, Josh Buttler's brought him back looking to break this partnership.
Oh, it's a no ball.
And he wears size 7 shoes.
And that's really disappointing because it means we haven't got the Indian hooter, the ice cream of death, the ice cream van of death even, that should be. Right, so a free hit.
But he can change the field, so sorry.
Yeah, they took a single, didn't they?
Yes.
So they can change it, which is why there are now 3 out on the leg side. Right. Well, we've seen Rutherford play some big shots in the last few minutes. He can basically swing off his bootstraps. In goes Sam Curran. That's a beauty, actually. Fair play to him. Very full, tailing in towards the toes of Rutherford, and he swung straight over the top of that one. So the no ball doesn't count. Oh, sorry, it doesn't cost. No run.
No, cost no run at all. But obviously a good delivery. That delivery was something that surprised Rutherford. If you look at how he played it, the ball was just swinging in at his toes, and he gave himself room, but the ball missed and went through to wicketkeeper Josh Butler. So a good delivery from Sam Curran. Let's see how the rest of the over will go.
Sam Curran comes into bowl, brings Rutherford forward and pushes out to Gus Atkinson on the cover sweeper, and there is no run. And some breaking news. Philo, Wallace is the man to listen to, ladies and gentlemen. Sam Curran is the official vice-captain of England on this tour, I've just been informed.
It's just that I've played a bit of cricket, and there's something called cricket sense. I'm not saying that you don't have it on Jarrod, but you sense that Sam Curran, he has to be the vice-captain. He's a senior man. He's played a lot of IPL cricket. He's well respected within that unit. But I want to say something before this ball is bowled. This pitch to me is better than the one on Sunday.
Well, that's good news. Curran is in, punched to duck it at extra cover inside the circle, and there is no run. It is, to pick up just before you can come back in, Philo, we are on a new pitch today. It's not the same surface as Sunday. Sunday's pitch saw, 650 runs, so played okay, but this one looks better. Yeah, because on Sunday there was up and down bounce. Some balls kept low and some balls flew off a length. And today, this game, I haven't seen any balls misbehave. All the balls that have been delivered has behaved in their normal fashion. Sam Curran in again. It's swinging back in. It swings back into the middle of Shai Hope's bat, though. Oh, what a shot. Straight back past the bowler. It's 4 more. 61 from 58. The West Indies were 23 for 4 from the final ball of the 7th over. After 28 overs and 4 balls, they haven't lost another wicket. England haven't been able to nick another one out, and the West Indies are starting to make progress towards a handy total. 146 for 4. A
beautiful off drive by Shai Hope, allowing the ball to come on to his bat and just hitting straight through the line. Again, the consistency of bounce in the surface allowed him to play such a wonderful off drive.
Curran in. Shai Hope is forward, punching into the offside. Will take a single easily enough there. And there's one more ball in this over.
Yes, and there's good rotation of strike, and this is what you want in a partnership. You don't want one batter to bat from one end and the other from the next one from the other end. What Shai Hope is doing, boundary, single. Rutherford now is getting into that pattern. Boundary, single. If there's opportunity for 2, yes, they run 2. But they're looking for that rotation to left-hand, right-hand combination to force Sam Curran to think about doing something different.
Final ball of this over then. Curran goes in. Oh, it's a short one. Rutherford's pulled that one away into the leg side. It'll be fielded by Harry Brook at deep square leg, but only for a single. He was going to give that the big lash, but didn't quite get all of it. End of 29 overs. It's 148 for 4. I'll let Philo Wallace have one more comment on that one. I'm off to find some cricket sense, so Mark Butcher can come in and take things over on the ball by ball.
Don't take it personal, Mark. It's just that when you look around that squad, Sam Curran has to be the man that Josh Butler will go to bounce ideas from. And we saw that last delivery, a short ball, not a lot of pace, but Rutherford swiveling and keeping the ball down and picking up yet another single. So Rutherford and Shai Hope can pat themselves on their back. Not too much, because they've just started to dig West Indies out of a very deep hole that they found themselves in earlier. As I say hello to Mark, but I really commend you, Mark. You look good.
Thank you, sir. And if you tune into the YouTube channel, you can see just how good.
Harvey looks good too. Harvey's in the gym.
Yes, he certainly is. And if Mac is off to go and find some cricketing common sense, we might not see him until Saturday. As Liam Livingstone is in. Bowling off spin to the left-handed Rutherford. And he nudges it past extra cover. Crawley fails to pick it up. as they come back for 2, and I think they might have ended up running 3 there on the fumble. Yeah, they did. So a rare error in the field from Zach Crawley. West Indies have just gone past the 150 mark, 151 for 4. Some recovery this from 23 for 4. Shea Hope 62. Rutherford with his maiden ODI 50 is now 63 from 79, and this is an object lesson to England as to why when you have your foot on a team's throat you don't let them get up, which is precisely what they've done. There's a leg spin this time from Livingston to the right-handed Hope, who nudges it to Salt at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Good afternoon, good evening, Steve.
Yeah, good evening to everybody at home. Good evening, Butch. Yeah, it's baffling, really.
Leg break again from Livingston. It turns, but Hope is so classy against the spin. He just stays leg side of it, lets it spin, and then punches it square of the wicket on the offside off the back foot for another single.
Baffling because it's turning, and it's been turning literally from ball 1, and it wasn't a case of scratching it because it's Will Jacks, but why not Rian Ahmed?
Rutherford has been caught brilliantly by Phil Salt. There were 2 men on the drive on the offside, one at the short extra cover and then another man behind him just on his right shoulder in a more orthodox extra cover position. Rutherford went to try and play the big shot. It was just dragged down, well no, it was pushed through quite quickly by Livingston, and Rutherford neither got the elevation on it nor kept it along the floor, and Salt snaffles it nicely, moving smartly to his left, and that is the end of Shafane Rutherford. He's played exceptionally well given the state that West Indies were in when he came to the crease, but his stay is now over. 80 balls he was in for, 63 runs the return, and finally England have broken this partnership. 1-5-2 for 5.
Yeah, what timely breaking of the partnership. It was a wonderful innings from Rutherford. Probably, would you say, Butch, the first time he really become indecisive, because he's been so good against the seamers hitting the ball down the ground, and then when they're bowling short he's been very, very good square of the wicket, and that ball there, it was a fuller delivery from Liam Livingstone, but he seemed to just question himself a little bit. He got to a position to hit the ball, and then he just stopped for a split second, a little check, and I wasn't sure if he's trying to hit it down onto the ground and through extra cover, or potentially because it was so full he could elevate and use these long levers and hit it over the top, and he did neither really. He just picked the fielder out. It was a good catch at extra cover. There's a catch in cover which possibly put him off a little bit, thinking, right, I've either got to keep it down or I've got to go over the top, and he didn't really seem to do neither. It was a good off spinner from Liam Livingstone, didn't really turn it, went straight on towards off stump, and just checked in his shot, and just shoveled it really to Phil. Was it Phil Salt or Will Jacks? It was Phil Salt. Phil Salt. It was a good catch.
Yeah, he's a little dynamo in the field is Phil Salt, a player that well, he might well put his hand up for a spot at the top of the order for England ODIs in the years to come, or in the run up to the Champions Trophy, which is England and 7 other teams' big assignment. Livingston is in now to Curran, who's in at number 7. It was Romario Shepherd that came in at 7 in the run chase on Sunday, but Curran, left arm leg spinner, left-handed batter, has come out in front of him at number 7 in this situation with 20 overs to go, 30 done. 1-5-2 for 5. Curran is none from 2. Hope is 63 from 61, and so as is so often for the West Indies, he's the man holding it all together for them.
Yeah, there's a timely break of that partnership, because what a partnership it is. We've been talking about England's frailties, England's indecision, England's not lack of game management or understanding the situation, because I think everybody knew the situation, that West Indies were under so much pressure at 23 for 4 that England let them off the hook, and we have been quite critical 2 or 3 times now. We've been on commentary, Butch, and we probably haven't given the West Indies the credit that they deserved. Hope and Rutherford for playing out of the way they have done. We're looking at it from an English point of view. But I thought the Rutherford just hanging in there with his captain, and the way Shea Hope has continued his batting from from the first game has been magnificent. England have helped, but I think we have been looking at England and a little bit of negativity, but credit to the West Indies.
Sam Curran in his second spell. Half volley to Hope, who strokes it out to Brook on the cover boundary, and will pick up a single, turning the strike over to Curran again. Yeah, I mean, again, it's part of the frustration, I suppose, is that if you've got Shea Hope in halfway through the opening power play with a brand new ball, you don't really go all out to try and get him out. England have kind of allowed him to work his way into the innings, and he's worked himself into a position now where he can be very dangerous, provided he gets a bit of support from the lower order. Curran is in, good delivery, really good. Length ball, Curran has to push forward and defend it towards extra cover. And again, there is no run. I mean, and that's the game, isn't it? I mean, in all limited overs cricket and in test matches, you kind of have to sense the moment, don't you? You have to sense the moment to go all out and attack, really take advantage of your opposition's vulnerability, and I don't think England have done that today. Curran stands back raised, slightly open stance, tries to prod it towards extra cover, but the ball just keeps sliding into him. It comes off the inside edge of the bat to mid-wicket, and again there's no run. He's 4 deliveries now without scoring.
And off the back of the World Cup, the point you're making brilliantly, Butch, is there was a lot of captains during that World Cup and a lot of teams during that World Cup seized the moment and went, this is not going 50 overs. So if this is not going 50 overs, I bowl my best bowlers at now, and I bowl them out to try and bowl the opposition out. I think England were in that position for early power play.
The ball just stays down. It was drivable, I think, and Yannick Curran tried to thump it down the ground, sort of a check drive, but it comes right off the toe of the bat. Sam Curran picked it up and tried to throw the stumps down all in one motion. There's a thought of an overthrow, but Buttler tied it up well enough behind the stumps to prevent that from happening. Current run rate is 4.99. And the West Indies again find themselves having to rebuild a touch. There's still plenty of time left in this innings, of course, as Curran is in. That one is a bit straighter again. Just a hint in the last couple of overs from Sam Curran that the odd ball is just reversing a little bit, so back in towards the left-handed Curran from the left arm over bowler. Although it looked as though that on replay that ball was a cross-seam delivery from Sam Curran. As he catches the ball in his left hand, saunters back to his mark, turns to his left, and then with both hands on the ball with the first 5 strides of the run-up, and then in with a short ball, which rather balloons up in the air, and Curran plays it really well. It wasn't a case that he could really go after it, try and hit it hard, because there wasn't enough pace on it, so he just helps it along its way, and it defeats Cast on the fine leg boundary for 4.
Yeah, good shot. It's a good shot, this, by Curran. He's waited for it to come. Slow ball bouncer, good height, touch wide, touch of that down leg side, so he can help it round the corner. I thought it was a good height. It wasn't as high as what I thought it was. So he could help it round the corner. It would have gone straight to 45 if 45 was in the circle, but Bryden Cast took a horrible dive. I hate seeing fast bowlers dive. I just see Simon Jones in my head every single time. When I see a fast bowler dive, fortunately for Bryden Cast, he's getting up. But that was a good shot. He waited for the ball to come, didn't try and hit it too hard, and just rode the bounce. Deceived, I think, a little bit at first, and then because he was watching the ball so carefully, he was able to adjust and just help it round the corner. It was a good shot.
Yeah, that's his first runs by way of that boundary. He's 4 from 7. Hope is 64 from 62. 157 for 5. 19 overs of the innings to go. Liam Livingstone now into his 4th over, has figures of 1 for 18. Leg break to Hope, who just how often does he find the middle of the bat? Doesn't matter if he's attacking or defending. That time he just got the front pad out of the way, middle of the bat, nudged it wide of extra cover. They come through for a single.
I like his decision making, but his decision making, whether he goes forward, he goes all the way forward, and if he goes back, he is literally depth of his crease back, and he gives himself some time. So that for me is a sign of a batsman, not only in touch, it's somebody who is in real supreme confidence.
Off spin to the left-handed Curran, has to dig this one out. It's a good fall from Livingston. Long off's back on the fence. They'll jog through for another single. One thing's for sure, that England will be pretty hard in this. It's like a good surface. I mean, I think to get a team 4 down in the power play, you've got to have a little bit of luck. There was an element of that in a couple of the dismissals, you would think. But the surface looks to be, if anything, better than the one on Sunday. Leg spinner. Again, Shai Hope just manoeuvres his body out the way so that he can then open up the offside and nudge the ball again in that gap between cover and extra and pick up another one.
Yeah, I think it is a better surface, but I would still be wary of the likes of Big O'Shane Thomas, Alzari Joseph. You know, they bowl good lengths on this. If you hit this pitch, there's something in it for you as a seamer.
Whoa, a little bit of indecision. Curran wanted a single, Shai Hope wanted none of it. And I think the West Indies captain was absolutely right. He sends a steely glare down to his partner at the other end as if to say, come on, Sonny, we don't need any run-out shenanigans at this moment in time. Dot ball. Livingston goes back, he's in again. Oh, he's bowled him. He has bowled him. The tamest of dismissals. There was no real reaction from Butler behind the stumps, from Livingston the bowler either. It just appeared to perhaps take a little bit of inside edge, maybe hit the pad flap, but it snuck through somehow and has dislodged the bails. England have 6.
Yeah, it didn't really turn. It's just gone on with the arm from around the wicket. It was an absolute beauty. We talked about Shai Hope's decision making being so good and the confidence he's in with the runs he's scored and the time he's had at the crease, going all the way forward and all the way back. Well, Yannick Curran has gone forward there. He's just gone forward with his pad and not exactly gone forward with his hands. He's left a massive gap between, you know, bat and pad. He's indecisive with his movements coming forward, and because there was a little bit of indecisiveness, the ball is snuck between the bat, well, the pad, and what looked as though the glove. The bat wasn't there in time. He looked as though he was so late on it, trying to get his back down, that it was gone through the gear, and it was like slow motion. It really was like slow motion.
The reason I thought that ball must have hit something is because there was barely any sound as it hit the off stump. It was almost as though the ball had kind of had all the pace taken out of it, and it just dislodged the bails. It actually just careered straight into off stump without hitting anything. And such was the reaction from Butler behind the stumps. There wasn't one. And Livingston sort of, you know, a little shriek of enjoyment, but nothing over the top. But nonetheless, no matter the reaction, the result's exactly the same. Curran's gone, and that brings Romario Shepherd to the crease, the destroyer from Sunday evening. 48 from 28 deliveries in partnership with Shai Hope, and it just turned the game on its head. He played some extraordinary strokes. Big, powerful man. But he comes in a very, very different situation here. West Indies batting first, got to post something for England to chase. Shai Hope has seen all of this before as the wickets tumble at the other end. He seems completely unperturbed. But now, how does Shepherd go about this? Does he come out swinging as he did on Sunday? Or does he try to play like a batter? Gets in behind it, blocks it. No signs of aggression from him, at least not from the first ball anyway. 32 gone, 160 for 6. Hope 66 from 64, and his partner Shepherd yet to get off the mark, having faced just one ball. 32 overs gone, 5 extras in that for England. I'm going to get in touch and give your thoughts on anything from what England's best 11 might look like, given the players, the comings and goings of those players who have been in the World Cup, plus those that are playing on this tour. Anything else you might want to pose to Steve Harmison? Maybe how Newcastle are going at the moment. Get in touch with us at cricket_TS or at talkSPORT 2 on Twitter. Join us on the live stream. See that we're not, although of course the TV cameras do have a little bit of extra weightage, but Steve is definitely looking as sylph-like as I've seen him for some time. And get involved in the conversation with us here on talkSPORT 2. Change for England, and that brings Rayan Ahmed back into the attack. He's yet to pick up a wicket yet for England. But with Romario Shepherd in his sights, he stands a good chance perhaps of opening that account. Hope gets off strike first ball, which will not unduly bother Ahmed or England. And the hulking figure of Romario Shepherd takes guard. amongst the England leg spinner. Just 19 years of age. Looks absolutely to the man of ball in international cricket. Never any hint of him being overawed by an occasion as he comes in. First ball, and that beats from Mario Shepherd. Beautiful leg break. Just turns enough. Beats the groping forward defensive stroke. Butler gloves it neatly. Salt waits with his arms folded at slip. And England are attacking right now, and why wouldn't they be? As Ahmed is in. Googly that time, and Shepherd reads it, I think. Perhaps off the pitch. He moved a little late, but did cover the sharp spinning Googly. And Ahmed for sure has read the script. He is hunting that wicket right now. Doesn't want Shepherd to get himself in, but he gets back onto a shorter delivery and punches it to Brook out on the cover boundary for a single. Wind is whipping up, as it so often does in Antigua. Coming off the ocean, whistling around English Harbour.
Yeah, beautiful English Harbour.
Freshening up
Sam Ellard will be enjoying himself the English Harbour.
The punters down there. Was lucky enough to be yacht owners as that ball is hit off the inside edge. First real mistimed stroke from Shea Hope for quite some time, but he still gets off strike with it inside edge to square leg for a single.
It is one of life's great places to play cricket, isn't it? Antigua. You know, I'm not a big fan of Sir Vivian Richards' ground, but because the ground in the town was unbelievable.
Leg break, Shepherd back again, punches it to Duckett with extra cover at the end of the over. 3 singles from it, 163 for 6. Yeah, well, of course, the last time you and I would have played at, goodness gracious, the name of it escapes me now. What was it called?
Rec, wasn't it?
Yeah,
the Rec.
Antigua Recreation Ground.
I played in 09 when you would have played in.
Was that was the game that was meant to have been played at the Seville?
Yeah, it was supposed to be at the
sandy outfield.
Yeah.
But they had to quickly go and shave down the long grass at the Rec.
You had to get the halfway line off the middle of the pitch. If you remember,
and it still played like a road.
It still played like a road. We couldn't get. I apologise to Sir Andrew Strauss every time I see him, and you know my behaviour as a player who got dropped for Barbados. So I got dropped for the Antigua Test match at the Seviv ground, and when I looked at the pitch, and Strauss looked at the pitch and just looked at me and said, "There's no point playing you on this because it's not going to bounce above Chennai." Remember, we got bowled out for 51.
Yes.
And then Jamaica, and then the goalposts changed because we practiced at the Rec ground, didn't we? We practiced at the Rec, and the wicket flew through. It was an absolute road. It flew through. The wicket was great to bat on, and the nets. And the game got abandoned at Sevivian and got changed. So I knew I was reinstated straight to it. And then we couldn't get the last wicket, and I was the only change for Barbados on the quickest wicket that I had out there. And with Strauss being in charge, because there was the debacle of captain, coach, and he was left whole shooting match. He left me out about 25 past 10, and as he was marching out for the toss, I berated him as to say, "Why are you dropping me on this thing that's going to bounce? The only thing that's going to bounce in the Caribbean over shin high, and you're leaving me out." So I wasn't happy. I didn't cover myself with glory, but that ground was a wonderful ground at the Rec, and it was literally from the first ball, the last ball. I think the last wicket put on something like 9, batted for like 9 overs to save the game in the darkness. So it just shows you how good the wicket was still after 5 days. It was a brilliant ground to play cricket at.
Well, Lara would still be batting on the one we played on 2004 now. That was just what we needed after a 10-day break in Barbados, having won the series 3-0. Be in the field for 2 3/4 days watching the great, and some might say, at least in my eyes anyway, the greatest, Brian Lara make 400.
Yes, he
against the bowling attack he'd not made a run against in the previous 3 tests.
Not looking like making a run against. To be fair, he didn't make many more after that either in the series that we played, but we just knew that day. Literally, once he got in and got to about 15-20, you're thinking he's due and he's going to get a couple. I wasn't expecting it 400. He looked vulnerable every time we took a new ball. So 3 times that we took the new ball,
3 times in 3 days.
He looked slightly vulnerable for about an over and a half, and then he just went back to hitting it wherever he wanted. I felt sorry for Bats in that game. Bats made his debut and Asher Giles pulled out literally the night before, the morning of, with a back injury.
Smart man.
Very smart man. And poor poor bats got dealt with off Brian. Literally 12, 14 fielders wouldn't have been enough for Michael Vaughan. Were many of us, especially with the way Brian played spin.
It was quite some trip, that is for sure. Well, I think we were, 36 years it had been between England teams winning in the Caribbean, and no England team has done it since either.
Nobody's done it since. No, nobody's done it since that trip.
Right, a trip down memory lane for us, but players have had a drink, a little bit of refreshment out there in the middle. The drummers are drumming, the pipers are piping, and Livingston will be bowling some leggies to Shea Hope, who's 68 not out, 163 for 6. Oh, and that one beat Shea Hope. The break perhaps just disturbing his concentration. Just tried to back cut that one from Livingston. It was too close to off stump, wasn't short enough, and he almost feathered one to Josh Butler behind the stumps. Oh, he's knocked him over. Now that is a good bit of bowling. Liam Livingston again full of length. Shea Hope trying to get back, again trying to play the cut shot. This ball, the previous ball was too close to cut. This one pitched middle stump and has ended up bowling him around about the top of off and middle. It did turn a tiny bit. Oh, it hit the top of off. That is perfect. Perfect from Livingston, and Hope is absolutely disgusted with himself. Josh Butler, on the other hand, looks very, very pleased with life.
Yeah, very pleased with life. A good bit of bowling by Liam Livingston. The quicker one just skidded through. We were just talking a bit earlier about a batter in form like Brian Lara being susceptible when the ball is new. Well, you know, a batter is always susceptible when there's been a break. Whenever there's been a break in play, can you come back with the same level of concentration? And unfortunately for Shea Hope, after that drinks break, while we were talking about, you know, the good and the great from yesteryear, Shea Hope has succumbed to a ball which is pitched on around middle and off, and it's just turned slightly but skidded on, and it's hit the top of off stump as Shea Hope has gone back. And I was just about to say to you, Butch, I was going to come in with a point after that, after that ball was, I wonder what the conversation with Hope and Shepherd would be. Was it, can you stick with me? Because it'll be the first time they're getting him for a prolonged period where they'll be able to give his Shepherd a bit of advice on how they were going to tackle these last 16 overs of the contest. And would he have been saying to him, just stick with me for a little bit, we get to 40 overs, then you can explode. But then all of a sudden, while he's possibly thinking about his opposite partner and trying to marshal a tail, all of a sudden he's just had a lapse of concentration himself.
Yeah, he had a warning the ball before. He got away with it, but not entirely sure what he was trying to do there. That was very uncharacteristic of Hope. First ball for Alzari Joseph is played off the back foot. Livingston picks it up in his follow through. Now, England had a chance at 23 for 4 to go for the jugular. They've got another one right now. And we'll finish this off as quickly as possible as Joseph tries to heave that one over mid-wicket. It's a toe end of the bat on it. It runs to mid-on. They have a little dozy-do in the middle of the pitch whilst thinking about taking what should have been a very long single, and eventually do. 164 for 7.
I'm laughing because I've got a funny feeling there that ball's gone to the man in the deep.
Livingston is in, slip in place. Oh, it beats him. That's a beauty for a leg break. That really is a high quality leg spinning delivery. Angling in, batsman pushes forward and it probably turns about a foot. And Josh Butler takes it up by his right shoulder. That's a beauty. Livingston in again. And that's swept hard in front of square. Jack Crawley down on his knees, cleans up, and they come back for just the single. That's the end of a successful Livingston over. He has 2 wickets in his last 2, 3 for 23 now from 5 for Livingston. He's having a decent tour of it with the ball so far, and the West Indies 165 for 7.
Yeah, big wickets for Liam Livingston there. That's 3 now in this short spell for him. He broke the partnership of Hope and Rutherford, and then all of a sudden it looks as though it's a difficult wicket to get the innings started on. If you hit the pitch hard as a seamer, there's a little bit of inconsistency. There's a lot of turn out there, but I don't think it's consistent turn, which it makes it more difficult to play. So from that aspect, when you get in, you have to cash in. And I think that's a message to the England batters when they do go out there, is that take responsibility, don't give it away. If you get in, you cash in.
with the leg spin from both ends. Absolutely the right call, you would think, with West Indies 7 down. Ray and Ahmed bowling to Shepherd, and prods it into the offside, and there's no run. 165 for 7. Great to see him run through the West Indies here. A real professional finishing job on them. Shepherd just gets back and nudges it through mid-wicket for 1.
Joseph can bat. He can hold an end up. I don't think he's destructive as what Shepherd is. Shepherd's the big power player, but you know, Alzarri Joseph has showed in Test cricket as well that he can hang around. He can hang around for a bit. And Shepherd's the one that's got to get himself into the 40th plus over.
Big swipe. Not sure he was thinking that way, Steve, because he just plonked his front foot down the line of leg stump, maybe an outside leg stump, tried to smash it over long off for 6. And,
above the eye line though, bud.
Yeah, nice. And that one is as well. Big googly, which completely bamboozles Joseph. But fortunately for him, it started off a little bit too straight, spun down the leg side, probably by way of a pad or 2. And they'll come back for 2 leg byes.
Yeah, as well as Alzarri Joseph can hang around, he is still a tail ender. As just shown on that last 2 balls, and thrown up, tried to hit the kitchen sink.
Not given us leg byes. I can't believe he's got anything on that. But this time he goes back to a short ball and smashes it into the air. Oh, that's brilliant athleticism. I think the third umpire will have to watch this one again. Zach Crawley running away to his right, dived backwards towards the rope, almost sort of full-length dive, caught the ball and then flipped it back. Whether or not some piece of his body made contact whilst he had the ball in his hands remains to be seen, but it's a brilliant piece of work from the big Kent opener. Oh, I think he's pulled it off, you know. That is stunning.
Unbelievable.
That is
unbelievable.
absolutely stunning.
That is unbelievable. I'm not sure too many other than Zach Crawley, the long legs and long arms that he's got, would get away with that. First of all, he wouldn't have reached it, anybody else. And if they did reach it, the likelihood is one of their feet would have been either on the rope or over the rope. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that is well worth watching again. Googly again from Ray and Ahmed, and again somehow Alzarri Joseph has hit the googly off the outside edge down to third man. It evades the slip, evades the man at backward point inside the circle, and they'll pick up 2. So the over extraordinarily has gone for 7. And not one of them went in the direction of the batsman aiming it. Jarrod.
I'm also a big fan of Zach Crawley doing that and just getting a polite clap from the crowd when you can take a normal catch and they cheer. well played. You didn't actually take the catch. Just on these 2, you're talking about Alzarri Joseph. He averages 57 against off spin and 46 against left arm finger spin and 15 against leg spin. I think we know why. I think if you toss it above his eye line or you bowl it wrong and he's in trouble. But the opposite is the case for Mario Shepherd. He averages 33 against leg spin, but 5 against off spin and 13 against left arm finger spin, which does say that they kind of need to pick an end, these guys, and stay there for a little while.
Stats. We've got plenty of them. Don't you worry about that. Livingston is having a great time with his numbers right now. As he is in, seems to... really confident in letting the ball go at the moment. Wickets will do that for you. That's a nice sweep shot. Played Zach Crawley running round at big backward square leg, and Romario Shepherd will pick up a deft 4. Associate him with brutality, but that was a really nicely played, beautifully timed sweep shot, perfectly placed as well.
Yeah, just going down the leg side, and he's just helped it round the corner, knowing there's the fielders are in front of square, because there's no fielders behind square. There wasn't any fielders behind square on the leg side, largely down to the fact that it is all brute force with Shepherd, but he showed he's got a bit of touch there, and he's now got a fielder move from the offside onto the leg side.
And again he goes for the sweep. This time it goes to the right of the man on the 45, and that will bring up a boundary as well. Livingston just perhaps looking for the magic ball here at the moment. The ball pitching quite a long way outside leg stump on both of the last 2 occasions. Good to see him giving it a real rip though. But again, Shepherd with some touch. Back-to-back boundaries for him. 180 for 7 now.
Yeah, Livingston looks as though he just doesn't want to give him any room outside of stump.
Yeah, and you can understand why. You see the power the man's got, and there it is. He has absolutely welted that for extra cover for 4. 3 boundaries on the bounce, belying the perilous position that the West Indies find themselves in right now. And that is high quality hitting from Shepherd.
Yeah, good shot. Just over pitch from Liam Livingston, above the eye line.
Again, he goes for the one straight. Oh, Rayan Ahmed with a brilliant diving stop. Real live wire in the field, Rayan Ahmed. Moved smartly to his right and dived full length. Ball went straight into both hands. Bounced up onto his feet. In fact, he went into one hand. That's even better than I thought. Bounced up onto his feet and hurled it back into Josh Butler. Dot ball. Again, the sweep from Shepherd. This time it misses Ahmed. And it goes all the way to the boundary. That is fabulous batting. 4 boundaries in 5 balls from Shepherd.
But I did just say he's very good against leg spin and not very good against finger spin. And Liam Livingston can bowl both. Explain this to me, Butch. Why is it some players prefer to face wrist spin than finger spin and vice versa? Were you one of those, or were you someone who just didn't like it when it was spinning away from you?
I can't even remember batting. What was that? What was that?
Tell me about how you...
I actually quite like leg spin because there's more top spin on the ball. You didn't have to hit it so hard. And the most annoying thing for me, the thing I found almost completely baffling, was finger spinners who didn't spin it at all. That was end of the over. So 4 4s, 2 dots, and Romario Shepherd has 19 from 15, 188 for 7.
So wrist spinners in general put more revolutions on the ball, but the revolutions are usually on an angle, right? So it means the ball drops a little bit more. And I think there must be something in it for certain batters that like that. Like, I'd much rather face wrist spin than finger spin. I'm with you. When people are darting it in, I don't even understand this. I can't. And also, you should be able to think in your head, well, he's basically bowling medium pace, but you can't even do that.
Basically bowling straight balls.
Your brain is telling you he's bowling spin, so you must turn it.
Must spin, yeah. That's exactly it.
Oh, no, not again.
Man, Ahmed. Googly picked by Joseph, who pulls it as a straight pull shot all the way down to Zach Crawley at long on.
But I think in that last over there, he went for 4 boundaries, and he bowling leg spin. If he's got frailties against leg spin, but he didn't have to work too hard for the boundaries that he got.
Shepherd tries to hit it for 6 and does not. He does not. He was lofting that. He was looking to try and hit that shorter ball from Rayan Ahmed over long on, but he didn't get it. Goodness me, he still hit it hard enough, but he didn't get the elevation on it. Zach Crawley was in the way at long on, takes a simple catch, and England have their 8th.
Yeah, top spinner from Rayan Ahmed. In the over before, 4 4s came because they were over-pitched, frightened of the power of Shepherd. And this time, Rayan Ahmed, top spinner, he's bowled into the surface, and the inconsistency to the surface has done for Shepherd. It's just spliced him on the bat, got onto him, it's bounced a little bit, got onto him a little bit quicker, and he's just dollied it straight up in the air. Anybody else possibly wouldn't have gotten it that far, but because of the power of Shepherd, he's managed to get it straight down the fielder's throat.
Yeah, well, that's a bad loss for the West Indies. 189 for 8. I shall hand you over now because Sir Curtly, Ambrose and Nikhil Uttamchandani are waiting for us out there in Antigua. Good time to hand over to you, gentlemen. Well, I shall throw back to myself. We appear to have lost the esteemed gentleman out there in Antigua, so you'll have to have a little bit more of Steve and I here on talkSPORT 2. Moti is the new batsman, facing up to Rayan Ahmed, left-hander. Googly is edged past slip. So Curran is in hot pursuit. And he will keep the ball within the boundary, but they'll pick up 2. So Gudakesh Moti, who had a decent day of it with ball in hand, on Sunday. Less said about his hands in the field, probably the better. But he's out there with Alzari Joseph for company, and now I'm telling you that we can get through to Sir Curtly and to Nikhil. Hi, gents.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mark. Ryan Ahmed, another menacing spell by him. Gurukesh Moti can bat. He's got a first-class 100, but Ahmed has got 2 slips in place. That last delivery was short, and it spun prodigiously past the outside edge. Here's a flighted delivery this time, very full. Moti's looking to drive, but instead it comes off the inside edge, goes to square leg. Hello, Sir Curtly Ambrose.
Hello, Nikhil Uttamchandani. You know, it took me nearly 2 years to pronounce the last name correctly.
Here's Ahmed from around the wicket, very full to Moti, who's sweeping this one and sweeping it finely. It was very full, half volley length, and Moti just had to beat Bryden Cars, who was in the circle at fine leg, is able to do so. End of 37 overs, 195 for 8. Sir Curtly, live on talkSPORT 2, the legend himself, who has an end named after him at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. A lot has happened in the span of 3 overs.
Certainly. Wickets falling, some runs scoring, but I would say at this point in the game, England are in the ascendancy. They took 4 wickets early inside the first 10 overs. Then West Indies fought back for quite a while, and then they lost another 4 or 5 wickets or so in quick succession. So England at the moment are in the driver's seat.
Spoke a lot about that rebounding ability from the West Indies in the first one international. Well, to England's credit, they've done that after it was 129 put on by Rutherford and Shea Hope. Liam Livingston, who would have thought, was the one to get both the wickets and really wreak havoc in those middle overs. Now, saw 5 overs from Gus Atkinson earlier. He's going to come back into the attack from the southern end. Here he is bowling to Alzari Joseph, back up the length, defended into the offside. They thought about one. In the end, they decide on none.
Which was the correct decision. There was never single on. Would have been a disaster had they go through. But it's going to be so important that these two, Alzari Joseph and Gurukesh Moti, at least bat as many overs as possible.
Atkinson, still 4 feeters outside the circle. This one is full, angled in at the pads, but definitely going down leg, half-hearted appeal from Joss Buttler. What about Butler's captaincy today, Sir Curtly, has impressed you?
The rotation of his bowlers. They got 4 quick wickets inside in the first 10 overs, and that big partnership between Captain Shea Hope and Sheffield Rutherford, he wasn't fazed by it. Kept rotating his bowlers.
Here is Atkinson, the man from Surrey. Playing for Surrey in England. This one is down the leg side, quicker delivery, 137 kilometers per hour, but wide signaled by umpire Nitin Menon, so you have to reload that one. You have seen a lot of scramble seam deliveries today, Sir Curtly, from Atkinson.
It seemed to be the in thing in international cricket these days, especially in this format and also T20s.
Atkinson past the umpire, this time short again, outside the off stump. Joseph trying to pull, instead doesn't time it, it goes to mid on for no run. So just the wide off the first 3 deliveries so far.
A lot of the surfaces we play on these days are very slow for fast bowlers, so you've got to find ways to get wickets, first of all, to contain, so different variety, different variations.
Deep point, deep third on the offside on the boundary. Joseph is pulling this one hard in front of square, and you can hear the cheers from the home crowd. He's local as Alzari Joseph from All Saints in Antigua, and with that boundary in front of square, the 200 comes up for the West Indies in 37.4 overs.
It was a good stroke. Short delivery, didn't bounce as much. A slow surface, just stood up and was slapped away through mid-wicket for 4 by Alzari Joseph. Good shot.
How many bonus runs can the West Indies get? The 200 mark has been crossed. Here's Joseph defending this one into the offside, no run. There's a good placement from Joseph as well, because that man at square leg is behind square. So a lot of acreage, no mid-wicket in place, no long on in place, with the fine leg on the boundary.
I reckon they should adjust the field settings a little bit, because the slow nature of the surface, fine leg could go a bit wider, and the deep backward square could go in front of square because of the slow nature.
Keeps the field the same. One delivery to go in the over. Atkinson Yorker, which attempted Yorker, I should say, which Joseph drives, but can't really beat those two infielders. It ends the 30th over. 12 to go at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The score, West Indies 200 for 8 after losing the toss and being sent in. Live on talkSPORT 2.
Usually, when you got a quick surface and a bowler bowling really quickly, yes, the fine leg can be a little bit fine, deep back or square, because more often than not, you will get hit behind into that direction. But on a slow surface like this, I reckon the fine leg could go a little bit squarer and the deep back or square go in front of square to cut off that pull shot. Because very rarely you'll find a bowler, the batter, hitting behind square on a slow surface.
Because of the good work that Shea Hope and Rutherford did in that partnership, the rate is still well above 5 and over. Ryan Ahmed will bowl his 10th and final over, so far 1 for 40. And to this one, it should be easily taken. It is easily taken. Ryan Ahmed to Gudakesh Moti, trying to go over the top. In the end, it takes the top edge and goes spoons in the air to point, which is Sam Curran. And in the end, Moti has got to depart for 6.
That's poor cricket. Poor cricket. So many overs to go, and you're attempting that stroke. Your thought process should be to bat all the overs if possible. That was bad in the part of Gudakesh Moti. West Indies now in real trouble of getting bowled out.
And with that wicket, so currently we have to send it back to our studios for the final wicket. They'll be hoping that England can take over things pretty quickly. But in the end, 200 for 9, Moti goes for 6, and out walks O'Shane Thomas. Andrew, over to you.
Well, thank you, Nikhil. That was some spell from yourself and Sir Curtly, and here we go then. O'Shane Thomas striding out to the middle in the 39th over of a one-day international. West Indies, if you weren't with us right at the top, put into bat, were 23 for 4 from the final ball of the 7th over, but didn't lose the 5th wicket till the 4th ball of the 30th. 152 for 5, became 160 for 6, 163 for 7, and it's now 200 for 9. Ryan Ahmed then to Thomas, beaten by a googly outside of the off stump, and it goes through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run. Let me recap those bowling figures for you. After this delivery from Ryan Ahmed, who again has his man groping forward. Thomas has been beaten by that by about 15 centimetres. He's played one line, the ball's on the other. It's through to Joss Buttler, no run. Ryan Ahmed has got 2 for 40. This is his final over. Oh, it's a googly that just misses the outside edge and the off stump. It was so close to a 3-for, and joining Liam Livingston, having taken 3 in the innings. The spin twins have been at it again for England today. O'Shane Thomas has faced 3 deliveries and could have been out to every single one of them so far.
He's had more laughs than he has actual bat on ball, I think.
Yes. Slip in place. Ryan Ahmed around the wicket. That one is, hey, well put. He gets an ironic cheer from the crowd. Makes contact, pushes out on the offside. No run. So the final ball of Ryan Ahmed's spell. Will it be the final ball of the innings? 2 for 40, around the wicket. Oh, it's been flicked up into the air, down towards deep backward square, and it lands 15 metres inside the fielder, and therefore it will finish the over with a dot ball. They elected not to take the run. So Ryan Ahmed's 10 overs have finished 2 for 40, and I'm not sure the West Indies are in a position to turn down runs at the moment, Jarrod, Kimber, are they?
When O'Shane Thomas came out, Alzari Joseph said something, and whatever it was, O'Shane Thomas thought it was very funny. And I thought at the time it was probably, didn't fancy seeing you here this early. But apparently it was, mate, you stay at that end, and I'll stay at this end. Look, did you see O'Shane Thomas after he hit that ball, Mako? It was quite interesting. He hit it, and he clipped it okay. He looked as surprised as anyone that ball went flying away out to the field. So, look, it probably makes sense. I always think when you're batting with tail enders in this position, you know, really early on, and they're going to have to bat for a long time, taking the pressure off them when they first get to the crease is not a bad idea.
Well, I was just chatting with Philo Wallace out the back of the box, actually, who told me that Alzarri Joseph has probably got the most bat sponsorships in the history of cricket for a fast bowler. So he clearly fancies himself, and that's presumably why he said, right, we're not taking that single. I am going to be on strike, and we are going to deal with this. Right, Gus Atkinson is back. Can he mop up the tail and pick up a twofer? This is his 7th over. He's got 1 for 26 so far. The vice-captain, Alzarri Joseph, is on strike. He's got 12 from 13. In comes Atkinson, right arm over. It's a ball that's been swung up into the air by Alzarri Joseph. He's got a big, thick top edge. Just Butler running back towards the boundary, diving full length towards the boundary edge, isn't able to hang on to it, and they will run, and they will take 2. 202 for 9.
I can't think of a better outcome for the pull shot that he was so late on. He's just hit it straight up in the air, and Butler's gone all the way back and dropped it and allowed them to get 2. I just didn't get his fingers to it, actually. Just didn't get there. Almost, that's the sort of one where you can hurt your ribs because you end up squirting over the ball a little bit as it goes through. But good effort from him, but perfect for the West Indies because they got 2.
Absolutely. Not easy that for Josh Butler. Keeper running away. In goes Atkinson, swing and a miss from Joseph. Bounces a second time before it gets through to Butler. Therefore, slower ball sent down, just trying to confuse the batter who's, look, he's going to swing at everything, so chances are something could easily be spooned up in the air. Mentioned earlier today, England have to, of course, win this game to level the series and take us to Barbados for a decider. It would also be England's 400th one-day international win. Short ball from Atkinson, pulled by Joseph, hard, down into the ground, stands still. They are turning runs down. Alzarri Joseph has 10.5 overs and clearly thinks there might be 150 in the offing for himself here.
You could just hear the crowd suddenly start to realise he was going to do it again and just start to jeer him a little bit here. But he's the man with the bat sponsorships. You got to milk that. Keep yourself on strike as long as you can.
Make sure there's plenty of pictures of you, plenty of screen time. Please those sponsors. Atkinson on his way in, bowls right arm over. Joseph swings at this one, gets high under it. Bowlers there for the caught and bowled, and Gus Atkinson ends the innings. He will finish with 2 for 28. The West Indies are bowled out for 202 in 39 overs and 4 balls. Alzarri Joseph goes for 14, caught and bowled by Gus Atkinson. And well, it's an afternoon that has gone well for England from the outset. Josh Butler won the toss. He said, you can have first use of the facilities, we're going to have a bowl. Both sides were unchanged from Sunday's first match, and it has gone like a dream for England. Athanaze caught Butler, bowled Atkinson, 4, 15 for 1. Carty caught Crawley, bowled Curran, 2-ball duck, 20 for 2. King caught Crawley, bowled Curran for 17, 23 for 3. Hetmeyer, LBW Sam Curran, 0 from 4 balls, 23 for 4. England on top of the game and completely in charge. And then came the rebuilding process. Shafane Rutherford was 5th man out, 4 balls into the 30th over for 63 from 80 when he was caught by Salt off the bowling of Livingston. Yannick Carrier bowled by Livingston, an absolute ripping leg break from Livingston, 5 from 10. That was 160 for 6. Shea Hope, the skipper, brilliant once again, a runner ball 68, but dismissed bowled Livingston for 163 for 7. Romario Shepherd hit some lusty blows on Sunday, wasn't really able to get into it in the same way today. Caught by Crawley off the bowling of Rayan Ahmed from 19, that was 189 for 8. And then Gutekesh Moti caught by Sam Curran off the bowling of Ahmed for 6, that was 200 for 9. And Joseph, final man out. Caught and bowled for 14 from 17 balls. The West Indies 202 all out in 39 overs and 4 balls. Philo Wallace has slotted in alongside me. Wow. Start, from an England point of view, went off like a train. Middle, totally dominated by the West Indies. And then England have come home with a wet sail once again. I mean, 3 very distinct passages of play in this innings.
And it's only in one half of the game so far. Obviously, England broke the backbone of the West Indies innings when they got those 3 quick wickets. Then we saw stabilisation by Captain Shea Hope and Rutherford, who batted wonderfully well until he perished looking to play a big shot. And then once Hope got out, then the wheels obviously fell off the cart, and West Indies found themselves not being able to bat 50 overs. They were bowled out in 39.4 overs for just 202, and that would disappoint them. What happened on Sundays in the past, and that was brilliant. But now to come a couple days later and to be bowled up within 50 overs, they're going to be asking themselves, where did we go wrong? Again, no application at the top, and that is why it's so important that when you are going to get it, that the openers need to understand that they need to give a better account when they're setting a target. Remember, they're not chasing, they have to set a target, and obviously they fall very short of what they were looking at.
Yep, wicket to wicket in the early stages, 4 for 8 in 20 deliveries. That's what did the early damage, and then 6 wickets for 50 runs in 60 deliveries was the second half and the implosion.
Well, that is stubborn, pushing the dagger deep into their hearts. Obviously, that back end did not really support as they should, and again, the stability that is needed from someone like obviously Hetmire. We saw Shepherd in a different role today, under pressure and not being able to deliver. On Sunday, he was under pressure, but they had the captain there, and that speaks volumes for his ability. He obviously he has to look and say, well, look, I have to be able to be more consistent in this type of game where the captain is gone. It's down to me, and he and Alzarri Joseph obviously would be looking for a partner. If Shepherd had stick around for a bit longer, I don't think Alzarri Joseph would have turned down singles. So Alzarri Joseph then turned himself into a bat and said, look, I'll take the chances while you try to hold up an end, and it did not work. So again, the batsmen, then the batters need to understand they need to bat deeper and to try to hold their wicket a bit longer in these 50-over games.
England had lost 7 of their last 9 one-day internationals. From what we've seen today, how much better do you think England have been? I guess, you know, which side of the ledger are we on at the moment? Was this England being exceptionally good, or have the West Indies made it too easy for them?
I think this is England being good. I don't think West Indies want to make anything easy for England. England have decided, look, we're going to come out. We've won the toss. We decided to send West Indies into bat. And when you win the toss and decide to send a team into bat, you need to get wickets up front. And that is what Sam Curran and Gus Atkinson did. They've delivered what Butler wanted, getting wickets early. We saw a greater effort from the England seamers to get the ball into the pitch, hit the ball into the pitch and get the ball into some areas, into good areas. The ball obviously was doing a bit at the beginning of the innings, which is expected because they're 2 new balls, 1 from each end. But I thought the English bowlers today ran in and they bowled with purpose, they bowled with a lot of intent, and you could see that they really were up for this game. Even the fielding, some brilliant saves which created pressure, put pressure on the West Indian batters. So all those things coming together, all those ingredients coming together, obviously would have put England in the ascendancy, and that's why West Indies crumbled for 202. The thing about West Indies is that being put under pressure, they seem to crumble. Without Shea Hope's main contributions, we seem to crumble. Okay, Rutherford got a half century, but when you look down that batting order with those scores, not a lot of scores to show home about.
Liam Livingstone 3 for 39, Ryan Ahmed 2 for 40. Will Jacks bowled 4 overs, 0 for 27. Bryden Cass took 0 for 34 from his 6. Gus Atkinson finished with 2 for 28 from 6 overs and 4 balls. And Sam Curran, difficult day for him on Sunday, 7 overs, 3 for 33. And actually, coming next, the boys are going to be looking at Sam Curran and how England can get the best out of him in one-day international cricket. This is talkSPORT 2.
On DAB, online and via the talkSPORT app.
He's gone!
The second ODI live on talkSPORT 2. Kick off your Saturday with Game Day Breakfast on talkSPORT with Goals, the free football pull-out with the sun. Lace up your boots for the nation's brightest sports breakfast with insider matchday news, big game previews and exclusive interviews from Tony Cascarino and Natalie Sawyer.
You better believe it!
Get fully loaded for football with Game Day Breakfast, Saturday morning from 6 on talkSPORT with Goals, the essential free football pull-out with the sun every Saturday, Sunday and Monday.
Shop Etsy, make gifting easy. Purse for mum, mug for dad, toys for kids, sorted. Shopping for presents shouldn't feel like a mission. With great gifts made by real people for all budgets, Etsy has it. Shop etsy.co.uk and use code MISSION10 by December 31st for 10% off your first purchase up to £50. Terms apply. See etsy.com/terms.
Hi, I'm Danny Dyer, and welcome to What's That Smell? Ugh, smoky with a hint of burgers. It's my barbecue apron. Luckily, I can make this smell like freshly picked lilies. Just pop it in the washing machine, add some Surf Tropical Lily laundry detergent, and... oh, my fave. It smells like my dream holiday. Get long-lasting fragrance with natural essential oils with Surf laundry detergent. You can make anything perf with Surf.
It's 10:53 p.m. You're at a karaoke bar. You're catching your breath. You, slayer of the microphone, just exercised. And thanks to your Samsung Galaxy Watch 6, you know you've been active for exactly 103 minutes. Sure, you didn't go to the gym, but this sweat is still sweat. Samsung Galaxy Watch 6 for extreme lifeness.
How do you make the most out of every day? Beyond not skipping your morning coffee, that is. With Toyota hybrid technology, agile hatchback design, and a spacious, fully connected interior, the Toyota Yaris self-charging hybrid certainly knows. Now available at 4.9% APR representative with a £300 deposit contribution. Book your test drive today. Available on PCP when financed through Toyota Financial Services by 13th of December. Optional final payment. Indemnities may be required. See website for details. Conditions apply.
talkSPORT 2.
Short ball and he's entered, he's out!
The second ODI live
on talkSPORT 2, the new home of cricket.
Like Sam Curran is the question that we shall be asking. I don't think there is any doubt whatsoever in the minds of fair-minded England watchers and supporters that Sam Curran is a rare talent with both bat and ball, but there is a little bit of a discrepancy, I guess, in terms of his effectiveness in the shortest form of international cricket, i.e. T20, and that of one-day internationals, and perhaps even if you extrapolate that out to the Test team, where he's had some success as an all-rounder in the longest form of the game. And at the moment, Sam is having one of those incredibly rare, for him, blips and dips in form and confidence, or at least he was up until this morning when he just returned figures of 3 for 33 from 7, and has rather put to bed any early reports of his demise or the fact that he might not be required for England going forward. So I've got Jarrod Kimber and Steve Harmison alongside me. We're all very much in agreement that Sam Curran is a rarely talented young player, and that you know, everyone goes through peaks and troughs in terms of form, and at the moment, or it seems to be just crawling out of one, but has had a little bit of a knock in confidence, which has been rare for him in his youthful career so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously talented, but he isn't a natural fit in every single side, which is, I'm sure, what we will probably discuss. And so partly the problem with young all-rounders is they often end up doing jobs that they're maybe not ideally suited towards, because you end up it's the Mo and Ali thing, isn't it, of you're going to fill every single different hole that we need you to fill in this side, and you're probably not quite at that level. And I think Sam Curran has a bit of that of, you're going to bowl, you know, we're going to need you to bowl in the middle and then at the death. It's like, well, maybe you can get away with him bowling in one of those zones, but if you're making him bowl in both, he's probably going to go for runs at least once in every game he bowls in, even in the games that he bowls in well. Not if the opposition don't make it to 40 overs.
Well, indeed. So, I mean, do you have any sort of statistical nuggets for us in terms of sort of why he's been quite so effective? Why was he man of the series, man of the tournament in the last T20 World Cup in India, and what did he do so well then? What was his role, and why was he able to fulfil that role now? And why has he found it more difficult to find a niche for himself in 50-over cricket? And is that his fault, or is that simply because he's kind of filling in for the inadequacies of other parts of the team elsewhere?
So I think at his absolute best was probably when he was used by Chennai, which you remember he would bowl like 2 or 3 overs, not always bowl out. And they set their team up for him to be able to do that. And then for him to be able to bat at number 7, where I think for Chennai he averages 20 with a strike rate of 132. That's fine in T20, right? But in one-day cricket, it's a bit trickier to find that role. And also Chennai built the team around Moeen Ali and Ravi Jadeja and Sam Curran, knowing that they had 3 of them. None of them were going to bowl their 4 overs unless the conditions were in their favour. So that's one of the reasons why he was such a good IPL bowler, was that T20 World Cup when he was outstanding. There's a big difference. I'll talk about his slow balls in a moment, but I think there's also a big difference in ground sizes. So he played the ground dimensions in those Australian games really, really well. So he bowled very straight and very full in Adelaide, for instance, and said, if you want to hit me back over my head for 6, go. And the same, he would bowl short with at the MCG and the other wider grounds. He's very clever at all that sort of stuff. But if you look at him in ODI cricket in the last 3 years, Butch, his average is 13 runs less than a normal opening bowler in the power play. Right, so he's minus 13. That's outstanding. Like, you want him in your side. The middle overs, his average is plus 46. Might have slightly changed today, but it's still a lot. I don't think it would have come in all that much today. And at the death, his average is plus 15. So outside of the power, what you basically have with him is a bowler who is incredibly suited to the power play. We saw today he could swung the ball and then he went to the wobble seam. The ability to do both of those as a left armer is incredible. Outside of that, what is his main skill? And this is the thing I found really interesting. So Gemma found this from on CricViz. So in T20 cricket, his slow ball has an economy of 7.5. In ODI cricket, his economy is 7.96. Now, I've never seen anyone with a higher economy with the same skill in T20, in one day compared to T20. My guess is in T20 cricket, you're trying to swing quite violently at his slower ball. And because it's quite, especially his back of the hand one, but even his cutter, he's got a chance of getting you when you're trying to slog him. Teams are clearly milking him in ODI cricket if they're scoring 8 runs and over, which means you've got a guy who bowls at 80 miles an hour, who isn't very tall, who's not deadly accurate for someone of his pace, whose slow ball isn't very good. And I think that is the main problem outside the power play. He has no delivery that he can go to. T20 cricket, he can go to the wide Yorkers, he can play the dimensions of the field and try and get people to scoop the odd one straight up in the air. None of that is happening in one-day cricket. And if you think about it, there's a big difference in the way that you're batting against someone like that. And then if you go to his batting, in ODI cricket, this is List A cricket, sorry. When he bats at number 6, he averages 23 with a strike rate of 77. He can't bat at number 6 for England, right? You want him to bat at number 7. He's got an average of 19 with a strike rate of 86. His actual best batting is at number 8, which is 26 with a strike rate of 110. The problem there is, if you've got a guy who you can't guarantee you 10 overs, you can't bowl him for at least 35 overs of the innings, and then you need him to be able to bowl his 10 overs up front, or for him to be able to bat at number 6 or number 7. He's just not good enough at the weaker skills to get them by. So it ends up, that's why I talked about Chennai at the start, because Chennai built the team around what he could do. You can't do that at international level. You can't not pick him because he's too good.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay, so I mean, the big takeaway from that is that, and this perhaps lends itself to talking about some of the other options that England have in terms of building an 11 in terms of their all-rounders, because as Jarrod has just pointed out, he's not going to bat in the top 6, and ideally you don't really want him to bowl 10 overs out of 50, which means that you have to have other all-rounders who are perhaps stronger in batting, but who are going to be able to bowl maybe, I don't know, half of his allocation in the 11 as well. And as England found out during the World Cup, sort of Liam Livingstone and Moeen Ali, Liam Livingstone and Sam Curran, the two never really made up to a whole, did they? And that was the issue they had. So perhaps the problem is not entirely due to Sam Curran's sort of poor forward blip in form at the moment. It's just simply because they haven't managed to quite find enough high quality all-rounders in order to make all of them work properly, if you see what I mean. They're all having to do sort of like bits and pieces of each other's job and aren't quite doing them well enough.
Yeah, I think that's the massive point with Sam. We look at Sam because we see a young lad who's talented. We want to build a team around. We want to be the best Sam Curran he possibly can be. But I think in the recent past and in the World Cup, you look at somebody like Moeen Ali, for example. We all love Moeen Ali, but for the last 18 months, he's basically told us he hates white ball 50 over bowling. So that's not really helping Sam Curran.
And hasn't really scored any runs
and
either.
Not scored any runs.
Hasn't
so that
made 50 for something like 3 years or something.
And you flip Liam Livingstone into the equation, and then all of a sudden we've got three of them who we all question, and that this is our best team. These are our best players, but unfortunately they're not performing well enough, and that's why we're having this conversation, because of what happened in the World Cup. I look at this Sam Curran one, and my theory with Sam is he's very good when he's good. It sounds sort of cliche-ish, but he's very good when he's good, and when he's awful, he is awful. I mean, and I think because of
awful, yeah.
but I think that's mindset from Sam. I think it's mindset from Sam. The last game's a prime example, and this game's to back that up. He started off with a new ball. You've just given us the numbers with a new ball. He started off with a new ball. He was going at 10 and over. He got belted. He never looked like bringing that back. But watching him, watching his body language, watching the way he was bowling, watching his decision making, I know that for a fact what it was like with a bowler, because bearing in mind the record he broke was mine. So I've been in that situation. So I know for a fact that if my first spell's not gone very well, I'm trying to drag it back as much as I can. So I'm trying to bring this back from a run rate point of view, try and all sorts. Maybe he's trying too hard, and it's going even worse. And I'm just looking at the captain going, do you really think I should be bowling my 10 here? But unfortunately that's where he was in. But in this, my case in point to back that up is, I watched that this afternoon, and for 2.5, 2.6 overs, I thought the same Sam Curran had turned up, because he's opening, his lead shoulder was pulling away too much, too quickly. He was trying to get through his action far too quickly. He wasn't getting it to swing to the right-hander, pushing it across, and that tells you that he's not in tune with his action, and he's possibly trying to put it there because his confidence is not that high. Been there many, many times where, my left foot's telling me right foot to get in front of it, but it's not going anywhere near it, and then all of a sudden anything could possibly come. Not quite from what Sam's got, but as soon as he took that wicket, all of a sudden, to the right-hander, he bowled a lot straighter. To the right-hander, he looked as though he got a little bit of shape, and he held his length. He got that off the back of a wicket. And that, for me, when Sam is and that's why I mean, when Sam is good, his confidence is high, and he gets a wicket early, or he goes and belts a few runs, he comes out, and Sam looks invincible. Yeah. And I think for me, the big thing for me with Sam is the human element of Sam is this confident cricketer who can hit sixes, can bowl, decent, runs around in the field. I don't actually think, from a confidence point of view, he's that confident in the ability that he's got. And I think that's not a criticism of him. I think that's just the way he is as a person. That's not a negative. It's just the human element of Sam Curran. I think this boy is skillful. I want to build my team around this lad. And I think over the course of the last sort of 12 to 18 months, possibly in 50 over cricket, that I think there's a lot of other things gone wrong within the team which haven't helped Sam Curran.
No, I think that's true. What I would say is, I do think some of it is technical, though, because I don't think he has the techniques for batting higher in the order. I don't think he has the technique to bowl later in the innings sometime. But the other thing I would say is, if you look at Daniel Vettori, Imran Khan, Ravi Jadeja, I know they're all pretty handy players. But a lot of those guys came in with unrefined games, right? But they had one skill that was really good, and that got them in the side. And eventually you knew that Jadeja was going to work out batting. He'd made 2 triple hundreds in first-class cricket. He's at least going to be able to bat at number 7, right? But it takes a long time. And Curran is at that level where his new ball bowling is good enough for him to be in a side. It's getting all those other things and how you improve that. And this sounds weird, but I told Bats this, but Bats wouldn't allow it. The best thing for Sam Curran was to go to another county that wasn't Surrey, where he had to bat at number 4 or number 5. Just get himself a little bit better.
I bet that was popular with Gareth Batty.
Gareth Batty's
Alex Stewart.
Surrey coach just didn't like. I don't know why Stewie doesn't like me.
Why didn't he like that?
But a little point, but something else on this one, Butch, is you've got to be manageable as well. And I think our case in point, where we have sat here like two old men and we were being, all the modern cricketers have been listening to us today shouting Butcher and Armas, and they're just old, criticising Will Jacks coming on. But you look at the way Sam Curran's numbers are. You look at the way Sam Curran was as a bowler in them first 5 overs. I think a captain, I would say a better captain, would have bowled Sam Curran through 7 or 8 overs. Sam Curran wouldn't have come off after 5. And he wouldn't have captained by numbers. He would have bowled his 6th over, he would have bowled his 7th over, he would have bowled his 8th over, and possibly by that 8th over he might have had 5 for, he might have had 6 for, and he might have bowled the West Indies out for next to nothing. So I think there's an element of that as well.
Yeah, for sure. I understand that. And the other thing that I know from knowing the lad reasonably well is that he is really, really feisty. He's got a terrific sort of competitive spirit. He's very, very tenacious. You know, he'll come at people if you criticise him. He feels that quite deeply, but it's not something that affects him in a negative way. He turns it into something positive. So I don't think that there's any question here that people are sort of writing him off and saying that he doesn't have what it takes, because he has more than what it takes. What it needs perhaps is for the role to be found, for him to be the best of himself more often, as opposed to being exposed by the things that he's not so good at, which, you know, his new ball bowling, as you've said, the sort of the -13 element of his new ball bowling is obviously outstanding. We know he can bowl at the death, but you don't want him to have him bowling a large chunk of overs in the middle, and you don't want to leave him with 4 at the end either. I mean, 2 would probably be about the limit, and that sometimes leaves you looking around for the rest of the 11 and say, well, where are we going to make up the shortfall for this all-rounder that isn't quite the all-round package for us yet? Which is not to say that he won't be at some point. He's still a very young man. Let's move away from Sam specifically, because it's quite an interesting topic now, because England have got their next assignment is the 2027 Champions Trophy. Managed to fly our way into that. Sorry, 25. Yes, 27 is the World Cup. The 25 Champions Trophy. Managed to sneak in through the back door to qualify for that one. But of course, you know, there's the squad that was out at the World Cup recently. Okay, of that on this trip, you've got Butler, Brooke, Curran, Livingston, and Carse. I think are the only ones that have survived. Oh, and Atkinson, of course, who have survived from that trip on this one. And we knew that this was always going to be sort of a younger squad, blooding new talent, etc., because let's face it, they have to get their one-day cap somewhere, because they're not going to get them playing for their counties. So it was very important that on this tour that as many new faces came in as possible. So if you take it from the World Cup, that there are 6 players that have survived from that. We know that there are probably, I reckon, I mean, Steve, you've probably written out a list here, but I reckon there's probably 5 or 6 that were in that World Cup squad on top of the 6 I've just mentioned, who might not ever play ODIs again. Would you agree with that?
I've got out of the 10 that aren't here, I've got 4 staying in the 50 over setup, and I've got 6 not playing ever again.
Okay, well, who are the 6?
Milan, Stokes, Root, Ali, Wokes, and Willie, obviously, for he's retired. And the ones that I think might be still in with a shout to playing 50 over cricket going forward will be Bairstow, Rashid, Wood, and Topley. Milan, I think that ship sailed now. I think Stokes, I think retired once. I'm not sure about Root. He's the only one either side. Mo and Ali's not wanted to play for a while in 50 over cricket, and I don't think Wokes will come back and play 50 over cricket either.
Okay, all right. Well, ruminate on that, if you will, back there at home. We'll take a short break and pick that up on the other side. You're listening to talkSPORT 2.
On DAB, online and via the talkSPORT app.
He's gone! The second ODI live
on talkSPORT 2.
Early breakfast, weekday mornings from 5 on talkSPORT with Adrian Flux. Insurance for the individual. From the goal line to the golf course, the canvas to the crease. We've got all the biggest sports stories covered. Wake up to expert debate, analysis and opinion that's guaranteed to set you up for the day. Early breakfast, weekday mornings from 5 on talkSPORT with Adrian Flux. Get a tailor-made quote for your commercial vehicle. Search Adrian Flux. Insurance for the individual.
Get ready for sport's biggest party. 180. Premier League Darts returns in 2024. Experience all the action and all the drama live at an arena near you. See the biggest names in darts go head-to-head on the Oki in next year's 17-night roadshow event. Tickets are available right now at pdc.tv/tickets or search Premier League Darts. Game on!
Make this Christmas extra special by getting them an M&S gift card. With an MLS gift card, they can choose from award-winning beauty, the softest cashmere, or a gourmet hamper, whatever they love. So to the gingerbread house builders, kids costume designers and charade champions, this is your year to spend time on the things you love. Shop gift cards in-store, online or on the MLS app.
A new energy-efficient boiler from British Gas can save you up to 22% on gas bills. That's a 22% saving on warm nights in. Cozy cats. Oof. And shower discos. Save money with the new energy-efficient boiler from British Gas. And you can even spread the cost with up to 4 years interest-free credit. Search British Gas, new boiler. Credit subject to status. Credit broker not a lender. Using panel of lenders for savings, see website.
Where could your hand-cooked tyres take you? For beachside beverages in Bali? A sun-drenched swimming pool in St. Lucia? Or the whole of May in the Maldives? Visit handcook.win and you could win daily prizes of shopping vouchers and have the chance to win a £20,000 Virgin holiday. Hand-cooked tyres, fitted for reliability, safety and premium performance. Over 18s, T's and C's apply. See handcook.win.
On DAB, online and via the talkSPORT app.
He's gone!
The second ODI live on talkSPORT 2.
It is talkSPORT 2, it is the second one-day international, and the second innings is about to get underway. The England run chase trying to make 203, and Salt gets England underway with a shot down to deep third, and they will come back for a couple. It is a 2 to start things off. Alzari Joseph is bowling for the West Indies. Salt a little bit uppish there, actually. It's not a million miles away from the man in the gully. Looks like he might, but that might be Rutherford. But England are up and running. 202 all out. The home side in 39 overs and 4 balls. And England are therefore looking to win this game and level this series. 203 the target. It is the tiniest smidge over 4 and over. Alzari Joseph is in, past the umpire, beats the outside edge on a ball that keeps really low and bounces a second time into the pads of the wicketkeeper Shea Hope, and there is no run. Of course, the question is, 4 runs and over is a cakewalk in professional cricket. But do England want to play it that way? I have the funny feeling, Philo, Wallace, they don't. They're going to try and win this as quickly as possible and get it done. Well, Mark, it is the Christmas season, and a lot of people will be eating cakes. But England will obviously look to be as professional as possible, chasing 203. Joseph is in, short ball, hit through mid-on, and away for the first boundary of the innings. Salt got that one waist high, slapped it past the fielder at mid-on. And England 6 without loss after 3 balls. Yes, a very good start there from Phil Salt. A short ball, not a lot of pace from Alzari Joseph, but he climbed into it quite nicely and banged it to the right of mid-on. So not a lot of pace at all, and then down to the boundary for 4. Chasing small targets sometimes, Maka, could be tricky. I think the start is going to be important. These 2 openers need to have a very good start. Well, they've got the experience of Alzari Joseph with the ball. The West Indies, he's got one slip in, and the ball flies past. What, that one slip, it's Brandon King. Phil Salt threw his hands at that one. It was wide of the man there, and it goes away for 4. England are 10 without loss after 4. Yes, very lucky there, Phil Salt. The ball fraction short, he's not covering the off stump, just staying on leg side. Leg stump and just fanning at the ball, and these bats with these thick outside edges. Ball just flew past Brandon King and down to third man for 4. No chance of King catching that at all. Looks like England are trying to win this before the floodlights come on. That'll be some achievement. Joseph in, down the leg side. Bit of a tangle from Salt. Will go through square leg and away for a single. 5 balls of the innings gone. That leg bye takes it to 11 without loss. Well, Alzari still has to be careful here. He still needs to bowl those discipline lines and lengths. You don't want to get frustrated and carried away because you're defending a small total. You need to have to bowl the ball in the area, to bowl the ball in the right areas, and expect the batters to make the mistake and get wickets. In order for West Indies to win this game, they have to bowl out England. which is why I was slightly surprised there was only one slip in place. Like you say, they've got to find wickets. So Jax is about to have his first ball, facing Alzari Joseph. Gets a ball that sort of stands up a little bit on him, drops it into the offside, and they'll take a single throw in at the striker's end. Phil Salt gets home. He's actually hit by the throw as it comes in. I think he would have made it anyway. Well, that's a statement of intent of a first over. 203 the target, 12 without loss England after those first 6 balls. Here, exclusively live on talkSPORT 2.
But clearly the message has been sent by England in this run chase. They've gone 12 runs already in the first over. So they're looking to finish this game comfortably, maybe within the 50 overs. But Phil Saunders continued to show that aggression at the top. Only one ball misbehaved in that Alzari's opening over, a ball that just stayed down when it was back pitch. But other than that, the pitch looks to be obviously still a good batting pitch.
So Romario Shepherd will do duties from the other end. 2 for 77 for him on Sunday. The West Indies need early inroads to try and get England a little bit nervous. Can Shepherd be the man? In he goes past umpire Menon. There's a little bit of shape on that, and it didn't seem to bounce that high either. There's half an appeal for LBW, but it's well outside the line and squirts out into the offside, and it remains 12 without loss. By the way, this might not be even the best performance by an England team today, what we're witnessing in Antigua, because if you've not heard, the England women had a phenomenal performance in their T20 series against India at the Wankhede earlier today. England women posted 197 for 6 from their 20 overs. Shepherd goes in, Jax walks down the pitch to meet him, turns it through square leg, and they will take a single, 13 without loss. Now 197 for 6 from 20 overs is decent going in anyone's money. It's even better when you consider they were 2 for 2 at one point. Nat Severbrunt 77 from 53, Danny Wyatt 75 from 47. They then restricted India to 159 for 6. Guess what? Yeah, no surprises. Sophie Eccleston had more wickets, 3 for 15. So looks like the England men's and women's teams are having their own little private competition today as to who can put in the better performance.
Yes, it needs the women to inspire the men.
Here comes Romario Shepherd. In he is. It's down leg side. Turn through square leg once again. They take the first as Salt gets to the non-strikers. He has a look and says, no, Casey Carty's got his hands on the ball already. We're not going to take any undue chances, and we'll stay for 1. 14 without loss here on talkSPORT 2. Get in touch, cricket_TS at talkSPORT 2 if you want to use the Twitter handle. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, if you subscribe, then you can send us a comment or a question through that. Romario Shepherd is in. There is a little bit of out shape there, and Will Jax is just in danger of a little bit playing across that. The bat coming down sort of gully to mid-on-ish. He needs to be a little bit careful, but so far so good.
Yes, Romario Shepherd again has been given the opportunity to share the new ball with Jarrod Joseph. He's not the high arm action type of bowler. He's more of a wrong arm slinger. So more often than not, when the ball is new, he'll be looking to get that ball to swing away from the right hander.
He comes in once again. He's a little bit leg side-ish. I think he's hoping for a bit of a miracle ball that sort of start that one that pitches middle and then swings away. Unfortunately for this time, it thunders into the pad of Will Jax, and Nitin Menon signals leg by, 15 without loss.
Mark, all bowlers think that way. You get a ball to outswing from middle stump to off stump, and you decide that if I get it on leg stump, he's going to flick at it and he's going to knock his off pole out. But unfortunately, that ball just continued down the leg side and it got a leg by.
Final ball of his over there, and he's taking Phil Salt high on the inner thigh of his back leg. Had a swing towards mid-wicket there, but didn't make contact. 2 gone. So 12 from the first, 3 from the second. England 15 without loss here on talkSPORT 2.
Yes, that ball short of a left, not bouncing as high as Phil Salt was expected, and the ball crashing into his right thigh. Now the batters, Marco, they use this inner thigh pad on their right leg. When we played, there was no inner thigh pad, so anything that hit you in that inner thigh pad in that inner side of your right leg, you're always going to rub. But obviously Phil Salt needs to be careful here. He's facing two different types of bowlers. Alzarri Joseph with a high action, he'll get the ball to bounce. And Romario Shepherd with that wrong arm type of action, he won't really get the ball to bounce. The ball will more skid on onto him, so he needs to be careful.
Alzarri Joseph to start his second. He'll have to do that one over again. He speared that one down the leg side. Well taken by Sheho, but he was still going away to his left-hand side as he pulled that one in. It's a wide. It's 16 without loss.
Yes, a badly line in swinger there from Alzarri Joseph, getting it all wrong. And Sheho just being nimble on his feet and just skipping across and taking it in his gloves. He's improved as well as a wicket keeper. We spoke about his batting earlier, but also his keeping has been quite outstanding.
He's watching Alzarri Joseph run towards him, finds the edge, and it's wide as slip. Another one goes to the right of Brandon King, and I will ask the question once again. The West Indies will only win this match by taking wickets, and twice they have found the outside edge that would have been a regulation catch to a second slip, and they've only got one grabber alongside the wicketkeeper, Philo Wallace.
Well, Maka, that is Shehope's decision. I don't know who's the vice captain here, but Alzarri Joseph is the vice captain, and he's bowling. He should be able to tell the captain, I need a second slip. But unfortunately, there's no second slip, and Jack slipped to see another delivery from Alzarri Joseph. But well bowled. That ball leaving the right hand and drawing Jax into a drive.
Joseph turns. He's got that face on that tells you he's not particularly happy. Now he's got Jax walking at him, digs it in, hits him round about the tummy button, and you might have just picked up through the stump mics, Will Jax going, oh, because there was a bit of mustard on that one. You could tell Alzarri Joseph is not a happy man at the moment.
Well, he has a second slip in place now, which is good, but he opted to go the other length, which is short of a length, into Jack's stomach, and obviously get a hit at that pace in your stomach is not an easy feat. But he's brave, he's strong, and Jackson and Alzarri Joseph will do battle again.
Has the stable door been shut after the horse has bolted? Jax comes forward, pushes into the offside, drops it in there, takes a single, 21 without loss.
That's a very good bat in there from Jax. He got the ball edge outside the offside, one that thundered into his stomach, and then the next delivery he's looking to just push it into the offside with soft hands and getting a single to get the aggressive Phil Salt into strike. Obviously Salt is 11 from 7 balls. We know his exploits within the T20 format, and he's been given the opportunity here now again today.
Joseph in, on his toes is Salt, chest on to the bowler when he ends up playing it, pushing it towards mid-wicket. Alzarri Joseph will field in his follow-through, and there's no run. That one just a shade below 138 kilometres an hour, so into the 80s, mid-80s kind of pace.
But we can't use gas anymore, so it's either hybrid or electric. But we're seeing Alzarri Joseph really putting in the effort here for his team. He's vice captain. He's the leader of the bowling pack.
In he goes, and Phil Salt is staying leg side of this one and just pushes it into the offside. And again, there's no run. So 6 off of the over with the boundary single and wide. Means that Joseph has gone for 17 from his 11 deliveries so far. Alzarri Joseph 1 for 65 on Sunday. Penny for the thoughts of Shea Hope. He's got to find a breakthrough. He's got to find a way through. As I keep saying, I can't see how the West Indies win this by restriction. It's got to be by taking wickets. Short ball. Salt gets underneath this, slaps it over backward point, and it's away for 4. Ended 3 overs in this run chase. The 4th boundary is hit. England are 25 without loss here on talkSPORT 2, and Salt now has 15 of those.
A very good shot there from Phil Salt. Ball just short, cramping him for room, but he had the presence of mind to just hit the ball over point, opening that bat face and beating the third man to his right. So a good controlled shot by Phil Salt. Although the ball had a lot of pace on it, he still had the presence of mind, and it was in a very good position to get it over the point boundary for 4.
Yeah, and the point that you've just highlighted there, it wasn't wide. Yes, it was short. I mean, that wasn't a Robin Smith square cut kind of width ball.
Agreed.
That was actually pretty close in, and he's played it beautifully to get it up and over and absolutely timed the cover off of it.
Yes, this means obviously the pitch is good. Once you can time the ball that way, that means that the bounce and the pace of the surface is a good one.
Romario Shepherd then for over number 4 brings Jacks forward, plays quietly into the offside, no run. Yeah, we heard about this, of course, before the start of the series. It relayed square, had very little cricket played on it. We didn't really know how it was going to play, and Sunday's pitch was pretty good, as the scores will attest.
Yes.
This one's actually played better, and the scores have been lower, so go figure. Shepherd is in once again, right arm over the wicket, roundabout off stump. Jacks is playing to mid-on, and there's no run.
This is a good start here from Mario Shepherd. He's bowled 1.2 over. He's only gone for 2 runs. Remember on Sunday he had 3 for 34, I think. So this is a big effort here, a very good comeback from him from that last game. You're seeing him putting in the effort. He's really hitting the deck hard, and he's following through. It's quite deep. So it's good to see him really running in and bowling and trying to express himself and give that support to Alzira Joseph. Hopefully be looking to get a wicket as well.
He's got a gold chain bouncing around his neck as he makes his way in. Gets a short ball, goes through to Hope. The wicket keeper is asking the question. Jacks just practices playing a short ball once again, and the West Indies will not review that. It remains 25 without loss.
That's a very good short ball from Mario Shepherd. Ball dug in short and Will Jacks looking to pull it, but still looking to take his eye off the ball, not in control. And he's very, very lucky that the ball whizzed past the outside edge and through to Shea Hope.
Hope took that, armpit height, jumping. Shepherd is in once again. He's put that one in short, not quite as short as the previous one. Jacks is able to play it chest high from the crease, drops it down in front of him, and there is no run. But that previous one, Hope was properly 2 feet up in the air and still took it at armpit height, and it was still travelling on him.
Yes, Super Mario Shepherd really putting in a big effort here to support Alzira Joseph. He's not bowling medium pace, he's bowling medium fast, which is good to see.
Shepherd in. Was wider of the crease on that occasion, angling in towards middle and leg, and it's been clipped by Jacks out to Curtly at straight mid-wicket coming off of the boundary, and they'll take a couple to take the score to 27 without loss.
A nice shot there from Will Jacks. That ball coming in from Shepherd just from outside the off stump, and he just worked it nicely with the pace and getting into the leg side and picking up 2 easy runs.
To finish the over then, Shepherd makes his way in and gets a leading edge. Jacks was looking to sort of punch that mid-on, maybe even mid-wicket. It went towards mid-off, but landed short. End of the over there for 27 without loss here on talkSPORT 2. Our analyst is, of course, Mr. Jarrod Kimber.
We're talking about Romario Shepherd bowling really well, so 4 runs in his first 2 overs. His last 2 ODIs, he's taken 4 wickets for 150 runs, and both of the ODIs have gone at over 70 runs, so over 7 runs and over. So certainly a better start from him than we've seen in recent times. But I just want to talk about this opening partnership as well, Salt and Jacks. They averaged 73 so far in their 3 innings together, so they probably should have played in the World Cup matchup. In the last 4 games, Salt averages 42 with a strike rate of 165, and Jacks 37 with a strike rate of 110. So this is a timid start from these 2.
Get on with it! Here comes Alzira Joseph. Shortish ball to Salt, who backs away, guides it down to third. Minimum of fuss, and we'll take a single. There is a slip in place. There's also a deepish... It's a gully bordering on backward point, and the fielder down on the 3rd boundary. So it's a thread the eye of the needle job, but Phil Salt is perfectly confident in his abilities at the moment. He's got 16 from 11, and he's more than happy to play that shot. Jacks settles in, raises his bat, waits for Joseph, who gets a snorter, absolutely takes off, and wicketkeeper Shea Hope can't get anywhere near it, and it goes away for 4, and it's 4 runs. I'm going to see the replay of this. Was this glove or bat? It's glove, I think, and it was still going up as it went over the head of the wicketkeeper. Wow!
As I'm going to say, you can't say he's bowling with gas or diesel. It has to be either hybrid or electric. and that was a very, very good short ball. Jacks tried his best not to hit it, but it brushed the glove apparently, and it flew over the head of Shea Hope to the boundary for 4, and Jack's eyes open wide. So that is good to see. Alzarri Joseph causing Jacks some concern.
Proper smell the leather stuff. Joseph in once again. Shortish ball. Jacks takes it on huge into the leg side, and it'll travel all the way for 6 over. Long leg. Alzarri Joseph is just walking back, shaking his head, almost with a sort of strained smile on his face, going, I've absolutely done you all ends up the previous one, and now you're doing that to me. Just helping this short ball on over backwards square leg for 6.
I think that's a shot of desperation. Will Jacks was nowhere in position at all. He just swung on length, and the ball hit the middle of the bat and went over backwards square for 6, and Alzarri obviously staring at him and shaking his head. But that is the modern game, Marco. It's a batter's game.
11 from 3 balls in this over. Jacks is off the back foot on this occasion. Oh, that's a nice, well-timed shot. Carty's going to have to run out to deep point from inside the circle to pull that one back in. It'll be a couple. 146.3 kilometres an hour. So what's that? Just under 90 miles an hour. This is Alzarri Joseph, who's got a bee in his bonnet at the moment. He's really revving high now and going through the gears.
I think he's on a V8, not a B. It's good gas, actually. He's bowling with good pace, but that's a good shot from Jacks. Just staying on the back foot and punching it. Not looking to overhit it, but getting 2 runs.
40 without loss, England, in 4.4 overs. The West Indies, after 10 overs, were 41 for 4. So England way ahead of the game at the moment. Joseph is in. Oh, glorious shot. Punch through cover all along the floor. And because we're inside the first power play, there's only 2 men outside the circle, and there isn't one as a cover sweeper. And Jacks gets a boundary fall that takes him to 25. And England keep on rolling. That was a quick delivery, but it went even quicker off of his bat.
That's exquisite, Marco, just getting into line and punching it quite nicely and beating Curtly to his left at point and down to the boundary for 4. And the tables have turned, actually. It's Alzarri Joseph now, who's gone 2.5 over. He's gone for 38 runs, despite bowling with good pace.
17 in the over so far, and here comes the final ball. Joseph is in, it's shortage. Inside half of the bat from Jacks. Was probably looking to push out towards cover. Actually, it's fielded at mid-wicket. He decides to end the over by turning around and signalling to the dressing room that he needs a drink. It's the first 5 overs completed. And England 44 without loss here on talkSPORT.
Very good position, England, in chasing down 203 for victory. 44 without loss in 5 overs. Alzarri Joseph is travelling. He's going to go 3 overs with 38 runs. But some individual shots, but some very good ones as well. But again, not good control from Alzarri Joseph. I love the English batters, particularly Will Jacks, to play some exquisite drives off the back foot. So again, the West Indies will need to have a look and see how best they can stem this flow of runs from the English batters and also look to take wickets.
159 is the requirement for England from 45 overs to take us into Saturday's final one-day international level at 1 apiece, and therefore to get us a decider. We'll be on air at 5 o'clock on Saturday for a 5:30 first ball following the Premier League football game between Wolves and Nottingham Forest. Romario Shepherd to continue to the right-handed Salt. He's in, bowls. Salt pushes towards mid-off. It's fielded partially by the bowler in his follow-through, and there's no run. Interestingly, Romario Shepherd has got a point and a backward point inside the circle. It's almost like they're trying to use Phil Salt's preferred shots against him. They're almost saying, well, go on, if you want to hit it there, you can absolutely do that, but if you get it wrong, you'll be taking your gloves off and walking back to the pavilion. Slip in place, but he's watching a short ball be whacked through mid-wicket. There is a deep fielder on the leg side, but 15 metres away from where the ball crosses the rope for another boundary. The 7th of the England innings. They're 48 without loss.
It's a short ball, and Phil Salt is getting into position and slapping it down and through mid-wicket and beating Casey Carter, who is that forward square to the boundary for 4, but you could hear the sound of that ball hitting the bat. It really hit with a lot of power and smack in the middle.
Shepherd is in. Salt on this occasion, playing from the crease, beats the man at point, and it'll go all the way out to Shimron Hetmeyer, who is patrolling the cover sweeping role, and will take a single. 49 without loss. Is Nitin Menon officially warning Romario Shepherd? I think he might be, for running on the danger area. Salt at the non-strikers end has just very pointedly gone away and swept away some debris where he claims he's following through, and patted down some bits which were definitely in the danger area. It did look like Nitin Menon warned him. In he comes, and he's wider of the crease on this occasion. It's off the back foot by Jacks. Shimron Hetmeyer will field at deep points, and they take a single, and the England 50 is up. 5 overs and 4 balls to get there. Salt 21 from 14. Jacks has become the dominant partner. 26 from 20. 35 balls to bring up the first 50.
A very good opening partnership of 50 runs. Not a lot of chances being taken, just some very good cricket shots by these two exciting openers.
And that will be all, because Romario Shepherd comes in and bowls Salt straight through the gate, hitting middle and leg. And there's an almost stunned disbelief around the ground. Salt certainly can't believe it. He's saying, well, what happened there? And the answer is, well, not a great deal. Except if he turned round, he would see his middle stump lying 45 degrees away from where it should be. Salt goes for 21 from 15. England 50 for 1.
Yes, so Romario Shepherd are just looking to get that ball a lot straighter on a length. Phil Salt playing all around that delivery, and the ball crashing into middle stump. He has to go back for 21, and he's only faced some 15 balls. He looked good, but looking good, he didn't last too long. But a good 50-run partnership, and he'd be disappointed, Phil Salt, to get out in that fashion and not really carry on a pitch that seems to be playing very good. Now we see Zach Crawley walking to the crease. He had a reasonable outing on Sunday, and he'd be obviously looking to get in here on this good track and form some partnership with Jacks, and hopefully look for a significant score for himself before heading off to Barbados.
Yeah, Crawley made 48 from 63 on Sunday, and was arguably one of the two batters who actually sort of batted balls as much as anything else. We mentioned this earlier on, and Philo picked it out on Sunday. If you looked at the balls faced by the England batters, it was 28, 24, 23, 13. Salt on this occasion 15 balls today. It's that old thing about once you get in and you're seeing it, you don't want to leave it to anyone else. You want to do it yourself. Right, there's a slip in place for Zach Crawley. He's about to face his first ball from Shepherd. In bowls, right arm over. Crawley plays that going backwards, didn't seem to bounce quite as high as he thought it was going to, pushes into the offside and is fielded in the covers, and they will take a single. 6 overs gone. England 51 for 1 here on talkSPORT 2.
Yes, a successful over there for Romario Shepherd. Getting the wicket of Phil Salt. The dangerous Phil Salt scores quickly, but that occasion the ball just hitting it straight in. Salt looking to play the ball maybe a fraction late, and the ball just scanning into his middle stump, and Shepherd will feel quite happy. He'll be contented at that, because he's been working really hard and not getting the results. Seeing Alzari Joseph at the end under the cush, and he's picked up the first wicket, and he'll be quite happy, and West Indies will be happy as well to have broken that opening partnership.
We have spin. It will be spin in the form of Gudakesh Moti, the slow left arm bowler. He is going to be bowling to Zach Crawley. So this is the 7th over. We're still well inside the power play. Moti left arm around, slip in place. Crawley turning it on the onside. They will take a quick single. It's a well-judged single. So Crawley's got 2 from 2. England 52 for 1. And it brings Jacks down on strike. Moti bowled first change in the game on Sunday. Took 2 for 49. Pauses at the end of his mark. Comes in. And it's a forward defensive from Will Jacks to a ball that's pitching middle, just holding its line. Pushes back down the pitch, no run. Moti only takes sort of 2 or 3 steps. That's quicker and slightly shorter. Jacks turns to short mid-wicket, no run, and signals to Crawley at the event. Yeah, that was the one that carries on with the arm coming in. Moti, shorter and wider outside of off stump. Oh, it turns onto the middle of Jacks's bat, who threads the eye of the needle between the 2 fielders in the covers on the offside, and it's through for 4. Jacks goes to 30 with 4 more to the England.
Oh, a lovely shot there from Jacks. That ball just wide and sat and asked to be hit, and in the appropriate manner, Jacks just found the gap between cover and extra cover, and then down to the boundary for 4. So a good shot from Jacks, continues to score. He moves to 30 from 23, and England continue to press hard to get to this total.
Moti in, that's quick again, round about middle and off. Jacks is turning it to square leg. Well, I thought I saw Roston Chase field the ball at the back end of the last over, and he is on the field. He's doing the fielding once again. The man from Barbados on his 12th man. Single taken, 57 for 1. Moti to finish his over. Zach Crawley is a big man, and he takes a big stride forward to play a forward defensive, and that will complete the over. 7 gone. 57 for 1 here on talkSPORT 2 on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, and of course you're hearing us in the Caribbean, broadcasting live in Trinidad and Tobago over Freedom 106.5 FM, with updates on Vibe CT 105.1, Sangeet 106.1, 95 Ultimate 1 and Sky 99.5 FM. First part of the commentary done and dusted for the second innings. Time to get you to Nikhil to pick up the commentary.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. What a start by the English. Yet again, just 146 runs away now, England, from levelling this Siege United 1 International Series. Romario Shepherd is going to continue to bowl from that Sir Andy Roberts, and here he is bowling 2 Jacks. Again, just gets one to skid on. And it seems like this surface now is beginning to just change. Maybe some two-pace nature. And which man, who better I should say, to talk to than the king of Antigua himself, Sir Curtly. Ambrose is here. Sir Curtly, what a start by the English.
That is something that we expected. The first game they got out of flyer as well, and tonight is no different.
Here is Jacks pulling this one with fine leg up, and it's gone all the way for 6 as well. He has shown some real superiority in this innings, Will Jacks. Supported Salt, but now maybe we'll take the attack to Shepherd.
Short delivery, and was plummeted away over long, I beg your pardon, over fine leg for 6. That was the intention from ball 1, that they were going to be aggressive. They were going to take the attack to all the West Indian bowlers, and so far really paying dividends. And if they continue in this vein, it could be a short chase.
Yeah, that opening partnership is really something sensational when you look at the numbers. 4th time that Jacks and Salt have opened the batting. They've got 269 runs from 164 deliveries. That's a run rate of 9.8. They had the 2-1 internationals against Ireland, and now have got 2 here in this series. And there have been some inclinations, Sir Curtly, about them almost being the next Jason Roy and Alex Hales. Well, they've certainly lived up to that thus far. Here's Shepherd over the wicket, this time shorter length, and just pushes Jacks back into his crease, dot ball.
It's always a big risk to bowl a short delivery with a fine leg in the circle. Always a big risk, and that's exactly what happened just now with Romario Shepherd. Yes, it went for 6, but it's always at risk.
63 for 1, halfway inside the 8th over. Shepherd again, hard length, pushing Jacks back. No run. What have you seen from Shepherd in this series, Sir Curtly, that has impressed you? That speed was quite impressive, 138 kilometers per hour.
He certainly has the ability to bowl a little quicker than we've seen him over the years. He relies a little bit on his swing, because he can swing the ball, but I reckon he started to realize he can bowl a little bit quicker as well to complement the swing.
sun begins to set here in Antigua at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. This one is just flicked down to deep backward square, one of 2 fielders outside the circle. And just for our listeners to get a better understanding of conditions, you will see that dew factor set in. It is that time. Into the evening time, the wind factor gets significantly less. So something for Joss Butler and the coaching staff, and really and truly, Sir Curtly, it was an excellent toss to win.
It certainly was, considering 4 wickets were lost in the first 10 overs.
They did their job with the ball. Here's Shepherd short, trying to punch, but straight to the fielder. End of the 8th over. Zach Crawley's 2 from 4. Jacks, another start for him. He's 38 from 29. It's 64 for 1. Live on talkSPORT 2.
And even though after losing those 4 wickets early, that middle phase where Shepherd, Rutherford and Shea Hope, the skipper, had a wonderful partnership. Just Butler and his crew, they weren't that phased. They kept on going, stuck with their plan. He kept rotating his bowlers, and once Rutherford and Captain Shea were dismissed, then it was curtains for the West Indies, hence the small total of 202.
Morty will continue. We thought maybe today we would have seen him a bit earlier to salt. They've already got him out, the West Indies. This one is pitched on off stump. It spins back, hits the pad of Will Jacks, and the West Indies were confident. But umpire says no. I think it may be sliding down leg. They don't opt for the review.
My first impression was it was straight enough.
We'll have to look at the replay in a couple balls time. This one again probing on the stumps. Good consistent line from Morty. It's tucked into the onside around the corner for a single.
The funny thing about bowling around the wicket, in this case Morty as a left arm spinner, look to be sliding down, look at the keeper, and that usually gives you the indication of where the ball is heading.
It was a good length delivery. It pitched on leg stump, and he was on the back foot trying to work it into the onside. It hit the pad and was certainly sliding down leg. Someone is just in front of the side screen, so a small halt in play. Here's Morty still around the wicket to Zach Crawley, and he's really bowling quickly, 92 kilometers per hour, getting some grip and turn. Defended into the offside for no run. 1 from the first 3. He's speeding through the overs here. Morty slip in place. Long off and deep backward square. He's bringing Crawley forward, defending into the offside. Another dot.
Wickets are of utmost importance. If they don't get wickets, they will lose this game easily.
I remember in that last game, as Morty is full to Crawley's tucking this one into the onside. Just a flick of the wrist, they'll settle on the single. Remember, Yannick Carrier created some degree of difficulty for Zach Crawley. I saw him in the nets yesterday, Sir Curtly. He was facing a lot of leg spin, a lot of left arm spin from the locals, practicing that ball spinning away. Final delivery of the over. Will Jackson strike facing Morty. 2 right-handers at the crease for England. Here's Morty around the wicket, quick again. This time on that leg stump line, is tucked into the onside again. All that's required from England. 3 runs from the over. End of 9, 67 for 1. Live on talkSPORT 2.
We talk a little bit about the dew factor, Nikhil, but the way these guys are playing, scoring so quickly, we may not be around long enough to see the dew. But they're really under pressure, Shea Hope and the West Indies. Wickets are going to be the key.
There will be O'Shane Thomas, who really bowled impressively well in that first one international. Picked up 2 wickets in the end, but his first 2 spells, 4 overs, none for 15. His second spell, 2 overs, none for 9. And he's going to come into the attack now. Is playing his second one international since 2020, O'Shane Thomas. He's got a 5-wicket haul, 5 for 21, of course, against England back in 2019. It's his only 5-wicket haul in ODI cricket. So he'll need to produce something brilliant if the West Indies are to get over the line from here. Something Sir Curtly Ambrose-esque. Here's Thomas from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's past the umpire, starts again on that 4th stump line where he found great consistency, and Jacks defends into the offside, no run.
He did bowl well in that first ODI on Sunday. Was very economical. Then he picked up 2 wickets towards the end of his quarter, which was good for him. But today is a different situation altogether. He needs to pick up some wickets now. Containment is good, but wickets are key.
Thomas steaming in as this one again is outside the off stump. Jack's trying to drive it, comes off the inner half of the bat, and it goes down to mid-on for no run. His control was really good in that first ODI, so Curtly, what impressed you the most about him?
You just mentioned it, Nikhil, the control, the consistency in the areas that he bowled, because we know him previously. He used to be a little bit erratic, not quite sure where to bowl, but he was really consistent in the areas he bowled, and that was impressive, which means he's putting in the work.
Yeah, Thomas yet to concede a run. Here he is now, and a big swing from Will Jacks, trying to go over that offside. He's very strong through extra cover, but it goes past the outside edge and to the keeper, Shea Hope. They've got deep third and backward square as the two fielders outside the circle, and a packed offside field. Slip is in place. They've got point. They've actually got 2 points, a very wide short third and point, and then extra cover mid-off. So maybe O'Shane Thomas won't mind that stroke too much. However, Will Jacks has shown proficiency through extra cover in his career. He's 40 from 35, facing Thomas. Wide again. This time, though, Jacks connects powerfully and unconventionally hits it some way, somehow, off the front foot, over point for 6.
That was certainly a great shot. Never the easiest shots to play. The width was an offer, and he flew everything at it. And with O'Shane Thomas's pace, it was always going to go once he get enough wood in it. And that went a long way. Security guard was in a bit of trouble as well, but that was an exceptional stroke.
Yeah, the West Indies are in grave danger here, only getting to 203. England in reply. What a start this has been from Will Jacks, who's led the charge, especially since the wicket of Phil Salt, 73 for 1, and we are still inside the first power play. Remember, the West Indies were 41 for 4 after 10 before a bit of resilience by Shea Hope and Rutherford. Here's Thomas. How will he adjust? Goes slightly straighter on that off-stump line, and Jacks is opening the face, punching it to Hetmeyer at cover, who makes a good diving stop. They scabble for the single.
Not going to be an easy task for the West Indian bowlers. It's going to be extremely difficult to defend 202. And I've been saying all along, you have to take wickets in order to stay in the game. If you don't, it could be easy pickings for England.
I want to ask you about your experiences against England in your illustrious career, Sir Curtly Ambrose, in the next over. Here's Thomas. Probably the best delivery he's bowled of the over. Good length, attacking the top of off. Crawley, though, is able to mitigate it well. Defends it. It's an electric start for the English in this second one international. After 10, it's 74 for 1. Live on talkSPORT 2. And so Curtly, now that we have this small break in play, you destroyed many oppositions over your time. If you had to pick one that really stood out to your performance against the English in your playing days, which one would it be?
Well, two comes to mind. I'm quite sure that there are a few outstanding performances against England back in my day, but two readily comes to mind. That 8 for 45 in Barbados in 1990, and that 6 for 24 when you're bowling in out 46 in Trinidad. Those two readily comes to mind. But I'm sure there are one or two others.
Maybe Alzari Joseph will try to do similar when we go to both Barbados and Trinidad in this series. Barbados for the third one international and first T20 international, and then Grenada to close out the T20 series along with Trinidad and Tobago. Now we're outside the power play, so Guduke Shimoti, who has the ball from the northern end, is allowed 4 fielders outside the circle, and he opts to have mid-on in. So a bit of aggression by Shea Hope. Slip is in place as well. Here's Moti wide of the crease. Starts it on about leg stump, just spins away. Bit of purchase. Jacks defends. And how can the West Indies and Shea Hope prize wickets? That's the only way they can win this game. England are off to a flyer like they got off to in that first one international when Hope and his team were able to pull things back. Shorter delivery, defended back to Moti, no run.
Similar score today as it was on Sunday. The only difference is they lost 1 wicket today, but very similar.
Morty flighted, defended again into the onside, spot on. So Curtly, they were 78 for 2 on the first one international, and then today they've been 74 for 1. So Shea Hope will have the confidence knowing his team was able to bounce back. Can they do it again? Here is Morty very close to the umpire this time. Another short delivery on the line of leg stump into the onside, down to deep mid wicket for a single. How do the West Indies get into this game other than taking wickets so Curtly? How do they get the wickets?
It's the only way to get into the game, taking wickets. It's a good track to bat on. There's hardly any assistance for the bowlers.
Morty again around the wicket. Ooh, got him! Zach Crawley seemed like he was in some indecision there whether to go across the line with a slow sweep. In the end, plays a half-hearted shot. It comes off the inside edge and hits leg stump. That could be the way, Sir Curtly.
It's the only way to get back into the game. You got to take wickets. It was a wideish delivery. I'm not quite sure where he wanted to play it, and got it on the edge, dragged it onto his stumps. And Gurikesh Morty in the West Indies celebrates. Zach Crawley's short stay has come to an end. He's gone for 3. England still doing well, 75 for 2.
Credit to Shea Hope, credit to Morty as well for just realizing the threat to Zach Crawley. Remember, Yannick Carrier in that first one international, the leg spinner, created 2 opportunities that were missed in the field against Crawley. In the end, he was run out in that same over off Morty's bowling for, I think, 45. Now today, Morty continuing to probe, starting the ball on off stump, allowing it to finish just outside the stump. And it's to the detriment of Zach Crawley. So, could this be, here we go again for England. Remember, they still got to 325 on that occasion when they lost their way in the middle in that first one international. As Ben Duckett, who in 10 innings has averaged over 40, with that 107 and unbeaten century against Ireland just a couple months ago before the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup, and he'll be hoping to cement his place. He's very important as well because he's the only left-hander in the top 7 for England, so maybe will neutralize the threat of Morty and Yannick Carrier.
Dragged the wide delivery back onto his stumps. Zach Crawley. Not sure we wanted to hit that, Nikhil. But success for Gurikesh Morty in the West Indies.
It just seemed like he wanted to go with the slog sweep. Obviously hitting with the wind, but instead almost pulled out at the last second. It took the under edge of the bat and just rolled on to leg stump. So if you're now joining us on talkSPORT 2, England in reply to the West Indies minuscule 203 are 75 for 2. They've just lost Crawley. They also lost Phil Salt, who made 21 from 15 deliveries when he was dismissed off the bowling of Romario Shepherd. Here is Morty, final delivery of the over to Duckett, and he's causing some problems, you know. Asking the question, probably pitched outside leg. Duckett trying to defend into the onside. In the end, it spoons up into the leg side. 1 from the over and the wicket. It's great from England thus far, but a good comeback from the West Indies, 75 for 2.
This game is far from over. We've seen strange things happen in this game where one team looked to be in control and then something spectacular happens and then the whole game has changed. So there's still a long way to go before we can say England, well, they should win this game. 202 is a small total. But like I've said, Nikhil, strange things have happened. So you can't write off the West Indies just yet.
Yeah, Brooke, Butler, Livingston, and then the all-rounders in Curran, Carson. You could almost call Ryan Ahmed and Atkinson all-rounders as well, because Atkinson, I think, averages 28 in first-class cricket. So a lot of batting depth for the English. O'Shane Thomas will continue. This delivery is short and it's cut well, but straight to deep point. Shimron Hetmeyer was waiting. It went 1 bounce to him, just a single. I wonder how this, Sir Curtly, will affect Will Jacks, the loss of the other wicket. Does he continue to be positive?
He certainly will. That is not going to slow him down. It's not like he's taking unnecessary risks. He plays some good cricket strokes, and that's the key to it. He has minimized the risks. So I think he'll just continue to play his natural aggressive game.
And now left-hander in Duckett on strike. What does O'Shane Thomas want in terms of field? He's got a wide catcher at slip, almost a third slip or gully position in line with Shea Hope. as he's going across. Duckett starts on a good length. Almost hits the top of off, and Duckett defends into the offside for no run. Where would you, being a left-hander, in terms of bowling to Duckett, Sir Curtly, where do you think is that ideal place for Thomas to pitch the ball?
When you look at the field that he's got, only 3 players on the leg side, which means predominantly an offside field. So you want to start the ball just outside the off stump, going away from him, because you got the protection as well.
He's bowled some good speeds as well. Here is Thomas again across Duckett, Yorker, and it crashes into the pad, but definitely outside the line. They scamper for what will be waiting for the signal. Think it was runs actually. But yeah, also with the field, he's also got the option to go short because he has got that extra pace and bounce. Deep cover, deep third, backward square, and fine leg are the 4 fielders deep. Everyone else in the circle. Deep point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Thomas, top of his mark. Deep breath. In again, here he is. Oh, gets some bit of variable bounce there. May have just stayed a touch low. And they scabble for the quick single. Will only be a single though. But that one seemed to have died on to Will Jackson. It will be a half century for him. A second one-day international half century in just his 6th ODI. And really admirable in terms of the rate. 43 deliveries, 4 boundaries and 3 maximums.
Seemed to be a very confident young man. Not afraid to play shots. Not afraid to be aggressive. But all within reason, and that's the key. Nothing too expansive, hardly any risks taken, and that's what we want to see.
What a year he's had as well. Will Jacks made his debut back in that Bangladesh series earlier this year. Got the 94 against Ireland. He's looking to enhance that now. Here is Thomas. Again going across, Duckett the left-hander. Oh, big trouble. Run out at the non-striker's end, and it hits Will Jacks trying to run back. A lot to unpack there. So Duckett defended it into the offside. Jacks took off, didn't get the call. And then it was a race between the ball and Jacks. And as he turned, the return throw from Alzari Joseph, correction, Alec Athanase, strikes Jacks on the ankle, Sir Curtly.
Yes, there was never a single there. Never. He was way out of his crease, but luckily for him, the ball struck him on his leg, so he survives.
No appeal from Shea Hope or the West Indies there, but I wonder if Thomas could have been at the stumps because he was so far out of his crease, Jacks. That could have been a big problem for England had they lost the wicket there. This delivery short, looking to go into the onside, but can't nail it. Ben Duckett, it's just 3 from the over, an eventful one, 78 for 2 after 12, live on
for obstruction, so that was good cricket on his part. Wickets are going to be the key. Can Gudakesh Moti pick up another 1 or 2 here in quick succession?
If you're now joining us, 78 for 2, Gudakesh Moti's both 3 overs, 1 for 10. For him, here he is again around the wicket, full toss. Oh, sorry, it was a very full delivery. In the end, ended up being a half volley, but just too easy outside the line of leg stump. And Jacks sweeps really well for 4.
A loose delivery from Gudakesh Moti. Well flighted, turned to be a full toss, hit at the toe end of the bat, but still went away for 4.
Here is Moti again from around the wicket, this time short, and that one got a lot of extra bounce there. Really surprised Jacks as he was looking to punch it in the offside. Dot delivery.
One of the rare deliveries that spun quite a bit. Well, he spun more than that, a lot.
Here is Moti bring. It's work to do down at deep mid-wicket for Yannick Carrier himself, and it's able to keep it to 2. But progressive start to the over. 7 has come from the first 4 deliveries. Moti under some pressure here.
Just to get something different in Carrier.
Here is Duckett trying to sweep again. This time Moti's got him. Duckett tried to sweep that one. It may have just gotten a bit of extra bounce, and I think it came off the glove of Ben Duckett. Spoons into the air, and Shea Hope takes the catch easily. Duckett is walking. He's gone for 3.
And that's exactly what Shea Hope and the West Indies were looking for. They need to take wickets. Went for the sweep shot, played a little bit too early, hit the glove, just ballooned up, and an easy catch for Shea Hope, the skipper. And Gulikesh Modi celebrates. That's what they were looking for.
It's a massive wicket because Duckett also is the only left hand in the top 7, remember. He's gone for 3 from 7. Could the West Indies be clawing their way back into this game slowly but surely? Moti again to left-handers continues to be a wicket-taking option for Shea Hope, and out comes the exciting prospect Harry Brook as the lights begin to set in. You can just sense, Sir Curtly, there's some tension, there's some nerves within this crowd, which has been dominated today by the English.
Yes, they seem to have gone a little bit quiet, having lost 3 wickets after the blistering start. Maybe now the time to get Yannick Carrier in the attack. Get a couple of right-handers with his leg spin, turning away from them. And the spin of Gulikesh Modi is doing well. So we shall see if skipper Shea Hope will bring in his leg spinner.
Harry Brook got 72 in that last game, remember. He was England's top scorer, the only man to get past 50. And he's spoken at length in the media after that performance about needing to give himself more time, trying to find that right tempo. And it will help also that he's got Will Jacks at the other end, who's 55 from 46, but 85 for 3. And yes, they're well ahead of the run rate. Another quick wicket here by the West Indies, and you just never know. Moti continues to be a standout option for the West Indies in ODI cricket in 2023. Here's Moti bowling to Brook, and it's edged but falls short of Brandon King, and the crowd erupts. That was the opportunity. Didn't carry to the man. All happening here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 85 for 3 after 13.
All of a sudden, the West Indian players have got another spring in their step. Good delivery, well flighted, spun a bit, and dropped agonizingly short of Brandon King at first slip. How close was that, Nikhil?
Yeah, very close. Hard for King as well, because it's tough to judge the trajectory anyway. But Gulikesh Modi, whether it's the right-handers, whether it's the left-handers, continues to cause immense problems, and this deck has certainly changed. Yes, there was some spin on offer for Ryan Ahmed and Liam Livingston, but it's definitely increased as the lights have come on and as this pitch has been used some more. Remember, the West Indies were bowled out inside of 40 overs in their first innings. O'Shane Thomas is continuing, no Yannick Carrier yet, and he starts hard length to Will Jacks, who defend. Now, can they put some pressure on Will Jacks with the loss of a couple of wickets?
I don't think that will faze him that much. He's playing so well. He seemed to be in good form. He's a confident man. And I don't think that losing a couple of wickets early would stop him from being aggressive.
Thomas past the umpire now, again probing outside the off stump, but Jacks is equal to the task. He cuts. A bit of a misfield from Shepherd, which allows him to get back for the second run. Shea Hope will be disappointed with that because they've only got 203 runs on the board, but Shepherd trying to dive to his right, looking to cut it off, and he seems to be hurt in the process.
Seemed to have lost his footing a little bit, hence the misfield. That area of the ground looks a little bit soft, and he's limping just a little bit, but he seemed to be okay, even though he's walking a bit gingerly.
Important member to this bowling attack from Irish Shepherd, especially as we go on into the middle overs and the end of the innings. Will Jacks is on strike, 57, the 5th highest scorer in the T20 Blast, the highest run scorer in the men's 100 this year. Here's Thomas bowling to him, and again he's been pretty consistently going hard lengths so Curly into the pitch to Will Jacks.
He's that kind of bowler. O'Shane Thomas hits the pitch very hard, and I'm quite happy and I'm pleased to see his consistency in the areas that he bowls. Certainly has improved since the last time I saw him, which is always a good sign.
Here is Thomas again, past the umpire this time, again short. And Jacks continues to make that inclination about the surface. Seems to be quite surprised. It definitely has gotten a bit too paced, and some balls are skidding through, others are holding up, especially from the bowling of Thomas.
That is why it is so important for a fast bowler to bowl straight between wickets, look to hit the stumps, because the variable bounce makes it difficult for the batter. One bouncing, one keeping a bit low, bowl straight.
Here is Thomas past the umpire, and again just seems to catch Will Jacks by surprise. A short delivery that rushes him, and he defends. So far, just 2 runs from the over. The last 3 overs, the West Indies have only conceded 12, and Shea Hope and his men have been able to prize 2 wickets. Could there be a swing of the pendulum a bit here? 1 delivery to go in this over, and just the 2 runs. Where does Thomas go for this final one?
Even though it's a slowish surface, the pace of O'Shane Thomas, Jacks wouldn't want to be on the front for too much.
Final delivery from O'Shane Thomas. Here he is, still over the wicket. Goes Yorker, excellently nailed, but Will Jacks keeps it out. It ends the over, 87 for 3. 57 on the board for Will Jacks, and you're listening to us live on talkSPORT 2. Back to you guys in the United Kingdom.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Not plain sailing for England so far. Lost 3 wickets by a little bit of generosity from England's batters, Zach Crawley in particular. And Duckett out sweeping for the 2nd time in the series as well, something that is absolutely a strength of his. It has been his downfall on this occasion to Moti, the left-arm spinner. England in control, you would say. Certainly the run rate isn't going to cause them any problems, as Moti is in left arm around the wicket to Harry Brook, who in that distinctive style of his is really light on his feet, on his toes, back in line with the ball, so back sort of outside the line of leg stump, access it with the full face of the blade, hits it to extra cover, no run, resets himself, and Moti is in once again, and Brook, rather like Shea Hope did in the course of his innings, just plays beautifully forward, full face of the bat down to long off, and that gets him off the mark. Will Jacks is 57 from 52. Brook off the mark with that single, and it's 88 for 3. He's in with a glimmer of a chance with the wickets that have fallen. Will Jacks tries to turn that ball into the leg side against the turn. Moti has been getting appreciable spin, and I believe Jarrod's got a little interesting snippet from CricViz database on Moti as he drags that one down. It kicks, bounces and spins, and as a consequence Jacks can't hit it square and hard as he wanted to. Hits it down the ground off the back foot with a horizontal blade, and they pick up a single. Go on then.
I was about to say something nice, he was a half tracker, but I figured he was spinning the ball a lot, and I want to know how much he was spinning it compared to other left arm finger spinners. According to the CricViz database, he spins it more than any left arm finger spinner ever. Wow. And those are numbers that will played crisply by Brook into extra cover, and there's no run. That database goes back to what, 2006? 6, 7, yeah. And so it's only ever being, you know, that 2006 to now. Well, back in the old days, everyone bowled straight. That's why you had so much trouble with them. One doesn't turn quite so much, and again, Brook plays full face of the bat, slap bang in the middle of the bat, straight to extra cover. No run, end of the over, 2 singles from it. 89 for 3 now England. It's worth saying. The target's 203. Sorry, mate. It's worth saying that he's only played 10 games, and they're all in the West Indies. But he's significantly more than anyone else. He Go on then, give us your degrees. He turns at 4 degrees. Aaron Fangiso from South Africa is the next best at 3.7. So he's, you know, almost 10% more than anyone else. Now, it might mean he doesn't bowl as many straight balls as other people, but if you look at what he's doing, most modern spinners have the scrambled seam, and he actually has the seam that you would have seen when you were, you know, the very poetic bedding. Yeah. Yes. So I think that might be part of it. He's not sliding as many straight through, but it's clear that he spins the ball a lot. That's why we looked it up. I was a bit shocked that it was the most, but there you go. It's fun. That's a fun thing. Even you like that. But I like it twice in a game when you enjoy a stat. Twice a year. Here comes big O'Shane Thomas. Quick delivery, angled in towards Jacks, who tries to whip it around the leg side, hits the back of the bat, ends up at backward point, and there is no run. Good evening, Steve. How are you, sir? Good evening, Mark Butcher. Yes, very well. Good evening to everybody at home. I'm enjoying O'Shane Thomas. He burst on the scene when we were out there a few years ago. We just thought he was a lunchtime and tea time bowler, but then he played in the one days, bowled very, very well, and he's been in the wilderness a little bit of injury, I think fitness, and now he's a big lad. He's always going to look
You know, he looks a big lad, but you know, when he hits his straps, he can get the ball down a good lick.
Yeah, genuinely quick. He runs in, just slightly jumps away from the umpire in his delivery stride, angles the ball back in towards the right-handed Jacks, who nudges it to mid-wicket, and again there's no run. Jacks has been impressive. I know that he's one of the few international cricketers representing England that doesn't have a contract. His contract's going up and up every time he plays at the moment. When he eventually gets one, it's going to be worth an absolute packet.
It is going to be worth a packet, because I think by the time he does get one, I think he'll be getting one for his Test cricket as well, because I think this kid has got such a bright future in the game. I really do. I think he can play all formats for England.
And he already has, as O'Shea Thomas goes in. That ball is just wide of off stump. Jack's up on his toes and pings it off the back foot through the covers. To the man on the sweep in a flash, and they come through for a single.
And I think that's my case in point, that delivery there, that shot just there. That was a ball, you know, in and around off stump, back of a length off a big tall bowler. He's not tried a horizontal bat it. He stayed top of its bounce. He's used the pace and not tried to hit it too hard. Hasn't lost his shape. Just guide it through sort of cover point to one. That's, for me, Test match player in total control. I think he could play a hell of a lot of red ball games as well when they come along. I've really been impressed by Will Jacks the more I see him in England colours.
Harry Brook stands bat aloft, sideways on. I'm sure he did stay sideways there, because that might have hit him somewhere rather uncomfortable. The ball cannons into the thigh pad, and that is the fourth ball of this particular Thomas over. He's generating some real pace. The floodlights beaming down at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Certainly looks as though the pitch has just skidded on perhaps a little bit more under the lights than it did during the daytime period of this match. And so when England have found the middle of the bat, it has fairly raced off it as Thomas is in, huffing and puffing as he gets to the crease. Good line, good length. Brook can only defend to backward point, and again there is no run. 90 for 3 is the score. England's required run rate is only 3.3, so there's absolutely no pressure on them at all. If Harry Brook fancies a net out there, he can have one, and England will get home probably with 10 overs to spare. But we've all watched the game of cricket and watched England play the game of cricket for long enough to know things are rarely that straightforward.
No, not straightforward, but we said that at half-time. It's about taking responsibility. It's difficult to start your innings on this surface. I think that's been proved. So Will Jacks, Harry Brook do get in. Jacks especially has to take responsibility to get a big one.
Final ball of the Thomas over then. Oh, Harry Brook, that's delicious. Again, he just allows the ball to come to him on the back foot. The back lift is really high, and he just holds it, and then drops the bat on it, pings it to the left of extra cover. They come back for 2. And that is the end of the over. 92 for 3, 16 overs gone. The crowd enjoying themselves here. It's not a packed house by any means, but always, as always in the Caribbean, there's a great atmosphere in the ground with the drums playing, soca music blaring out in between overs. And well, England are comfortable, let's say that. They've lost 3 wickets on their way to the score of 92 for 3. But Will Jacks has played some extravagant shots. He's played some very sensible cricket as well on his way to 59 not out. And Moti seems to be the man that Shea Hope thinks can unlock the door for him and his West Indies team. He has 2 for 19 from 5. He's now in his way into his 6th over. Jacks again is on the back foot to a straightish delivery, punches it straight down the ground to long off, and they'll come through for a single.
Yeah, Moti's bowled. He's bowled nice. He bowled well in the first game. He 2 for 48, I think he had off his 10. He good control. Jarrod was saying before, he does get a lot of turn on it, but he lands it in the right area with good spin.
As he did there, but Harry Brook made that look very straightforward. Again, just getting himself a little bit leg side of the ball in order to allow it to spin and then crack it away off the back foot. Back foot, yeah, off the back foot through to extra cover. They come through for a single. Moti with those big long fingers spread wide along the seam. Pivots nicely over that right foot, angles it in towards leg stump this time, and Jacks just turns it slightly against the spin, wide of the mid-wicket, and they pick up a single.
You see what I mean? You can see on that ball, you can see the white facing in the whole time, and almost no modern spinners do that. Everyone does scrambled seam now. It's interesting to see someone so classical, but he just looks like an incredible bowler.
Certainly gets a nicer, well, as Shane Morgan was always saying, the more revolutions you get on the ball, the more drift you get. So he drifts the ball into the right-handers, and if it does land on that perfect seam position, it will turn and turn hard. That last ball was a dot to extra cover. Brook then goes for the slog sweep, and he has absolutely nailed it. Blameless delivery, really, from Moti. It's just an exquisite shot. Harry Brook just got down on that back knee and banged it full extension of the arms. Disappeared down a little channel between the stands, or the stands and the grass bank, almost ended up in the back of the ambulance that's out there waiting. Not sure that Harry Brook will be any danger of getting hurt out there, but perhaps someone in the crowd might be if he keeps hitting it like that.
Yeah, that's a fantastic cricket shot. It really is. Harry Brook he's played a lot leg side of the ball. He's looked to hit it into the offside, and I think he's saying, you'll throw one outside off stump and I'm going to cart you over the leg side.
Almost convinced by Moti on that occasion to shut the face on one that drifted into him, but corrected himself as the bat face came down, nudged it to mid-on, end of the over, no run off the last ball of that one. The players out there are going to have a drink, and the score is 101 for 3.
Just on Moti, just while we have a moment to talk about him. So he's 28 and almost 29. So a late starter in international cricket, but also domestic cricket. He's taken a long time. This is his bowling average by format at the moment. 4 tests, an average of 18.95. 8 ODIs plus this one, I suppose, where he's averaging 17.68. In first class cricket, 40 matches, an average of 21.37. Plays in Guyana, so do have to bear that in mind. This day cricket, average of 20.4. T20 cricket, average of 23.96. I reckon they might have picked him too late, Harmy.
Yeah, I'm hearing them numbers, and impressive numbers. The one I don't believe is he's 28-year-old.
He doesn't look 28.
He looks about 12.
I know.
He looks as though he's got a goatee beard. It looks as though it's been drawn on. He does. He looks, looks obviously a lot younger than he is. He's got excellent control. He gets all the height out of his bowling action. And he stays on the tip of his toe for that split second longer, which gets all the height, which I think that helps with the revolutions. I think that's what helps him spin it, because he's taller, and he's, to be fair to him, he's not the tallest of individuals, but when he does bowl, he's on the tip of his toe and he gets everything out of his action from a height point of view. And I think because of that, he's got good control, and he gets where he gets a lot of the spin from.
He made his debut in 2015. So he played with Shivnarine Chanderpaul. I want to know how young he looks.
Everybody's played with Shivnarine Chanderpaul.
That is
or
true.
Against him.
Is he the Kevin Bacon of cricket? Everyone's got a 7 degrees of separation with Shiv Chanderpaul.
Well, you played against Air Chanderpaul. I'm sure you've played against Air Chanderpaul for the last 30-odd years in West Indian cricket.
Yeah, fabulous servant of West Indies cricket he was, and an extraordinary player as well, Shivnarine Chanderpaul, not least the extravagant front-on stance with the bat and the shuffling across the crease. But at one point he had the fastest ever, was it fastest Test match 100?
I think it wasn't it, against Australia of 50-odd balls?
And also could block it with the very, very best of them as well.
He came to Durham, and we signed him at Durham, and it was brilliant. Shiv got past 10 balls. You didn't take your boots off, you put them in the car. You just knew you were never going to wear them for the rest of the day.
His ability. I remember when he played late career with the West Indies, that was when their pitches really got slow for that. I know they haven't got a lot quicker, but they were really slow. And it'd get to the 20 over mark, and he would just outside edge balls to third slip, but they would roll almost the minute it hit his bat every time. Didn't matter if he got an edge or not, nothing was carrying.
He was amazing. We played a game at Somerset one day. Caddy bowled quickly, Andrew Caddick bowled quickly, and I mean, Shiv was asleep. He was asleep. He was standing up, sitting in the balcony, helmet on top of his pads, and I mean, he was lying back. He's snoring, right? He's blowing them. We get a wicket. Shiv walks down the steps. He hits Caddick for 4, then 2 sixes, and we're looking at each other going, 45 seconds ago, this bloke's asleep. He's now 16 off 3 balls. He was just unbelievable. He was, and a great person to go with it. He was a great player. I mean, great is sometimes used too much, but Shiv's numbers and the longevity of his career, Shivnarine Chanderpaul for me was one of the greats of our game.
You talk about longevity. There aren't many professional cricketers who play with their sons at first class level. And to be honest, probably almost could have played Test cricket with each other as well.
Well, there's another one here. I made my first team debut for Surrey against my dad. So.
Yeah, wasn't your brother in that side as well? No, it was just...
No. But anyway, we digress. Shane Rutherford into the attack for the first time. So West Indies going outside of the 5 bowlers that they used exclusively on Sunday. Rutherford is a short guy. In fact, just watching him run up and bowl that first delivery reminded me a bit of Ricky Ponting. If you think back to Rick when he'd occasionally turn his arm over, a little short shuffling run up, a bit of medium pace, holding the ball with the seam angled down towards fine leg, and actually does run that one back into Will Jacks from mid-crease. I'd say he's probably, what 6 foot is probably stretching it a little bit, 5'10", 5'11", just bowling little medium paces.
Medium paces, cross seamers, and if we go back to the first innings, Hope gets out just off a drinks break, off a ball which skidded on and bowled him, and Shai Hope was well in and around in the 60s.
Rutherford in once again, trying to massage that ball and that seam so that the ball moves in the air towards Will Jacks, but Jacks is not full. It's on the back foot, strokes it out to the sweeper on the offside boundary, and they pick up a single.
You know, a lot of players in the world, I think, would struggle with this kind of medium pace at international level, but Harry Brooks should be an expert because that's what he bowls.
Yeah, but I mean, Rutherford's action is sort of textbook compared to Harry Brooks. This is the ministry of silly walks, isn't it? When Harry gets the ball in his hand. And Rutherford just drags that one a little bit shorter with the arm action, so he probably generally comes on at you a little bit quicker than he looks like he should. I might revise the Ricky Ponting comparison there. Last delivery was run down the third man by Brook for a single. And throw another one at you, Marker Lane.
Marker Lane, yeah, I get that. It looks as though it comes off the pitch faster than it actually hits the pitch, if you know what I mean. It sort of spits at you at a good length.
Yeah, and those of you who know your physics know that's physically impossible, but there we go. That's what it appears with the naked eye. Jacks turns that one around. He does get it to move in towards the right-hander, but it starts it too straight. And Will Jacks says, thank you very much. In fact, no, it was Harry Brook with a beautifully timed stroke off his toes, and that goes for 4. Backward a square on the leg side.
Shane Rutherford, 33 wickets in first-class cricket, an average of 23.
There you go, useful.
Doesn't bowl a lot, obviously, but I've seen him bowl in 220 occasionally, kind of on wickets like this, and he just tries a lot of things. I reckon he did bowl the first ball a little bit like Ricky Ponting and then changed his action later on.
I see, he's a very talented man. It was Will Jacks apologising. The director fooled me with his replay, or at least the lingering shot of the player who didn't hit the ball before afterwards. Last ball of the over gets turned around the corner for a single. 108 for 3. Brook is 11 from 13. Jack 67 from 64. In this partnership now just starting to take a little bit of a sting out of West Indian excitement after they picked up a couple of wickets in quick succession. That of Crawley for 3 off 9 deliveries, bowled by Moti, and then Ben Duckett followed him back an over and a half later. And also to Moti, Duckett at that time with the sweep, regulation sweep, left-handed sweep, with him on the gloves and just bombed straight up in the air to Shai Hope, who took the catch. West Indies were cock-a-hoop, feeling like the door was open. But these two have, well, they've not slammed it shut, but it's closed at the moment, not allowing a draft through.
No, they're not, and two very, very good, promising young players that, you know, are coming into the game at a different time. Jacks, you know, Brooks coming in with such a whirlwind into international cricket. I think Jacks is about to. Watching Harry Brook bat is a very simple way. He stands still, waits the ball coming to him, lets the ball get right under his eye line and makes a decision with his hands accordingly. He's not a great foot movement. You know, right-handed, I always said, is like a right-handed version of Marcus Trescothick. Somebody that got in a position early, still head position, and then his hands was the one that was more destructive than the foot movement. So, you know, Harry Brook, for me, is one of the most exciting players around the world at this minute.
Yeah, Curran, the leg spinner. And we've seen leg spin have success in this match so far. Asked Liam Livingston and Rayan Ahmed. And Curran very nearly picked up Will Jack's very first ball of a spell. Ball angled in, arced in, with a bit of drift. pitched middle and leg and somehow missed the outside edge of Jack's bat and then missed off stump by a whisker. Slip in place. Excellent start from Curran. Can he back it up? No, he can't. He's dragged that down and it is an absolute pie. It has been dumped 30 rows back over backward square leg and probably has a little bit of sauce on it now as it lands in the crowd. Not a good backup to a great first delivery.
No, that got what it deserved. That was a filthy half tracker. That is ended up 15 rows back. Again, probably trying to put revolutions on it, trying to spin it as a leg spinner, and he's early in his spell, second ball after bowling a good one, and he's just kept a hold of it for that split second longer, dragged it down, and Will Jacks is not going to miss out on anything like that.
No, thumped unceremoniously over deep backward square. That's much more like it. I wonder if they might have a little look at that. That's done Will Jacks. He stayed back. The length was too full for it, and it just skidded on at him.
Inside edge.
Might just have got the bat down in time. Otherwise, he was a goner. Oh, I tell you what, it's worth a look, isn't it?
Oh, I'm not so sure that is it pad first or is it bat first.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking.
There was no appeal from either.
No, with the naked eye, I reckon that's worth a look. Jack's a little bit wary of that one as it sort of drifts past him, pitches outside leg. He doesn't want to close the face on it too much. And in this occasion, it didn't spin and just bounces harmlessly off his pad, and there's no run.
Better action though. You know, we've had 4 balls, 3 balls. He's composed action. One wasn't as composed, and that's the one he dragged down. But
he goes again, and that's another really well bowled leg break. A little bit more loopy, a little bit wider of off stump. And now Jacks is sort of groping for it, beats him on the outside edge. Just needs to just have a little look at Curran here because he's unsure at the moment.
More rhythmical though, the action. There was more fluidity towards his run up and the delivery of the ball.
Jack's back again and plays this one with a little bit more comfort. But that's a much better end to the over from Curran. West Indies had a few more runs to play with. The spinners might well get them back into this game, but at the moment it's 89 needed with 31 overs to go. England are heading in the right direction to level up the series. Of course, they started today needing to win this one to take the series to a third match. And at the moment, they've done everything pretty much as they would have liked it, dismissing the West Indies in very, very good order. One thinks that perhaps if a decision or two had been taken another way, it might have been even sooner than the 39.4 overs that they spent out in the field, but nevertheless, they'd have taken 202 or 203 as a target when the coin went up this morning or this afternoon in Antigua. Rutherford it is again to continue to harry Brook. Little back and across shuffle. Bat stays up until he's made the decision as to where he wants to play it. Hands come down, barn door straight, and it's a dot ball.
Can you tell me about a player called Richard Stemp?
Yes.
Left arm spinner.
Left arm spinner.
Yorkshire.
Worcestershire.
Yeah.
Good bowler, was he?
Redhead.
Was he a good bowler?
Yeah, Stempy was a good bowler.
Yeah.
Go on. Rutherford in. And Brook props forward, defends.
He bowled you in 9 games and got you out 5 times.
Yeah.
Left arm finger spinner.
Yeah, I got out to a lot of left arm fingers.
Well, more to him, I can tell you that now.
Him a lot, was
yeah.
it? Yeah.
That's not a good record.
I do remember
that's
actually getting stumped by about half the pitch at Scarborough. Trying to hit him into the seafront. I do remember that one. The rest, they escaped me a little bit. I probably blanked it out as a very bad memory as Rutherford comes in. Does get a little bit of in-swing to Brook. As a consequence, Brook's off drive becomes an on drive as it hits the inside half of the bat and they get one.
The thing with Stempy though, he bowled with some good fast bowlers at the time. They had some, Yorkshire had some barrage of good quick bowlers.
Yeah, I didn't get out to them.
No, that's what I mean. You try to fend them off, and Stempy was the one that everybody had a go at because Gough was wanging it in halfway down, and Silverwood, and the likes of Hoggard, and who else did they have? Hutchinson. They had some Craig White. They had some really good fast bowlers. Did Yorkshire?
Rutherford in again. This time more Marker Lane than Ricky Ponting, and Brook defends to fact, it's Jacks defends the backward point, and again, there's no run.
I've got some...
Go on, anybody else?
Well, I've got Harmy's record here as well. So, Harmy basically could not play the ball spinning away from him. Is that fair to say? Almost a quarter of all your dismissals in cricket when the ball was spinning away. Considering over half the balls you ever would have faced would have been from right arm seam.
Short ball from Rutherford that Jacks ducks underneath. And when you consider that Alzari Joseph was bowling upwards of 90 miles an hour at Will Jackson, he kept banging him over deep fine leg for 6.
He's gone for the lack of pace, isn't he? The lack of pace.
The fact that
he tried to hit him on the way down
as
opposed to getting up there.
It was a bit of a shock.
Yes, no, that's what they're looking for, the shock tactics. My shock tactics, spinning away, but I played a lot against Warney.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Not in county cricket.
No, in county cricket.
Oh, that's close. Rutherford gets it to stay down. It scuttles. It does go in on that seamer, and he's looking to bowl the in-swinger. It beats Will Jacks on the inside edge and crashes into his pads. Jacks just got a little bit stuck on the crease, both to the leg spin of Curran and now to Rutherford. He probably should have been forward, and he's not even going to bother reviewing that one. It hits him in the shins and probably would have smashed into the lower third of middle and leg stump. That's the end of Will Jacks. West Indies do have the breakthrough, and could there be a twist in this one, Steve Arneson?
Yeah, we talked about how well these two have played in Jackson and Brook of hitting the ball down the ground, playing the game relatively side on, but this time Jack's got a little bit squared on. He's trying to hit it through mid-wicket, square leg, and all of a sudden it's just kept that little bit lower. Rutherford, not the tallest man we spoke about, and it's just skidded on with the arm. It probably would have gone on to hit leg stump. I think the DRS that I've seen in the first innings, I'd have been tempted to have a look at it, just in case. I don't think he would have wasted one. It might have been umpire's call, but hey ho, especially I'm in the, what is he, 73? I think I might have had a look at that one, but no, he batted really well. He batted really well, and promising signs for England.
It was only going underneath that, Steve. That's as out as it comes. Will Jacks has played well. I wonder if perhaps he had started to think about seeing England home, and that sort of lack of intent suddenly transferred itself into his footwork, because he had looked really good against the much quicker bowlers. The footwork was crisp. And he got a bit stuck on the crease against the leg spin of Curran, and was exactly the same there against Rutherford, just caught back to a ball he should have been forward to. Yes, it stayed down a little bit, but he shouldn't have been on the back foot, and that is the end of him. Very well played 50 for Will Jacks, but he leaves England still with a little bit to do, and with the out of form and a little bit under the pump, I should say. Not entirely. It's not a witch hunt by any accounts, but a few runs for Jos Buttler would not go amiss at this point in time. He's in to face Rutherford. He does get forward, chips it into the leg side. There's cries of catch it because it was uppish for a moment. The man at short mid-wicket was perhaps interested for a second, but Buttler finds somewhere near the middle of the bat, something he failed to do on Sunday, and he gets away first ball. He's on 1 from 1, and Harry Brook is 12 from 16. England 117 for 4, needing 203.
Yeah, it's a perfect situation now for the England captain, for Jos Buttler to come in. I don't think, for me, runs is the thing. I'd just like to see him bat some ball time. I really would in a match situation. If he bats for 40 or 50 balls and gets 35 runs, Brook gets you the rest, and Livingston comes in, Curran comes in, and for me it's time in the middle for Jos Buttler. Runs will come. The more time in the middle he spends, we know how good he is. He's the greatest white ball player we've ever produced. So I think what has happened over the World Cup, and the times he's gone into games, he hasn't been able to sort of face ball time, and I think this is an ideal opportunity for Jos just to have some ball time in the middle.
Ideal opportunity for the West Indies though, with Curran into his spell, to perhaps chip away at that confidence of Jos Buttler, and smothers the first ball from Curran. But there is turn to be had out there. As I said, Jos Buttler has been struggling to locate the middle of the bat. The footwork has been a little bit, shall we say, stuck in cement of late, and he prods at that one. A wide delivery, really wide delivery. Could have nicked it. There's a slip in place, and gets beaten on the outside edge. So just 1 or 2 jitters. I think you're right, Steve Harmison. Just get yourself in, Jos. Don't worry about how long it takes. Find the middle of the bat, find a bit of rhythm with your footwork, and good things will follow from that. Curran has a think about it now. He moves smoothly in. That ball rags. Josh Buttler with like a half a stride forward. And perhaps it's a good job he didn't get all the way forward, because he'd have nicked it. That turned a long, long way from middle stump straight into the hands of Shai Hope behind the stumps.
That's a beauty.
Missed it by a foot.
Yeah, Shai Hope's nearly missed that on the outs. He's nearly gone down leg side, Shai Hope there. He did the splits trying to take that ball. It was a beauty.
Ryan again, a little pep in his step now. Buttler unsure with a ball that pitches outside leg stump. He tries to turn it into the leg side, but gets an outside edge on it. It goes to backward point. Worrying times these for the England captain. Curran has found a really good length and a good pace to deliver the ball with. Not allowing Josh Buttler to get his feet moving, but that's a bit better. A little over pitch from Curran on that occasion, and Josh is able to just lean into the drive and he thumps it. You forget sometimes, it's been so long since we've seen him find the middle of the bat, just how hard he hits it, because that was just a push and it flew to long off. He did well with the old-fashioned Curtly and Courtney signature boot on it down there at long off, but Buttler will pick up 3.
He hit the ball to long off and got 3 though. I'm not sure O'Shane did well.
Well,
I mean, it didn't go for 4.
It didn't go for 4. No, you're right.
He stopped it beautifully with his foot, then he ran 10 metres past it.
It's a big old unit to stop once you get up to
They did
full
open
speed.
the gate where the ambulance was to try and stop him, and then he turned and got it going.
Jeez, he hit that well, Josh Buttler. So Curran just missing his mark there and allowing the England captain to ping that half volley away. Final ball of his second over will be delivered to Harry Brook. Slip is still in place. That one stays low. It's wide, but stays down and spin. Shai Hope takes a really good take behind the stumps. It's the end of the over. 120 for 4. England need 83 runs to win. And Josh Buttler is 4 from 6 and has timed a couple out of the middle.
Yeah, he has, and that is it. Probably an over of what's been happening with Josh Buttler over the last sort of 2 or 3 months, where he looks all at sea, and everybody that loves England, loves Josh Buttler, loves cricket, and watching one of the greats time the ball. It was sort of symptomatic in that over, where he looked as though he had roller skates on for 3 or 4 balls, and he gets one in an area and just caresses it to long on and gets 3 runs for it because of the supreme timing he's got at the game. This guy's he's an unbelievable player, and like I said, I'll reiterate what I said when he first come in. If he can manage to spend some time in the middle ball-wise, then it'll do him the world of good, an absolute world of good, but he's got to get himself in.
Rutherford has done his job. Picked up a wicket, and now Shai Hope turns to Alzari Joseph, his main man, who went for 38 from his first 3 overs, but bowled a heck of a lot better than that. Sometimes the numbers tell lies, which is no reflection on your profession, Jarrod. It's just a statement of fact.
Sometimes I tell lies.
Well, maybe, I wouldn't say.
You're so handsome.
First ball was blocked into the covers, no run. Last 10 one-day internationals, 102 runs and an average of 11.3 for Josh Buttler. Steers this one away into backward point, but Joseph is right on the mark to a man whose footwork is a little bit dodgy at the moment. Shai Hope will be thinking to himself, right, knock this one over right now, get into England's all-rounders. Liam Livingstone will be next. There's still a chance to make something happen. The West Indies certainly have not given this one up, and England are refusing to close the door on them as well at the moment. Just keep letting them back in.
Going up the steps.
Godfather, wasn't it? Was it the second one or the third one?
Second, was it?
Yeah. He thinks he's out, but they just keep pulling him back in.
It's my story of being in the pub, Butch. Yeah, sitting at the bar.
What, you drink? I didn't realise. Yeah. Buttler turns that one away. It's a little too straight from Joseph. Turns it into the leg side. They think about a second. Think better of it. Throw comes in, flatten over the stumps. And Buttler is off strike, which again is also a good place to be when you're out of form. Get off strike, watch your mate Harry Brook dance around the crease and find the middle of the bat. get used to your surroundings out there and allow instinct to take over. One of the things about being out of form is that the brain is talking far too much. You need to shut that down and just go out there and react and do what you do. As Joseph is into Brook, short ball, the Brook gets in behind. Harry Brook is one of those players who makes 90 mile an hour bowling look like 70 miles an hour bowling, and he's just got so much time.
None so much when the brain is talking to you far too much is your first 10, 15 balls. That's when it does. And once you get over that period, then it doesn't say as much, doesn't come in as quickly, and like you said, the instinct takes over. So that's in the position that Joss is in at this moment in time. He has looked a bit scratchy. He has hit a nice one down the ground, and like I said before, sometimes better at the non-strikers in, just watching it go by.
Joseph in right on the money again. The ball would have gone probably 2 feet over the top of off stump. Brook plays it with the respect it deserves down to backward point. And again, there's no run, no rush here for England. 2.91 is the required run rate. Just a question of doing a professional job from here. Only about the ideology of going hard, get a win under your belt, do it in a professional style, and come back and go again. Although not here, it'll be Barbados on Saturday. As Joseph is in, again right on the money, textbook test match style defence from Harry Brooks. The end of the over, ripple of applause goes around the ground. There'll be an even bigger ripple of applause now as we hand over to Philo, Wallace and Andrew McKenna.
Yeah, some very, very interesting things going on with the pitch, I would say as well, Macca. Seems like to me that it's spun a little bit more. Some of that is the fact that these spinners spin it more than England one. But also, ball's just keeping a little bit lower under lights. Just skidding on a little bit. I think that's why he brought Rutherford on, who's, not the tallest medium pacer in the world, to slide one through. So there's some interesting challenges for England. Had the West Indies made 240, could have been very interesting. I think they got down to a 2% chance of winning at one stage, the West Indies, according to the predictors, and certainly it's a little bit more, I don't want to say even, but closer to 10% at times in the last little while.
Well, we've seen some just exemplary leg spin bowling today. Earlier on, through Rayan Ahmed, 2 for 40 from his 10, and Yannick Carrier is just bowling magnificently. 2 overs, 0 for 9 at the moment. Could have about 4 for by this stage. In he goes to start a new over. It's Jos Buttler on the back foot, punching out to short extra cover, and there's no run. 121 for 4. The target 203. So 82 more for England, and we're only 1 ball into the 22nd over. Time isn't an issue. In goes Carrier once again. Buttler forward, beats the man at short extra cover on this occasion, and there'll be a pretty long couple. Out to Shimron Hetmeyer, down at deep long off. It's 123 for 4. Well, Philo Wallace, it's proving to be a very intriguing game, this one, isn't it?
Yes, always low totals give you a little difficulty where you're chasing. Particularly the English batters are not really look settled. The one guy who was in, Jacks, he got out. Then you have Harry Brook, who had a good first game, but Buttler, the captain, he needs a good long innings.
Carrier is in, bowling to Buttler, pushing into the offside. They're going to play tip and run, take a single. Both men quick between the creases. So there's a safe single there, 124 for 4. As Butch touched on a moment ago, it's been hard going for Jos Buttler in recent times. At the Cricket World Cup, his highest score was 43. He only made 1 score more than 25. And in the entire calendar year of 2023, 689 runs in 20 innings. He's watching at the non-striker's end as Harry Brooks square drives to the deep cover fielder for a single. But the issue for Jos in 2023 is it started okay and then went a bit quiet. His last 50 was against New Zealand in Cardiff in September. That was 14 innings ago. And his last 100 was against South Africa in Kimberley on the 1st of February 18 innings ago. So it really has tailed off. A man of supreme talent is so much better than those numbers, and that's almost backed up by that shot. He's played a leg break there, looking to push it out on the offside. It's hit the inside edge of the bat and gone through square leg for a single. It's 126 for 4.
Yeah, well, the year 2023 is soon coming to an end, so Butler will be out of this misery. He'll have to regroup in 2024, but he's feeling his way. You can clearly see it. Doesn't have the confidence in his footwork, anything like that. So he needs to spend some time here with Harry Brook, try to build innings, and even look to go on to win the game from this position.
Carry it in. Oh, it's a really good ball again to Brook, who's deep in his crease, outside half of the back end of the over. 5 from that over, 23 gone, 126 for 4 here on talkSPORT 2. Brook 13, and with him is Joss Buttler, who is 9 not out. Jarrod Kimber.
So Gemma from CricViz was listening, and she sent us through the pitch ratings. So in the first innings, the pitch by CricViz was rated 4.8, which means it's fairly easy to bat on. This innings, it's 8.6, which means it's not particularly easy. That's a big change between day and night. But the bounce is the really interesting thing. So in the first innings, there's a little bit of bounce, 3.3, so a little bit less than usual, but fine. And in this one, it's gone down to 0.3 bounce. So basically, the ball's just gone, the air's just gone out of the ball. But the interesting thing is that it's not that the ball's skidding on, because it's still spinning quite a lot for the spinners as well. So a lot of changes.
Alzari Joseph to start a new over. It's a short ball, and Buttler hammers it through mid-wicket for 4. That just sat up and begged to be hit, and Joss Buttler hit it. He's into double figures with 13, the 11th 4 of the England innings, 130 for 4.
Yes, a very good shot there from Josh Buttler. Short ball, no pace. Just sat him and he just rocked into the back foot and whipped it quite nicely through mid-wicket and down to the boundary for 4. That will give the England captain a lot of confidence to get that boundary, because they look like they're obviously being bogged down by some good bowling, and Josh Buttler has finally broken the shackles.
Joseph on his way in, past the umpire. It's the under edge inside half of the bat of Buttler on this occasion, as he's pushing back down the pitch to Alzari Joseph in his follow-through and no run. 2 balls into his 5th over. Alzari Joseph's conceded 43. I mean, those figures really don't tell a tale. I mean, he was bowling flames earlier and was finding the outside edge, so they just weren't going to fielder's hands.
Agreed.
He turns on his way. In he comes. Joss Buttler safely, solidly in behind that, finding the space on the offside, and they'll take a very comfortable single out to the cover sweeper, 131 for 4.
Yes, obviously Alzari's been brought back by captain. She hoped to pull this hard back off a length type deliveries, which he have done. The last ball, Buttler just punching through the offside and getting. He was calling for 2, but Moti was on it quite quickly, so he settled for a single. But obviously this is going to be very interesting innings for Buttler. He's looking for form. He needs to strike form before he reaches Barbados, and he has the perfect opportunity. Steam's still a few runs away from victory, and he could be the one to bring it home.
Joseph is in. Brook turns it around the corner to deep backward square. You might just have heard him go 2-2-2 straight away, and they will get those 2 runs as the throw back into Shea Hope takes him away from the stumps, and he's not able to take it in cleanly. And England have got 7 from the over already, 4 balls in without really having to do too much.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say folks sweating, because they are sweating. But it just goes to show you intelligent batting from Harry Brook and Josh Buttler. I'm particularly happy for Harry Brook, because I think that he's a newfound talent for England. He started on a real high. He didn't have a good time in the IPL, and he didn't have a good time in the World Cup. But he's come in this series and started well.
Joseph is in. Brook is turning this one off of the stumps down to deep backwards square leg, and they take a single. Harry Brook's got 16 from 24. Joss Buttler's got 14 from 16 already, and he's just playing things nice and steadily, trying to get England through to that target of 203 here on talkSPORT 2 to level this series.
Yeah, so a victory here for England, obviously set up Barbados at the weekend with the final ODI at Kensington Oval. So it's going to be important for England to bat and win this game convincingly to give them confidence going into the final game.
Joseph is in once again. Buttler playing away from his body, but safely enough, pushes out to deep point, and they will take 135 for 4 after 24 overs. And just touching on Barbados, Philo, look, obviously whenever England travel to the Caribbean, they take a huge number of supporters with them. But they are trying to do something about that, because the ticket prices, they're actually trying to encourage the Barbados public to turn up, because locals actually get a 50% discount for the tickets. And with it being a day-night game, they're sort of trying to say, well, look, you might have to work, but you can still come along, because we're actually going to price this accordingly. So that they really want some home support to come along and make a difference.
Yeah, well, obviously they need the home support to come and support England. West Indies, sorry. England will always have their big contingent coming to Barbados, and over the years the stadium have been filled only by the English supporters. So the BCA, the local cricket association there, and the West Indies Cricket Board, they've decided, look, we're going to offer the tickets at half price for the locals and see if they'll purchase them and come out and support West Indies.
Yannick Carrier to start his 4th over. Off the back foot is Joss Buttler, and there's one run out to the cover sweeper. 136 for 4. Jarrod.
So, Maka, you asked me something quickly there about how many other day-night games have been played at this ground. This is the first ever day-night game in One Day International. And obviously they don't play CPL there either, because the Hawksbills, Antigua Hawksbills, was it the Hawksbills?
Yes, they don't exist.
They do not exist, which is a shame, because that's a great name.
And they don't play in Jamaica either. CPL hasn't played in Jamaica for almost 3 years.
Yeah.
So this is the first One Day International under lights.
And they don't play a lot of cricket under lights at this ground in general.
So, well, yeah, wow. Okay, so
no one really knew, and it's a new pitch, isn't it?
It certainly is. Yannick Carrier bowls a googly from very wide on this occasion, turns back into Harry Brook, hits to point where it's fumbled, and they will be able to take a single. 137 for 4. So there's another factor of slight unknown when you're sort of winning the toss today. You know, you're under lights. How's it going to play?
Agree, but obviously Josh Buttler will feel quite happy knowing that he's bowled West Indies for 202 and chasing the target of 203. Everything here is new. Even West Indies have a new kit sponsor as well. So yes, it's a first day night game to be played at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. I commend the Leeward Islands and Antigua Cricket Association for being able to get this game on day and night. Obviously, they're looking to get the crowds to come in after work and really support West Indies cricket.
Isn't it a long way from the centre of town, though?
Well, that's why it's a day-night game, to give everyone time to actually get out to the ground, because it takes them so long. Here comes Yannick Carrier. A bit of air on this one. Butler's pushing down to deep long off. Should just be a single. Are they going to take on the Hetmeyer arm? No. No point in risking anything. They'll take the single.
No place is far in the Caribbean once you got transportation.
That's true. You know, so it's not that big an island.
No, what they'll do, they'll just maybe carpool, have some mini buses with people coming up from the various villages to support West Indies cricket. And it's important. I think that when we were on top of world cricket and they play a home series, we used to have the local support. I was part of that era where when we were playing England at home, the stadium was full.
But the rec ground's right in the centre of town.
Yeah, but that is no longer a cricket venue, the Antigua Recreation Ground. They've moved everything to Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, which is a first-class facility. You know, they have another ground, which is Coolidge, which is owned by Cricket West Indies, and that is over by the airport, former Stanford cricket ground. So yes,
you're not allowed to mention Stanford. Start of another delivery from Carrier, and turned on the onside for a single. Yes, blimey, there's a story. Yeah, it's so sad. I mean, some pictures of the wreck recently, and actually that's an appropriate name because it looks a proper wreck at the moment.
Well, yeah, the Antigua Recreation Ground is it's not of what it used to be. And so Richard
I would argue it is what it used to be. It just hasn't been updated.
Yeah. So Richard Richardson said he was very disappointed about the condition it was in as well. In the interview we've done maybe a couple months ago. So, everything has this time and changes.
Yannick Carrier in, Joss Buttler from deep in the crease, guides it down to short third, and they will take a single. 140 for 4. Of course, one of the great moments of cricket, England, West Indies at the Rec. Brian Lara, 400. I was there, we were doing commentary on talkSPORT.
It depends on who you think. If you talk to Gareth Batty, he may not think it was a great moment for cricket.
I'll be honest, I'll make this point after this next ball to finish the over. Harry Brook's on strike, 18 from 26. Carrier. Oh, he comes down the pitch, says Harry Brook, and skips into it and launches it over long off the 6. Lovely, lovely shot. Got there on the half volley and just dispatched it for the maximum to mean England take 11 from the over. They're 146 for 4.
Yes, a very good shot there for Harry Brook. Curran just looping that ball up. But seizing the opportunity to use his feet, get into the pitch, and hit it straight through the ball. And I'm a big fan of seeing the ball going straight over the bowler's head, straight over the ropes. And as it lands, the umpire raises his 2 arms and says 6. Fantastic cricket shot. Good control by Ambrose.
So yeah, just to go back to the Brian Lara innings, myself and Chris Cowdrey. Chris was part of the commentary team. If you're listening this evening, Chris, very good evening to you. Hope you're doing well. When he got to about, I don't know, 250-ish, we were sort of looking at each other going, this is all very well, but the West Indian team were really struggling at that time. And we said to each other, actually, the thing that the West Indies team need more than anything else is Brian Lara to declare and for them to try and get a win out of this game. But everything was set up for Brian to break that record, to get to 400. And it was a bit sad from my point of view in a way that actually one man's need completely outweighed the need of all of his teammates and what West Indies cricket needed in that. Does that make sense? Do you see where I'm going there?
I understand what you're saying, but at the end of the day, records are made to be broken. And he was given the opportunity to do it, and he has done it. He came here and he scored 501 playing for Warwickshire against Durham. So, you know, it is a balance. Even if you look back at guys like Mark Taylor, who had the opportunity to break Sir Donald Bradman's batting record, batting for Australia, he decided to declare on his knock. So it's just how what people want to achieve from their careers. He's gone down as one of the greats, Brian Lara. I played with him and I commend him. But West Indies cricket, you know, we need to obviously pick up the pieces and move again.
Gudakesh Modi is bowling again. First ball pushed down the pitch by Josh Butler. The second one just turned to mid-on, and there is no run. Of course, Harmy tells a great story because, of course, he's taken 7 for 12 in Jamaica in the first test in that one. Modi is in. Butler's pushing back down the pitch, no run. And he's had a good second test in Trinidad. Barbados went okay for England as well. They arrive in Antigua, and he's just looking at the pitch before the game, and the groundsman says to him, well, you won't get any here. And it's pushed out on the offside, except he didn't know it was the groundsman. He just thought it was some bloke chirping him. And he was like, oh, right, and, you know, how do you know that? He said, because I'm the groundsman and I've made sure the pitch is going to give you nothing. And, of course, the groundsman was Andy Roberts. Square driven by Butler on this occasion out to the cover sweeper, who's Alzari Joseph. Single taken, so Harmy, #1 bowler in the world after that 7 for 12. Had a great series, and then finished up bowling on what was basically a mattress.
Well, we call it a feather bed. You know, and it's just some things happen like that in some pitches. You have to work harder than others to get wickets.
Butler finishes the over with a crisp off drive down to long off. Shimron Hetmeyer does the fielding. 2 singles from the Moti over. 148 for 4. Trying to make 203 here on talkSPORT 2 England. Brooks 25, Butler's 19. These are the thoughts of Philo Wallace.
Yes, Harry Brook and Josh Butler continue to build on this partnership, this 5th wicket partnership, which is obviously yielding close to 40 runs, and they continue to show good control. Harry Brook, in particular, I like the way in which he has approached this, and is yet again similar to Sunday, coming in, feeling his way, getting into a stride, and then starting to execute good shots, and obviously good rotation of the strike, getting into good positions and hitting the boundaries. Josh Butler under a cloud with his form, even with his captaincy, but he's come in and he's looked the part. Played a lovely pull shot of Jarrod Joseph. Sometimes when you're struggling, you just want to get one in the middle, and then you'll see flow. So Josh Butler now is starting to flow, some 19 from 25 runs, from 25 balls.
He's leaning on his bat at the non-strike. Said, oh, that keeps low from Yannick Carrier to Harry Brook. Pushes out on the offside. They'll take a very tight single to backward point. He throws at the non-striker's end. Shepherd is the man backing up. And there's all of a sudden, it's one of those where all the fielders look at each other going, that was close, wasn't it? It was Brook who played tip and run. And, he'd have been miles out.
Moti swooped around quite quickly, moving to his right.
Left-handed throw. Josh Butler gets low on this one and just launches it over long on for 6. Such a crisp, clean strike of the ball, and it goes for the maximum. England's 150 is up. They're 155 for 4, but Josh Butler takes that leg spinner from outside of off stump and deposits it over long on.
Typical Josh Butler shot. Just a little room. Too much flight from Carrier, and Butler getting low and getting on the ball and hitting it clean into the stand. Well taken. But you're outside the boundary, so it's 6 runs to Josh Buttler. Well played.
Well played indeed. Another ball with some air on it now. Butler's got underneath this, and it's gone for another one. Back-to-back maximums from the England captain. This is Josh Buttler. This is how he bats when he's confident. He's 31 from 27.
Well, if you think the first one was good, the second one was better. This one a lot straighter from Curran. Buttler getting into a very good position, sinking his back leg and hitting that ball some 94 meters straight over the bowler's head. So he's hitting the ball where it's going straight. And this is the Josh Buttler that we know, the man who can play those big shots.
Almost for the TV commentary box window, that one. He's not going to try and repeat the dose on this occasion. Pushes into the deep cover region. Curtly will do the fielding, and the single is taken. 162 for 4 in England. Keep on ticking.
Very important that they continue to tick, although they'll continue to take up to Barbados. But this is a good batting display here from Josh Buttler. 2 sixes in 2 consecutive balls, and then the next ball he just squeezed it into the outfield, down to extra cover, and pick up a single to bring Harry Brook on strike. He's gone past Harry Brook, actually. He's now 32 from 28 balls, and Harry Brook is 26 from 29.
Brook waits and gets a quicker one from Yannick Carrier, and that beats him actually. Bounces a bit as well, taken by wicketkeeper Hope, and there is no run.
Yes, Hope continues to persist with Carrier. He also has a slip in Alec Antonez. The ball was a bit too close, and the bounce defeating Harry Brook's cut shot.
Final ball of the over. Carrier in, right arm over the wicket. None of that keeps low. Brook watched it all the way and turned it out on the onside, but that could quite easily have been trouble there. This pitch, just like Sunday's one, just a little bit up and down. I mean, Liam Livingston on Sunday got one that kept so low, he played over the top of it by about a foot and was stone cold LBW. But it's not quite reached that stage yet, but just the odd one up and down.
You know, and Jarrod, the way how he analysed the bounce, obviously he said that the bounce is getting lower on the surface, which is surprising enough for a day and night game. You expect the Jew would have played some part in helping the ball to bounce an even skid, but maybe there's no Jew factor in Antigua. But well played in the end by Harry Brook. I watched the ball onto the bat, although it was just low. It just got the bat face onto the ball and down to mid-wicket. But these are good signs for England as well. But the pitch that is starting to get variable in bounce, and the ball as well, Marco, will be getting softer. So obviously the bounce will go to see the English batters still continuing to look to score.
Shafane Rutherford back to bowl some of his medium pace. Josh Buttler walks down the pitch, clips it into the onside, and they will take a single. Butler goes to 33, and I think I'm right in saying he is now 3 runs away from 5,000 in one-day internationals. Of course, we saw Shai Hope get to 5,000 on Sunday. I'm pretty sure, and I'm doing this off the top of my head, so I apologise if I'm wrong, I think he needed 36 at the outset of the day, so I think he's 3 away from that now. 163 for 4. Brook, now he pushes this one in the air. Butler's shot went to the mid-wicket side of the man at short mid-wicket. This one goes to the mid-on side, but again, it's just a single. 2 balls, 2 singles in the over.
Well, lack of pace. But Rutherford clearly just bowling medium pace. Harry Brook looking for pace on the delivery, hitting through the ball a bit too early, and the ball carrying in the air, but not to a fielder. So this is the good passage of play here for England, how these 2 batters can adjust.
Butler again walks a pace to get nearer to Rutherford, to try and get some pace into the delivery by almost cutting down the time that he has to play the shot. Gets it to long on and will take a single. He goes to 34. It's 165 for 4, trying to make 203.
Yes, Butler looking to get after Rutherford. He wants pace on the ball in which to execute his shots. So he's advancing down the pitch, but still no pace from Sheffield Rutherford.
He comes in again, right arm, medium, very medium, pushed into the offside by Brook. No run. Sort of trying to think of an equivalent in terms of pace and style, and I'm struggling to put a name to it at the moment. That last one was just shy of 130 kilometres an hour. bustles his way into the crease, puts it round about middle and leg. Harry Brook hits to mid-on, and they take a single. 166 for 4.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and that is the 50 partnership. 48 balls between Brook and Butler. Interesting that Josh Butler's actually faced 30 of those 48 balls. So he's had the lion's share of the strike. He's made 34 of them.
Yes, we said he was struggling.
Yeah. Butler walks towards Rutherford once again, who goes short. Butler gets his hands nice and high, gets it down to short, fine leg, and ambles through for a single to take him to 35. 28 gone here on talkSPORT 2. 167 for 4 is the scoreline. It looks like England will go 1-1 in the series because they need 36 runs from 132 balls, which means we are going to have a decider on Saturday, and we'll be with you from 5 o'clock here on talkSPORT 2 UK time for those of you listening in the Caribbean, as we will get that decider underway in Barbados.
Yes, in Barbados on Saturday. That'll be the decider. England obviously in the driving seat here. Butler looking quite dangerous. He's 35 now, up from 31 balls. He'll be happy. England team will be happy to see their captain strike some form before the final game. Harry Brook continues to grow his stature as a middle order batter. He's 28 from 34 runs and really looking the part. As you see now, Shea Hope has gone back to Mario Shepherd. I wanted to see more of O'Shane Thomas, because I think that he needs to bowl more in order to get the understanding of how to take wickets in 50 over cricket.
Mario Shepherd's 5th over, 1 for 18. He's taking Butler on the pad. Looked like it might have been a little bit leg side, might have even been an inside edge in there as well, because the appeal was pretty strangled pretty quickly. And the fact that the West Indies have 2 reviews left, and frankly, if they can find something from somewhere, it might be worth a go. In fact, there wasn't an inside edge, it was just high and going down leg side, so it wasn't even worth the speculative review.
No, obviously that ball clearly missing the leg stump. In swinger from Mario Shepherd, hitting Josh Butler high on the pad.
Leg by taken, 168 for 4, so Brook on strike, comes forward, square drives along the floor. Carty will do the fielding, does it well, gets it in the air quickly, so it will be just a single. 169 for 4.
Yeah, it's a good shot there from Harry Brook, a wide delivery from Shepherd, and Brook just easing it through the offside, pushing hard for the first run, as the coach will say, but Casey Carty quickly to his left and releasing the ball as well, prevented them from going for a second run.
Josh Butler waits, walks into the ball, pushes to mid-off, sets off for a single to mid-off, and will get there. And on the face of it, a single might not seem that significant, but that is the single that takes Josh Butler to 36 and takes him now to 5,000 one-day international runs. It's taken him 153 innings. He averages just a shade under 40, 25 50s, 11 hundreds. Jarrod Kimber.
Yeah, Owen Morgan, Joe Root, Ian Bell, Paul Collingwood. The others, they all did it at less than a run a ball.
Yeah, strike rate of just under 117 for Josh Butler. He's at the non-striker's end as Harry Brook guides down to wide third and will take a single. 171 for 4. I've said many and many a time during commentaries on talkSPORT 2 of England games, of IPL games, I am a massive, massive fan of Josh Butler. I think he's an amazing, talented player, and I love watching him bat. And I'm delighted for him that not only has he got to this mark today, but also he looks like he's found some peace with his batting at the moment. Shepherd in, Butler pushing towards mid-off, no run.
I like Josh Butler, I'm a fan of him. I think he strikes the ball quite well. He's very calm, he's assured of himself, given the captaincy after a long stint with that Morgan, a successful Ian Morgan, and he's taking the mantle quite well. I know he's working out with a new coach, and you can see he's determined. He said during the World Cup that he's the man to lead England, and this is what you expect from your captain, that when the chips are down, the guy stands up, and he's standing up at the moment.
Final ball of the Shepherd over is turned to mid-wicket inside the circle on the leg side, and there is no run. Josh Butler turns around, signals to the dressing room for a fresh pair of gloves, please, pulls out a towel from the back of his trousers, and as he takes his helmet off, he's absolutely pouring sweat. It is hard work, it is hot work but it's work he'll be enjoying doing at the moment.
Yes, congratulations to Josh Buttler, 5,000 ODI runs, 153 innings, but he's gotten there. And he will want to continue and build on that. England has some 32 runs away with 126 balls left in this game, and he will want to be there at the end. If he thought India was hot, welcome to the Caribbean.
Yeah, absolutely. 32 from 126 balls. Sounds so straightforward. To take you through what could be the last part of it, Stacy-Ann King and Nikhil Uttamchandani.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yeah, great to hear from you guys. Great to hear from Philo Wallace as well. Love that West Indian flavour in the studio in the United Kingdom. We've got some West Indian flavour here as well. Stacy-Ann King is alongside me. Sherfane Rutherford has been an interesting bowling choice for Shea Hope, and he continues to bowl from that Sir Andy Robertson, that southern end of the ground. Gotten some deliveries just to keep a bit low, some to skid on. Here's Rutherford bowling to Harry Brook. That one skid on for sure, but Brook navigates well. He just turns it into the onside and work for Casey Curtly, who's at deep mid-wicket to do, and they get back for an easy 2. Stacy-Ann, describe this run chase to me.
Well, England has played one way and one way only. Their openers, they were off to a flyer. Phil Salt and Will Jacks. Salt departing for 21, Jacks making 73, but they've set it up nicely once again.
Here's Rutherford this time. Good length delivery just outside that off stump, and good running as well from England. Harry Brook defends into the offside, but they will scamper do for the quick single.
They lost 2 quick wickets in the middle, Crawley and Duckett. And Harry Brook and Just Buttler, captain Just Buttler, who brought up that 5,000 runs landmark. Really a good innings from him. A redemption, one would say, but I just think it's really good to see that he's leading this young team and doing so with extensions.
Been around for so long, Just Buttler. This one turned into the onside by Buttler down to Casey Curtly at the mid-wicket, and just a single. He gets off strike. 37 from 36 for the captain. Heard many people in England call Just Buttler the greatest white ball batsman England have ever produced, and we've all seen they produce some greats over the years, so it'll be interesting to see where he finishes in terms of when his career comes to an end, but definitely regaining that form will be important. Here's Brook getting on the inside of the line of this delivery from Rutherford, which is short. And Yannick Carrier makes a good diving stop down at deep fine leg. So far, they've scored off every delivery in this over. Score now 176 for 4, Stacey.
A really good partnership between this pair as well. It just shows the importance as well of just sticking around and spending time in the middle.
Here's Rutherford over the wicket. Oh, Buttler's been susceptible to that outside edge. This delivery was short, and it just again seemed to kick off the surface. Buttler was trying to cut, and it goes past the outside edge to Shea Hope, the captain.
A partnership with 59 from 58 between this pair, Buttler and Brook. But it's been interesting to see Sherfane Rutherford with ball in hand.
Just be trying to find a 6 bowler. This one gets a bit of inward movement to Buttler. It's very straight, and he just flicks it. Casey Curtly does well, we think. No, he doesn't. And he's just signaled forward to the umpire. It ends what's been a positive over from England's perspective, and they get 9 from it. They're just some maybe 25 runs away now, the English. 178 for 4 after 30. Live on talkSPORT 2.
And they'll be happy with this chase. They'll be happy with the fact that they've won the toss once again, and they've corrected where they've erred in that first match in terms of batting first, then this time around bowling first, and restricting West Indies to just 202 runs. In reply, they've done well. Sam Curran came back with 3 for 33. Liam Livingston with his spin of 3 for 39. We had Amit, impressive as always. Carbon copy figures. 2 for 40 with 1 maiden from his 10. So a good team effort. An all-round effort as Shepherd continues.
Shepherd wide of the crease. This one is edged and very fine from Harry Brook. I think it was intentional because there was deep third, but he hit it just at the right time to get it past Shea Hope and into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, just too easy. And as you said, intentional as well. Know that that slip that was previously used is no longer there. So flashing at that delivery outside off. Getting it fine enough to get the boundary.
Tough start for Shepherd at the beginning of this over. What a partnership this has been for England. This time full. It's driven powerfully back at Shepherd, but he gets that big right and is able to stop what could have been another boundary with both mid-off and mid-on up in the circle. But 72 in the first game, Stacy-Ann, and now 38 unbeaten Harry Brook continues to excel in this one international format.
Yeah, again, just getting the opportunity and excelling at it. Yeah, Harry Brook.
Shepherd past the umpire this time, defended into the offside, no run. His partner, the other end, is on the other side of the scale in terms of experience. Joss Butler has been around for so long now, 181 internationals for him. He just obviously passed that 5,000 run mark. And I wanted to question where it all started for him, Stacey. So went back to check which Under-19 World Cup he played in. And it was the 2010 Under-19 World Cup with obviously Root and Stokes, and also Yannick Carrier, as this one is full to Harry Brook, who's defending. Never knew that Yannick Carrier and Joss Butler played in the same Under-19 World Cup.
I think we're going to have to look at those ages again. But good to have them both play against each other at this level. Both still representing, or both representing their national teams.
Yeah, Butler 33, Yannick Carrier 31. Here's Shepherd, very full. And Brook takes it from that off-stump line and into the onside. The call was 2. And Brook was about halfway down for the second, but Butler says no in the end. Probably the right call. 185 for 4, 1 delivery to go in the 31st over. Butler's 41, Harry Brook 39. Exactly what England would have wanted after that loss in the first one international, and now it really sets up a mouth-watering affair going into the third and final ODI with all to play for. Kensington Oval has produced some nail-biting fixtures with these two teams. Think back to that test match in 2019, think back to the T20 series last year. Here's Shepherd bringing Butler forward, defends into the offside, 6 from the over. 186 for 4 England, live on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, just 19 required. Make that 18 required for England to level the series. They'll be happy with the work in which they've put in. They're restricting West Indies for 202 and in a very comfortable position on 186 for 4. A lot of praises will go to Sam Curran, who made a whirlwind turnaround from the first ODI and 3 for 33. It's been a really good bowling unit. Bringing in Rihan as well.
Heard Philo Wallace say earlier he wanted to see O'Shane Thomas back into the attack. 4 overs, none for 15. Well, here he is, Thomas. Bowling from that Sir Andy Robertson. He's bowled well in this series, especially with that new ball and in the middle overs. Here's Thomas bowling to Butler, starts full. Butler drives powerfully, crowd catch to Hetmeyer. Some celebrations, but dot ball.
Yeah, Butler set on his 42 from 40. A really good innings from him.
Build on this going into that next one international, going into the T20 International Series. He's got the leadership title, and you heard Rob Key, England's technical director, talk about Butler and backing Butler as the man for the job, believing it can help his performances, having that leadership. This is an outside edge from Butler. Again, it's been dismissed with that shot a couple of times, just trying to ride the ball down to deep third. This time though, there's no slip in place, and Butler is able to get it into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, fortuitous but a very sensible shot as well, knowing that there is no slip in place. Just guiding that delivery. Philo in deep third had no chance.
Second time we've seen a boundary go down to that deep third position in the last couple of overs. Thomas was running in, but Shea Hope is making a change to the field. He's bringing deep cover into the circle, so just 3 fielders outside the circle, 3 out of the 4 allowed for the West Indies, and for Thomas, deep backward square, fine leg, deep third. Trying to create some pressure here as this game inevitably will come to an end in England's favour. This time short, leading edge down to the point as Butler's looking to turn it into the onside. They come back for a second as well. Excellent running, and they gain the applause of the England fans that have travelled across the globe to Antigua and hope to have them in Barbados as well. Stacey, what do you expect from that fixture in a couple of days' time?
I think we expect some competitive cricket because England obviously will be playing for the win, and West Indies will want to win as well against England, something they haven't done for a few years well. Once the crowds are there, it's always pandemonium in Barbados.
I know they love Barbados, the English fans. This one is played with some authority back over the head of O'Shane Thomas. Jos Buttler gets to a half century, and what a relief it is. A first half century since the World Cup, and finally a return to form. 54 from 43 deliveries, his 26th one international half century to go with 1100s, and really the commanding figure of Jos Buttler is back.
A really good shot to bring up that half century. 87.6 meters.
Thomas this time goes short, and Buttler pulls really well. He's timed it to perfection with just the deep backward square in place. He hits it in front of square. No chance for mid-on to get to it. 6 then 4, and quickly 16 has come off the over. England are 1 run away.
An early Christmas present for Buttler. Brings up his half century, and we'll see this one home for England.
Real captains not 1 run away. England. Here is Thomas. That one gets some bite off the surface as Butler's looking to drive into the offside. An anticlimactic end to the over. 16 from it though. 202 for 4 after 32. Butler's 58 from 45. Brook has supported him well in this partnership. He's 39 from 44. Live on talkSPORT 2.
They're just a few runs away from leveling this series. The CT United ODI Match 2. I think Butler will have a lot of confidence. Batting pretty well. Doesn't seem to be threatened by anything happening out there.
Just 1 run away. England. Harry Brook is on strike. Guduke Shimoti's come back into the attack as Shea Hope tries desperately, but won't work. Full toss. Brook missed out there. Mid-on was in the circle. He just pats it back to Shepherd. Thought about the single in the end. Decides against it, but a resounding performance for the English after they went down in that first one international. Jos Buttler was vocal in the presentation. He said we're a good team who lost the game. And this good team today have comprehensively defeated the West Indies. Moti to Brook. Maybe the final time. No, it's not. Defended back to Moti. Slip is in place. No run.
And just how good it will feel for him in terms of Buttler not just winning this match, but being out there with Brook as well.
Moti to Brook, again defends to mid-off, no run. But yeah, definitely the way that the bowling lineup has sort of recovered. They took a lot of criticism. And the West Indies chased 325 in the first ODI. Today, from the very onset, they took 4 wickets in the power play. Never looked back. Brook again can't beat mid-off. He's driving to Yannick Carrier. Another dot delivery, 4 dots.
Phil Salt, who would have scored 71 from 72 in that first ODI, is out there with his captain.
Here is Moti. This one flighted. Brooks sweeps and this time gets it in the gap. Loud cheers from the crowd. Brook will finish on 43, Butler 58. More importantly, a significant win for England in what is a new beginning for this team after the World Cup. They'll even the CG United series 1-1 going into Barbados at Kensington Oval. England with their captain Jos Buttler and their bowlers beat the West Indies by 6 wickets.
Yeah, smiles all around from both teams as they shake hands. But England will be the happier of these two teams, knowing that they've leveled the series. They've won by 6 wickets in 32.5 overs.
There will be some reflection, some maybe change in strategy for both these teams. Don't go too far, of course, because we've only got just a couple of days off, and on Saturday we return. With these two teams battling it out, region's Mecca, the Kensington Oval. That should be an enticing affair, but that's all we have from Antigua. We're going to send it back into the studio for some post-match analysis. Mark Butcher's waiting. Gentlemen, England level the series 1-1.
On DAB, online and via the talkSPORT app.
He's gone! The second ODI live
on talkSPORT 2.
And bowl first. England's bowlers, particularly Sam Curran in the power play, responded magnificently. Curran picking up 3 for 33 after breaking Steve Harmison's record of the most expensive 10-over analysis for an England bowler in ODIs. And the rest of the bowling card also did a wonderful job. 2 for 28 for Atkinson. Rayan Ahmed with 2 for 40, his second 2-wicket spell in the series so far. Like an absolute age has passed 50, ending up 58 not out with a couple of really fantastic signature Jos Buttler blows down the ground, and England comfortably winning the match by 6 wickets. I've got Steve Harmison and Philo Wallace with me here. We perhaps expected a fight back from England. Philo talked about consistency was the thing that West Indies needed more than anything else. That certainly went down the drain after the power play, really, for England. But England bounced back. Sam Curran answered a few of his critics, and as I mentioned before, Jos Buttler back in the runs. That's happy news for England fans.
Absolutely, Butch. Yeah, happy news is what we wanted to hear. The Sam Curran he was always going to bounce back. When you have a day like Sam had, when nothing goes right for you, the beauty about, for me, was the wicket he got and the confidence that he got from the wicket. It completely changed his action. You know, he got the ball to swing. He bowled a lot straighter to the right-hander, where before he was giving them lots of width. And then we sat here probably an hour and 20 minutes ago, Butch, and we're talking about the England captain, and it's just spent some time in the middle. You know, and you've got no pressure of run rate. You've got no pressure on the game. You just hang in there and you bat balls. I'm not bothered how many runs you get. You know, the players around you will get the runs. But I think Jos Buttler at the time, and the way, 11 innings I think he had, he was averaging 11 runs in the last 11 ODIs. Just spend some time in the middle. And we said if he gets 40 balls, you know, like you just mentioned, there's a couple of special shots in there from Jos, and we were expecting that if he did that. And the biggest question for Jos has been over the course of the last 11 innings is spending 40 balls in the middle, and that was a pleasure to see at the end. He hit O'Shane Thomas over his head for 6 to get to 50. O'Shane Thomas has bowled 140 kilometres an hour. That's what shows you the class of Jos Buttler. But it took a lot of hard work. A lot of hard work to get him to that position in the first place. I'm so pleased for the England captain. I really am.
Yep, Will Jack's also making a half century. He came out like a whirlwind, as he tends to do at the top of the order, and rather sort of put the game to bed. I suppose there was a little bit of a fight back from Moti in removing Duckett and Crawley. But Jack's at the top really put the West Indies opening bowlers under pressure. Are you happy about the combination that West Indies are hitting them with that new ball?
Combination at all, which I think that O'Shane Thomas should be using that new ball with Alzari Joseph. Over the years, our fast bowlers hunting pairs, and the lead selector, Dr. the Most Honorable Desmond, he said that we are building towards 2027. Where Mario Shepherd is not going to bowl on new ball in 2027 at the World Cup. You have to give the person who is more favourable to be there to bowl that new one. I think is O'Shane Thomas. He's just under Alzarian pace. They've just came out of the first class Super 50 competition bowling together, and I would like to see, hopefully in Barbados, that they give him the new ball and give him a run and let him express himself by bowling fast.
Let's face it, this game was lost from a West Indian point of view in the power play with the bat, wasn't it? They were 4 down for 23, and very few teams come back from there. Yeah,
when you look at the brittleness of the top order as well, I'm a big believer that if you open it as a specialist position. Alec Anthony's has done it in Abu Dhabi. He doesn't do it for his franchise in the region. There's the opening batter by the name of Yana Otley. I think he should be given the opportunity to bat. He's a left-hander. He scored runs in the Super 50. He and Brandon King at the top, and Alec can bat at number 3. I don't see that. Casey Carty is out of form from Super 50 cricket, and I don't think he should be playing. But when you look at it, if you pinch off 3 early wickets, we're going to find ourselves in trouble, which West Indies have done. And then there's so much pressure on the captain. He cannot express himself like what he has done in the first game on Sunday, because he now has to rebuild an innings. And then wickets are still tumbling, so he's in a holding pattern until he found an allied in Rutherford, and they had a little partnership. But then again, that got broken, and then the whole middle and lower middle order were exposed.
Collapsed, yeah. 129-run partnership between Rutherford and Shea Hope. We know all about Shea Hope, what a fabulous player he is. 114 ODI innings to go past 5,000 runs, level with Sir Vivian Richards, no less. But good news, though. Shafane Rutherford, in only his second one-day international, passing 50 for the first time. He looked composed out there. He played an extraordinary innings in his opening match. His first ball for 6. A review for LBW having a massive swipe second ball, and then out third ball. But today he looked a little bit more like he was at home in the second ODI.
Yes, and this pitch played a lot better as well. I must commend the ground staff at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for the 2 services that they put up, particularly the second one. But when you look at the way how Rutherford went about his innings today, you can see him working, looking to push the ball around and get momentum in his batting. And then once he get past 50, then we saw him starting to express himself. Unfortunately, he got out at the wrong time. But you can see that he learned from Sunday. He faced 3 balls on Sunday, and he was out on the 3rd ball. He hit the first for 6. We know he has that in him to hit the balls for 6. But you need to spend more time at the crease if you're going to be anything at the international level. It's time spent at the crease, and you get runs. And he can score runs because we know what he can do. And I'm happy for him. And I just hope now he can just move into Barbados with some more confidence and look to do even better than what he's done in Antigua.
A couple of great fast bowlers alongside me. Steve, I'll start with you. So Curtly Ambrose is waiting patiently for us out there in Antigua. Gus Atkinson, you've seen quite a bit of him bowl now over the course of last summer and now in this England white ball setup. What do you think that his attributes, what does he bring to this England side?
I think he's a fine bowler. He's a good line bowler. He hits the deck, and that's the thing that I enjoyed about him in this game. There was some inconsistency of the surface early in the game with a brand new ball, and I thought Sam Curran floated it up there for the first 2 or 3 overs, and then when he got his wicket he obviously got a lot more confidence of control. But Atkinson, for me, you just seen, I think it was the 2nd or 3rd ball, he bowled a ball which leapt off a length, and it gets you off the end of your seats. And when people talk about Gus Atkinson, the scene in the summer they talked about him in the 100, he bowls express pace. I don't think he bowls express pace. He's nowhere near in the league of Mark Wood or Jofra Archer when it comes to pace. But because he's got a great wrist position, because he's right behind the ball, he actually utilises all the height he's got. So when he does hit the deck, he hits it with velocity, and if there's any inconsistency in the surface, that helps. And because he's right behind it, he's over the top of it, he gets the ball to bounce. He hits the seam and gets the ball to bounce. And as a batter, and I'll throw back to you, as a batter in one-day cricket, what do you want? You want a good surface, you want a flat surface, you want to be able to feel as though you can trust hitting through the line of the ball. I'm not sure batters can really trust themselves facing Atkinson early on with the new ball, because he has got a natural variation because of the way he hits the pitch, and that's one of his biggest attributes.
Curtly, can you hear me? Thank you for waiting patiently, sir. Not the result the West Indies would have wanted after a stunning performance on Sunday. You were listening to Steve Harmison there, I take it. Do you agree in terms of Gus Atkinson and the problems that he can pose, particularly on West Indian pitches? And how might the West Indies top order combat that better and not lose so many wickets in clusters to the new ball?
It's always going to be difficult with a new ball. And I thought that the West Indian batsmen earlier didn't adapt to the conditions. They were put in a different situation than the first game, where they had to chase, so they could pace the innings, know when to step up, when to pull back. But batting first, they weren't too sure how to approach the innings. And of course, Sam Curran, I thought he bowled brilliantly, coming back from a disaster of a game on Sunday. He came back well, took 3 early wickets and set the tone for the rest of the game. Even though West Indies pulled back in the middle session with Captain Shea Hope and Sheffield Rutherford, once both of them were dismissed, it was all downhill again. And clearly, England was the better team today.
Yeah, it certainly was a major turnaround from England. Any high points for you for the West Indies from what you saw out there? Any sort of players that you think to yourself, you know what, these are guys that can take us forward the next 4 years to that 2027 World Cup?
Well, we all know how good Shea Hope is, how prolific he is in this format. He's been doing that for years. Young Athenaeus, I think, is one for the future. He's a confident young man, has all the shots, which is good. He plays to his limitations. He doesn't try anything too expansive, so he's one for the future. Sheffield Rutherford as well can be very destructive. Had a poor game the first time around. Hit a 6 off the first ball, which is very unusual, and then was dismissed 2 deliveries later. But he played a much better innings today. He showed that he had the temperament to bat long, attack when necessary, get the runs. Unfortunately, he didn't carry on. He's one as well. But I think all in all, the talent is there. As long as these players decide to stay focused and understand about batsmanship, understand about cricket, when to step up, when to pull back. But one of the things I would like to see them do more is to rotate the strike a bit more, get more singles, get more twos, because too often they rely on power hitting. So once they can
get the
singles and twos in between, they'll be okay.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think people have been saying that sort of strike rotation about West Indies in 50-over cricket has been a problem for a very long period of time. What about your specialist subject then in terms of fast bowling? Obviously, we've got O'Shane Thomas and Alzari Joseph. Joseph is a very, very talented young man and will be around for the West Indies for many years, one hopes, injuries permitting. Is there anybody else? Are there people we're missing out there in the islands who you would like to see involved in this 50-over setup? Any guys with real pace, capable of unlocking world-class top orders?
Well, there aren't a lot of fast bowlers in the Caribbean at the moment with real genuine pace, like an Alzari Joseph or O'Shane Thomas. But there's a guy I'm looking at, from Guyana. He's now in South Africa with the A-team, Shamar Joseph. I think he's 28, but he got some natural pace. He's a raw pace. I'm looking at him to maybe step up into international cricket in the not too distant future. But apart from him, there are 1 or 2 others with medium pacers, fast, medium, but in terms of genuinely quick bowlers, there are not many around at the moment.
Okay, well, that's a great endorsement from Sir Curtly Ambrose. If the selectors are listening, look out for the man on his lips. Curtly, we'll let you go. Thank you very much for your company today. It's been great to have you, and we'll speak to you again from Barbados, no doubt. You are with us in Barbados, aren't you?
Yes, I'll be there for the third and final ODI, but not for the T20s.
Okay, great stuff. Thank you very much, Sir Curtly Ambrose there. Steve, always interesting listening to Curtly talk about fast bowling. These surfaces, I know we mentioned it earlier on, but it's worth repeating, I think, that these surfaces for quick bowlers, it's very much about trying to hit the pitch as hard as you possibly can. What do you do in the circumstances where you don't have that pace or we don't have your height? What do the fast bowlers do then? What are the skills that you need to be successful in conditions like the Caribbean?
I think Sam Curran, we've got I think there was a lot of stuff blown out of all proportion when Sam went round the park in the first game. He didn't play a great deal in the World Cup. He was one of the ones that was forced out of the team early on, and then never really got that chance to come back. So he's probably has, over the course of the last, 2 or 3 months, had to have some soul searching and wondering, where's my game at? What do I need to do to get better? I hope he's doing this. And then he's got into that first game on a surface which isn't conducive to his style. He's tried to pitch it up and swing it because he's got a new ball in his hand, and he got belted. Now, the beauty about Sam Curran is, I like it because he's got a challenge. He always wants a challenge, and you spoke about adversity, and if anybody gives him some stick, he'll fight back. And I think what we've seen there with his performance, the question you're asking is, what do you do on these surfaces? Well, you've got to be extremely accurate. You've got to mix your pace up. You've got to have your fielders in the right position, and you've got to build pressure. And I think after probably the 6, 12, 15th ball he bowled today, I think he did that perfectly. I really did. I've said it a few times on commentary that his action changed once he got that first wicket. I've always said, I said in half time, Sam's a confident guy when he's doing well, and then it seems to just completely go from him when things aren't going so well, like the other day. But you could see there was a spring in his step. You could see his action was changed. You could see he got over and there was a full rotation of where he was trying to land it and how he was trying to get the batter out. So on these surfaces, when you haven't got it all in your favour, you have to either try and figure a way of moving a batter into a position and being extremely accurate to your plan, whether it's cutters, bowling into the pitch, with catches in and around the bat, in the eye line of the batter, and then, with the odd short ball or the odd full ball, then you try and surprise the batter that way when things aren't in your favour. And that's what you have to do as well. Because if you can build pressure in 50-over cricket, you will then say to the batter, well, you're supposed to be scoring at 6 and over. You're supposed to be scoring 8 and over. This is the shortest format of the game, so you're supposed to be making the game. So I think sometimes as a bowler, all you have to do is shut one side of the ground off, probably on a surface like this, which is either side of the ground, which is basically say, right, hit me down the ground, and bowl to that plan. And if they try and deviate from hitting you down the ground, which obviously trying to hit you with a cross bat or hit you across the line, either way, through extra cover or through mid-wicket, then you're in the game. Because you've got LBW, you've got catches in play, and you're hoping that the batter loses his shape. And that, for me, is what I'd be saying to Sam Curran in this environment. Because if you look at the other two that are on show, Atkinson and Carse, big tall bowlers, hit the deck, and Sam Curran can work with that because they're pushing the batter back. So it works in combinations as well as obviously what you're trying to do as a bowler. Is that
Barbados? Then you haven't been home for 6 years or so, Philo. But what can we expect in there from the decider? Then it's a big game. There'll be plenty of hype. I know they've been trying to rally, as the song goes, rally the local support and make sure that the ground is full. 1-1. It's the absolute perfect scenario for both teams to go in there and put a show.
I haven't been home for 6 months, but it's not 6 years.
If you've been in this cold for 6, it feels like 6 years.
Yeah, 16. Obviously, Barbados now is the big showdown. The winner takes all. And I think that is what the BCA, CWI would have wanted, although they would have liked to close it off here, but that did not happen. Kensington Oval is a related surface. There haven't been a lot of cricket being played there. There's been a lot of rehabilitation work going on at the Oval because also you're looking at the T20 World Cup 2024 as well. So with that in mind, the authorities there decided to relay the surface, and I believe that they're going to put out a nice hard surface, one that is true and one that is good for cricket. And obviously, West Indies will be looking to win at Bridgetown. They have a good record there, not so good in the recent past, but they've had a good record and they can look back and see, how certain things have done and how they've played the game. But they have to go to Barbados with an open mind. They can't go to Barbados
in
with a closed mind.
In terms of selection, or just in terms of this selection, performance today.
I would like to see some changes in the 11. I would like to see 2 proper openers. I think Alec Antonez is on number 3. I don't think Casey Carty will score runs in Barbados. He didn't score any in Antigua, and I think he was struggling in Barbados where you expect a bit more bounce. Gus Atkinson and those guys have found their rhythm, and that is key. Barbados will support that bounce that Gus Atkinson will get, and also Brendan Carse. I also the dilemma of Hetmar. I know he has potential, but we have Roston Chasewade, and he's also an off spinner who can come in and help with the bowling. So these are good problems, I believe, for the selection panel. But they need to up their game. They need to bat better. They need to bat the English new ball bowlers better and get a better foundation for Shea Hope and the rest in the middle and lower middle order to come in and cash in. We cannot lose 3 and 4 wickets in the power play and expect to be competitive against the England side today who show real class and character, and a captain who has shown form.
Yeah, England very happy to see Josh Buttler back in form. And also, of course, Sam Curran, who bounced back in great style. Here he is speaking with Sam Ellard.
Yeah, thank you very much, Butch. I've got Sam Curran with me. Sam, it's good to see you back with a smile on your face.
Yeah, I haven't sparred the last couple of days, but fantastic win and really pleased to contribute. Obviously, tough couple of days for myself, but it's a great thing about a series is that you can bounce back the next day, and that was the big message from above, was basically just go out. We did so many things right in that first game, and I thought we did that perfect game almost.
One question, if I can, just on Sunday, because we know it was a tough day for you. You've been around now long enough to know what it's like, the media, the talk and stuff like that. How hard can it be, though, to kind of put that to the back of your mind, or because you play a lot of cricket now, you kind of just prepared for some criticism if it does come your way?
Yeah, I think everyone's entitled to their opinion, like you said, but to be honest, I didn't feel far away from being back at my best. I haven't played that much, to be fair, but that's not an excuse. It was a really tough day, but that's sport. You've got to learn from those things and move on. I guess the West Indies boys had some great striking the other night, and I think the way you bowl at the end, like I have been doing, I think there's going to be bad days, but obviously that was a pretty bad day. So I think chatting to the experienced players last few days, my family, and obviously Josh, loads of guys, I think it's just about forgetting about it. I think
a few beers and move on, right?
Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah, I think more you got to learn from it. I think I knew coming into today, I wanted to come out trying to forget about the last performance, and obviously on this ground, I found it a little bit tricky with different conditions. Obviously, wind, different type of angles. I thought I had reflected and could do things better today. But yeah, I think I play so much now. I think I'm going to have to get a bit of flack here and there. But like I said, I know the backing is from guys around me, and those that matter. So I'm really happy with today's performance.
Well said. 3 wickets for yourself very early on. How happy were you the way you bowled, and the whole team as well? Because wicket shared around, felt as if you were in control of that West Indies batting innings pretty much throughout.
Yeah, we were. To be fair, I think we decided to bowl first. Obviously, a bit of a change. We thought the wicket would stay pretty similar like it did the other. I thought, yeah, to be fair, first 2 overs weren't my best, but then I just tried to change the angle, go across a few of the right-handers. They've obviously got some really good players up there, so thankfully a few edges went my way, and yeah, it's always nice to take some wickets, but I think the way Livy and Rayan Ahmed bowled was absolutely amazing as well, and Gus and Kasi as well, in tough conditions, because the wind's been pretty tough. We bowled in the day here. The wind obviously calmed down a little bit this evening, but credit, I think, to the batters. Josh, great to see Josh back in the runs. Brookie being Brookie, and my Surrey teammate Jaxie, it was awesome to see him play like that in an England shirt.
No, ask you exactly about that. I mean, Phil Salt really sort of was the aggressor in the last game. How happy is it to see those two going well in the runs and sort of kind of like the old England, I guess, in a way, going really hard early and putting the pressure on the bowlers in that power play?
Yeah, I think that's been the message from Josh, to be fair, as all those guys coming into the team is, I think, the way Salty plays, obviously. It's Salty really attacking. Jaxie, I play a lot of cricket with him, so it's amazing as a team sitting in the dugout watching our guys come out hard in that power play. And yeah, I think Josh, amazing that he's won so many games for England like that. It was great to see him not out at the end, and Brookie being that anchor in the middle as well.
Good to see the smile on your face again. We'll see you in Barbados, mate.
We will, yeah. Hopefully we can have a series win, and yeah, we'll enjoy Barbados.
Yep, good to hear the fun and the excitement in Sam Curran's voice after he bounced back brilliantly. He also mentioned the fact that the team, the dressing room, was extremely happy to see their captain Josh Buttler back in the runs and back in form, and things are all starting to fall into place quite nicely at this stage of this white ball tour. Sam Allard also spoke with the England captain.
Yeah, thanks, Butch. Josh Buttler with me here on the outfield. Look at that big smile on your face. How much do you enjoy that?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Great to spend some time in the middle and be not out to win the game is just what you want to do.
Just spoke there to Sam Curran. How pleasing is it for you as a captain? We know he had a tough day on Sunday, but he comes back, smile on his face, brilliant with the new ball. We know he's got the quality, but how much does that say about him from a mental point of view?
Yeah, I think we've known about his character for a long period of time. Player of the tournament in a World T20. Anytime he gets challenged, he comes back brilliantly well, and he did exactly that today.
And all-round bowling performance as well. Wicket shared. Liam Livingstone once again, really bowling nicely. How pleased were you with the whole efforts all round with the ball?
Yeah, I thought with the ball we were outstanding. I thought Gus Atkinson and Sam really set the tone in that power play to get them 20 for 4. And like you said, Liam Livingstone, I thought Rayan Ahmed again, 19-year-old kid is bowling brilliantly.
So you could be his dad, can't you, nearly, no?
Well, I don't know that far, but
I'm joking.
but no, he's a great character. He's been very infectious personality. He's brought a lot to the group, and really pleased for everyone. It's great to perform well, but you want to get the wins, as we spoke about before the match.
And just for you, Joss, everyone's delighted. You're back in the runs. The old Joss Buttler out there. You passed 50, took your side to victory. How pleased are you to be back in the runs and taking your side to a victory?
Yeah, really pleased. I think, as I said before, you got to keep turning up and keep believing it'll come back. I think I was getting pretty fed up of people questioning me, and I've been a top player for a long period of time and wanted to show that today.
People sort of criticising you. Is there something that you see and read about? And do you sometimes feel you've been a bit disrespected, maybe, given everything you've done for this country over the last 10 years, or is that just part and parcel of being an international sportsman?
No, that's part and parcel of the game, and I have bigger expectations than anyone else puts on me for myself. So I've been, just frustrated not to play the way I have. I know when I play well, the team plays well. So it's nice to win the game today and spend some time in the middle. And
final question. Oh goodness me, I hit punched a butterfly there. A victory. Is it now the belief, the confidence that they'll start to follow a bit more easy now?
Yeah, of course. As we said, this is a new group here in the West Indies. It's the start of something, so we've only played 2 games like this, 2 really good performances, only 1 win, but we've got a decider to look forward to in Barbados.
Great to see you in the runs. We'll see you in Barbados, Joss.
Cheers, thank you.
Thanks, Sam Allard there with the questions. Steve, Joss hit the nail on the head there. When Joss Buttler plays well, England tend to win cricket matches, don't they? And I'm guessing that's kind of the frustration that since he's taken over as captain, since Owen retired on that sunny day back in Amstelveen in the Netherlands, Joss's own personal form, perhaps affected by the captaincy and all of the other considerations you have to have about all the other players in the group, seems to have had an adverse effect on his batting. Batting works, England win games, and then perhaps his decision making and all the other things start to feel a little bit easier as well.
Yeah, I think when you're going well, you see the game a lot clearer. You make good decisions. You make not so much good decisions. You make quick decisions. You make smarter. Your quick decisions, your smarter decisions, because you go off instinct. And at the minute, up until the last sort of 3 hours, Joss Buttler wasn't really batting or playing on instinct. There was a little bit of fear in what Joss was doing, whether there was his captaincy, some of his decision making, and definitely with his batting. And he's right when he's always right when he says if he plays well, then England play well. The one thing I will say about Joss over the course of the last 10 games that England have struggled in, or Joss has struggled in, as well as England, is that I don't think he's been helped by his team in putting him in a position to win games. The reason why England get over the line and win by 30 runs, 40 runs, 50 runs is because they give them the other team gives them a solid platform to go and express himself, to play the way we all love seeing the way Joss Buttler plays, or win the game with 10 overs to go. That team hasn't turned up over the course of the last 10 games, and a little bit like Joss Buttler's Test career. I think for me, the last 10 games has shown a little bit like his Test career that he's going in 150 for 5. You're not going to get the true Joss Buttler. And I think over the course of the World Cup, just before it, and the other day, England didn't put him in a position to be the real Joss Buttler. He had a struggle with that. And I think all the other stuff that goes with being captain, I think has had an adverse effect on him. And that's natural, because I think that's a human thing. That's not, he's not superhuman. He's an unbelievable player, but he's not superhuman, and I think that has to be recognised. He is the best that we've ever had. He's just proven that, and hopefully this is just a little starter to what's going to come. Joss Buttler for the rest of this series, then going on, you'll probably go on to the SA20, go on to the IPL, and then hopefully he's going to take us to try and defend that T20 World Cup.
Another thing that Joss said there in his interview, of course, is that this is the start of something new. We don't know, we're not entirely sure how many of the players from the World Cup squad that are not in the West Indies at the moment will continue to play ODI cricket. Some of them will without doubt be integrated back into the side, but this is a brand new team. They're 2 games into it, and there are some performances starting to happen from people. How long have we been saying, when is Liam Livingstone going to start to live up to some of the expectation that doubtless he has of himself, but also of the hype around what he could do if he cracks the game? 3 for 39 today, bowled beautifully bowled beautifully the first night. Looked as though he was just starting to get into a bit of rhythm with the ball before he got with the bat before he got a bit of a grubber. Could this be, without some of the bigger names around him, this be the time that Liam Livingstone finally sort of stands up and shows us what he's got?
I think we all hope so, Butch. I think because nobody's a bigger fan than Liam Livingstone than me over the course of the last few years. But I've had to be critical in the last probably 2-3 months because he's not young anymore. It's not potential anymore. He's played a lot of cricket around the world, and we see so many times where he has one good day and 5 or 6 bad ones. But hopefully, when he's got a bit more responsibility on his shoulders, like he has done in this, he's a senior player now in this group. Fingers crossed that maybe is the sort of spark that does catapult him into a run of form, which he goes well with the ball, which then knocks onto his bat, because Liam Livingstone with a batter is dangerous. Liam Livingstone with a ball has got so much to give. He's got so much talent, and the same in the field. But unfortunately, putting all that package together over the course of the last 12 to 18 months, it's not been consistent enough for me.
Okay, well, he's got a chance, as do the rest of this fledgling England team, to win a series in the Caribbean. Will join us on Saturday, where we will bring you live and exclusive coverage of the third and final one-day international from Barbados. It's 1-1. Can England go one better?
talkSPORT 2.
Short ball, and he's edged it, he's out!
The second ODI live
on
talkSPORT 2, the new home of cricket. Saturday afternoon.
Live Championship football
on talkSPORT 2.
Absolutely sensational.
Blackburn Rovers versus Leeds United.
Coverage from 12 noon. Kick-off 12:30.
That's that!
Saturday afternoon on Live Football Dynamo, talkSPORT 2.
Started up probably in lockdown like every other podcast group in the world. You're sitting there at home, you and your mate Santoki, and you're just like, well, we can probably just come up with a podcast on West Indies cricket here. Am I remembering that right?
Yeah, pretty much. What else was the world supposed to do? It needed another podcast, and our niche was just the fact that the modern day West Indies cricket tale is not being told. So we thought we'd jump on the podcast wave.
And you're born in the UK, is that right?
Actually born in Jamaica.
Born in Jamaica. I know you're educated in England and in West Indian cricket correspondence. It's not the only country in the world that doesn't have them, by the way. New Zealand doesn't have them. So that it's slightly more common than you would think it would be. But there aren't any full-time West Indian correspondents. Cricinfo doesn't have a full-time West Indian writer. CricBuzz doesn't have a full-time cricket writer. And I suppose you guys are probably sitting there pretty frustrated that you couldn't follow the game that in the way that you wanted to. Yeah,
we call it like a labour of love, following the West Indies in this era. Obviously, everybody says West Indies is their second team. For us, it's our first team. And having grown up at a period of time when the West Indies started to decline and essentially have not been good again, other than in T20 cricket, we just felt that there was always too much of a tendency to link back to when the West Indies were last good. And as a result, there are tales to be told. There are players to focus on. And as ever, as everyone always says, there is still talent. In fact, a lot of talent coming out of the Caribbean region. So we wanted to kind of almost become like a one-stop shop for all of the news that comes out of the different islands. Because as you correctly point out, Jarrod, what is going on in Guyana, we wouldn't even know in Jamaica, much less anybody else in the world know what's going on in Guyana. So we wanted to kind of draw all of the cricket news together in one place and say, you know what, people are still passionate about cricket in spite of the West Indies being in what seems like terminal decline.
Yeah, that's one of the big problems is just that you can get really good coverage of individual islands, but you can't really ever get coverage of West Indies cricket. Joshua De Silva, I probably knew who he was before he was on your podcast, but he's been on your podcast. I mean, he might even be the third co-host of your podcast. He's on so much. And to be able to find out something about him when he comes into the team, usually it's like Kyle Mayers comes in, he makes double 100, then people like me and Barrett Sundaresan have to rush off and find out all of our information about him. Your podcast has changed that just because you're actually talking about these players before they come in, as they come in, and before they make double hundreds or big hundreds like Joshua De Silva's just made.
Yeah, most definitely. So now we need to go and find who the next player is.
Good luck.
That's going to make a century or take 5 wickets on debut or whatever it might be. So yeah, it's looking at like the Mayor's example or the Joshua Da Silva example, it's about recognising who people should be looking at, who they should be looking for in the world game.
And West Indies media, I was putting some notes down before. Obviously, you had Tony Cozier, who was such a big figure as a commentator on TV, radio, and also as a writer, magazines, as well as newspapers. CLR James was before him. There's Dr. Hilary, I've forgotten his surname.
Beckles.
Dr. Hilary Beckles has written some great books as well. And if you look at the current commentators, this is just my list. I'm probably missing some here, but Ian Bishop, Samuel Badri, Darren Sammy, Darren Ganga, Alexis Nunes, who works for ESPN, and Fazim Mohammed, who I think might be almost the best cricket commentator in the world, and yet we barely hear enough of him. In commentary, it doesn't seem to be a problem. In written word, specifically, and probably in the online world, there just doesn't seem to be that much written about West Indian cricket or spoken about West Indian cricket.
I think I can answer that. And I think part of that, I mean, we can't compare to Tony Cozier. I don't think we'll ever get anybody as good as Tony Cozier again. But I think part of the problem is almost like the insularity in the Caribbean kind of reign. So it's too easy to write about your own nation than it is to write about the West Indies as a whole. And that's not me being critical of Caribbean media, but it is actually, but it's more pointing out that it's almost like as the West Indies have declined, it's become easier to focus on, well, what are we doing good in our own nation than it is about what are the West Indies doing good. And I would urge, I guess, Caribbean media in general, if you're from Jamaica, you should still be writing about Joshua Da Silva scoring a century, irrespective of the fact he's from Trinidad, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's a very local market way of covering the game in that, you know, the Jamaicans are looking after the Jamaicans. They're writing for a Jamaican audience. But that's not what it is. And also in the online world, of course, if you're from Jamaica, your favorite cricketer might be from Guyana or, you know, from Grenada or from St. Lucia. It doesn't make as much sense as it did maybe beforehand. And because it's so broken up and you don't have that sort of umbrella media, and then also I think Cricinfo and CricBuzz have then let the side down by not actually getting a West Indian writer, because that would make the most sense. And so you guys have definitely stepped up. One of the things you've been talking about a lot on your podcast recently, and it's something that I think really didn't become a big deal until maybe around the 2010, and it was a Sri Lankan tour. I remember I was in Sri Lanka and we were talking to Giles Clark, who was the ECG chairman, and we're saying, well, this is great. We're in Sri Lanka. It's a great test match. Everyone's enjoying it. Where are all the Sri Lankans? And the reason they weren't there is because the Sri Lankan board had put an incredibly high ticket price to basically milk the Barmy Army and all the other tour groups that go out to travel. And it meant that it was an away game for England, but actually a home game. You guys have been pointing that out a lot. One thing I've noticed, you know, working in the CPL and going out for that test series and, you know, spending a bit of time in the West Indies is the test matches are just not marketed. They're not even marketed to the old uncles who come in from their domino games to watch the matches, are they? So they're not marketed to the current audience. They're certainly not current, to the new audience. If you look at the CPL, some of that marketing could be a lot better. But at the very least, they're saying, this is a party, come to the party. Nothing's happening with the test matches.
I will still maintain, and whether it's a naive way to look at it or not, you've got to look at what do Caribbean people love. And the thing we love more than anything else is music and dancing. And so I just think if you're looking at a test match, and there might be purists and there might be traditionalists who say that's not what test match is for. But in the Caribbean, we love a good time. So maybe market the cricket like it's a good time to actually go to the cricket, irrespective of format.
Plenty more to come from Michelle St. Patrick Hewitt and Jarrod Kimber. You're listening to the best of the following on podcast on talkSPORT 2.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the EFL.
Turbocharge your Saturday with Game Day. It's the ultimate heavy-hitting Premier League experience.
And it's in!
Exclusive rights to 2 massive Saturday games.
Crystal Palace versus Liverpool.
Kick-off, 12:30.
On talkSPORT.
It's been given!
Followed by Wolves versus Nottingham Forest.
Kick-off, 3 p.m.
On talkSPORT 2.
Absolutely extraordinary!
Supersize your Saturday.
Game day this Saturday
On talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
On DAB, online and via the talkSPORT app.
He's gone!
The second ODI live on talkSPORT
2. You're listening to the best of the Following On podcast here on talkSPORT 2 as Jarrod Kimber sits down with the co-founder of the Caribbean Cricket podcast, Michelle St. Patrick Hewitt, to discuss all things West Indies cricket. For the full show, you can download the podcast from the Following On feed, now available on all good podcast providers. But here's more of their conversation.
Let's talk about the podcast a little bit. It's a fantastic podcast because for someone like me who tries to cover world cricket, not having West Indian cricket writers out there means I have to go and do all the research myself, which is fine. But there's a lot of YouTube footage of Craig Brathwaite to look through when he was 13 years old, knocking the ball off his pad around the corner. Having you guys come through, you've got, I'm going to say it's a semi-professional hobby for you at this stage. You've got a Patreon page where people can support you. You sell merchandise, although I can't help but notice you didn't bring in anything for me.
No,
manners.
we sold out. It's all gone. I'm not even wearing it myself. I'm useless at this.
But you guys are really trying to turn this into, if not a profession, then at least a well-funded second profession.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there, actually. When it started, we had no idea how much it would grow. I think that's fair to say that. And as time has gone on, as you pointed out at the start, yes, there was the lockdown, but actually as time has gone on, what it's shown us is there are people out there who want to know about what's going on in West Indies cricket. And that probably more speaks to what's not out there. And we essentially have ultimately filled the void. And now we've done that, we're striving to make sure that every aspect of West Indies cricket is covered, and someone's got to do it. Fundamentally, and I don't think we've got world domination in mind, but we do intend to make sure that everybody, yourselves included, and anybody else, we want to be the kind of organisation where if people want to know something, we might be able to, if we can't answer it, we can tell them where to go.
Yeah. I think you've got, I'm going to try, I mean, this is a bit like naming all the stuff that I do, but you've got an emailer on Substack. You've got the podcast. You've also got the YouTube page. Could you take me through the cuss-out sessions? And remember, we're on public radio now, not a podcast.
So for those who are unfamiliar with Caribbean vernacular and how we can carry ourselves in the Caribbean, we love to cuss about everybody, everything, friend or foe. And so when we started the YouTube channel, I just thought that a good spin-off to the YouTube channel would be what I call the cuss-out sessions, where effectively I take a topic and I cuss about it. But that doesn't mean you swear. You just angrily remonstrate about things. And,
it's very old man gets to the train station and then the train is left 2 minutes early. It's great. I mean, it's really good. I also think that, again, that's the sort of thing that you could get a really good journalist to cover West Indies cricket from another nation. But that's a really quintessential way. You and I both know, you're traveling in the West Indies with cricket, or you got a West Indian friend and they're screaming at you about